when men come in here and have a conversation, y'all want to have a conversation. But when a woman says something, you come up with all kinds of other fucking scenarios. They ain't got shit to do with the subject, and they don't want to change the subject.
I'm not changing. I'm talking about you.
Stay on mute, Fred. So that when we have these, just like Lady had to tell you earlier, you are not going to go there. Let's keep your cap going, TC. So either you don't respect, you just think we're just stupid and disabled and don't know how to do a motherfucking thing. And you're going to put us in a certain area where we're able to fucking navigate. And it's that area to just sit up here and stay on mute. So you can fucking spread a bunch of bullshit. You don't know shit at this point. And you got the nerve to fucking come after Trent. Bro, you are the dumbest articulate motherfucker in this room. The only reason why these fucking maggots follow you around is because you learned a couple words out of the fucking dictionary. You're dumb. I listen to you. You're stupid.
Did you get it out? Do you feel better now? I'm talking to it on this one. Have you about yourself? Hold on, Jamal, hold on 1 second.
That's not what I was saying.
You are Jamal. It's like you're talking on one of those tires. I can't hear you. I'm talking to you directly. I think you're a dumb motherfucker on this one. How many people think I'm dumb? Raise your hand if you think DC's dumb. Great. Guess how much TC cares about what you think about me. So it doesn't change the definition of DEI. It doesn't change the fact that DEI is inherently unfair in practice. It actually for the Immigration Reform and Control Act actually prohibits employers from discriminating based on citizenship or immigration status. That's a fact. You're not getting my word for it. You can literally pull it up. Immigration Reform and Control Act prohibits employers from discriminating based on citizenship or immigration status. Now, I can be dumb, but I'm certainly not illiterate, okay, and I can read. And this is right here in front of my face. Okay, so what I'm asking you is in practice, 1 second, sir, there's a difference between a prohibition and an affirmative action. A prohibition is what you have in the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Okay, that's a prohibition. You cannot discriminate. An affirmative action, Jane, clutch your pearls and hold on for a second, okay?
Bitch, I got no pearls, and I said bitch on purpose.
That's constitutional. You clutch your pearls, girl.
That's constitutional.
You clutch your pearls and tighten your pin.
I 100% can get with prohibition. We're not having a problem with prohibitions on discrimination. I agree with you on that. Where we have a problem is when a policy that's not centralized, coded, or any otherwise have a definitive definition for application purposes says you now take affirmative actions to ensure that X, Y, and Z is executed in your organization. Oh, and by the way, those affirmative actions are not tethered to any type of federal law, statutory, or otherwise. That's where the problem, that's where the inherent unfairness comes in, Betty. I'm not over here caping for
it. So they make up a handbook they make up a handbook and just break the law. That's what you're saying?
What I'm saying is, we have the Civil Rights Act.
Mentally, I'm not even in. You know, like right now, my ADHD is acting up, so I'm just hearing a lot of fucking Charlie Brown noise in the background.
You can't blame your ADHD for your intellectual captivity, Patty. You're not going to get away with that.
And I just dropped you to the go. That was my ADHD acting up again.
That's the cloud.
Man, that was fun.
You got the nerve to talk about that. And he's held captive by white supremacists. That's a fucking nerve.
You know, so to answer your
question. I'm biracial here. And you a black man from Detroit. What's going on?
Hey, I can be honest.
He's crazy.
I'm sure I can speak for a lot of men, but when a woman they start cussing and stuff like that, I think it turned like not in a sexual way, but I think most men be like, damn, this shit is kind of sexy. You know, Anthony, Jay,
Daryl, man, don't do that. Thank you. I implore you, Daryl. Please don't do that. Daryl, come on. None of us coming to you, Daryl. That's beneath you. That's beneath you, bro. You don't do that, Daryl. You ain't got a pander like that, Daryl. You don't keep it funny. You ain't got to be in here pandering like that, Daryl. You're better than that, man. Come on, Daryl. Daryl, don't do that, man. Don't do that.
All right, first of all, that man is not pandering. He's a married man. That's number one. And number two, we're just going to keep on moving.
Pandering doesn't mean person to kick in it, First Lady. I never accused him of kicking it. I said he's pandering. Completely different concept.
I don't get it. Okay, you know what? I think I need to get my dictionary synced up with you all a little later, because some of your definitions of how y'all, think of things is different. Yeah, like that man he's not booty clapping. If that's what he likes, then that's what he likes. But anyway, let's keep it moving. What's the conversation?
Yeah, so what I was going to say, because to answer the question I was asked about the gentleman who just got thrown down to his booth, he suffers possibly from Dunning-Kruger effect. This is a situation where you think you know shit, you think you're an expert at a topic, you don't know really shit about it. And that's what I see constantly. I try personally not to do that, and I know a lot of people do try not to do that. Try not to suffer from this effect. It's fucking hard. Trust me, it's hard. But then there's some people who just don't give a fuck. And they just ramble out the mouth, which is why when he tried to describe what diversity, equity, and inclusion is, and I was saying no, because from the first three words that came out of his mouth, he was already wrong. Okay? Which is why when CEO brought up the whole thing about people who are, let's say, handicapped, for instance, like, how does that work? Okay, because these people, they might need special help, to be able to do their job. They might need a ramp. They might need a special desk. That's all a part of initiatives. You're gonna say that's not warranted either. This is the bullshit that continues. And it's like, bruh, just fucking learn a little bit better, because you don't know what the fuck you're saying. And if I can tell from the first three words coming out of your mouth that you don't understand what the fuck you're saying, and I'm not a genius. I'm pretty sure the people who are actually intelligent, they're looking at you like an asshole.
So like you say, like ramps and stuff has to do with DEI. You become a victim of the very same thing you accuse TC of. Alright, that's literally the ADA. That has jack, you will be squat to do with DEI. And if you say that in the midst of how you're trying to assail TC, it's embarrassing.
It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to say that things like ransom and how they might adjust to that, might have special chairs for people of certain sizes, various things like that. So you don't have anything to do with DEI.
Royal, man, just say something real quick. I'm trying to be helpful. So you mix things together. The ramp part is not a part of DEI, that's ADA, but the desk part would be. So you're mostly right, but the ramp specifically would be ADA. Would that be me?
I responded to the ramp. I mean, about chest. I responded to the ramp as he's ripping TC to shreds. And he's talking about ramps being a part of DEI. Of course.
These are just examples.
To CEO's point, I think Royal's trying to say that if you hire folks who need those accommodations, if you don't hire them, then you don't have to make the ADA accommodation. But if you do, then it's cart before the horse. But yeah, essentially, they're separate. But if there's companies that are not hiring anybody in wheelchairs, then they don't have to worry about being federally compliant with ADA.
But what if you don't hire everybody on the stage? We got another big portion is Texas. Now you got a black woman that's in a wheelchair.
What the fuck?
Them all stop.
That's our girl.
Stop it.
No, let him talk.
It's on y'all side of the door.
This is y'all. Let's just put this submission.
He's in the Matrix.
in America that everybody should be able to apply for a job and they not be disqualified on the basis of their race?
Sure. It's not like anything, like race, religion, sure.
Okay.
Creed, sexual, none of that.
And so that applies to both black people and white people equally, yes.
Sure.
And that was around that law has been around for years, right?
That's the Civil Rights Act, yes, since 1964.
Okay.
Right.
So it's been around for years, right?
Yes. So by creating an arbitrary requirement for employers to make sure a certain percentage of their workforce are of a specific race, let's just use the example black. And
There's a requirement. Where is that?
it used to be the case when you had affirmative action.
Okay, so where is it in affirmative action? Show me what law, what.
No, I talk about practice, and I spoke about practice a minute ago.
Okay, so
Because
why are
there
you
were lawsuits.
this is where you disable minority or these
I
protected
can give you the case law.
No.
This is a recent Supreme Court case.
This is where you disable protected classes, right? So what you're saying, this is what you're saying. You're saying that they hire certain people to meet. You're not saying quota. What did you say? It's the second time.
Requirements, like
Need
certain
requirement.
certain
Requirement, right?
Government
So they're not hiring them based off of.
as you know, utilization.
So they're not hiring them. So you're saying that some of us that are in our positions are only hired based off of a requirement, right?
an internal requirement that's arbitrary and that's not tethered to any type of law. And that's why I mentioned affirmative action. Because what affirmative action allows colleges to do in practice is to disqualify admissions from students on the basis of their race because they haven't met those requirements for other students.
It's proportional, sir. And just because something is presented as a case doesn't mean that it's factual. You are really stupid. You really are. Like, you call this and embarrass yourself daily, bro. You got to stop this. I don't give a fuck. So then DEI does not work. You don't make the rules for me. I need my own word. Yeah, exactly. That's why I give it up. Yeah. So yeah, because you're wrong. So that's not how DEI works. If you're not intellectual, so how can I do that?
I'm not talking to you culturally.
Okay. I'm talking to them. So you're not gonna talk over me.
Yeah.
You talk a lot. You talk a lot, and it's my turn. So now it's not just ask. That's what I'm about to do. DEI is not what you're saying. There's no arbitrary requirements that people should be hired. That DEI just requires people to have the job available to them. So in places that the job would not be sent out or things like or advertised, that's what DEI. And it's about inclusion. If you understand what including means, representation. That's what DEI is. And affirmative action seeks to address the past historical injustices. Also does not have any arbitrary requirements of quotas and things like that. You are dumb. And I'm done. And I'm going to keep calling you names. Stop being dumb and I'll stop calling you names.
Stop making up stuff, man. You sound like these people. This is why they're trying to get rid of these programs. Because of these talking points that you have that are not factual at all. You gotta stop it. Because you're brown like you are, people take, when you're brown and you're articulate, people believe the bullshit. You got black people believing this shit.
I hope so, because they don't get them to think critically, Patty, about
No, you're not a critical thinker though, not at all.
It's not critical thinking. When I don't accept the narrative that I question
listen to what your talking points and do Google searches on.
I'm happy to do so. But what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to accept
white supremacy shit. Because you know some other shit. And nobody's taking you with them. Nobody. And if anybody that's black that's around you and you talk like that, they're not taking you with them either.
I don't know what you're talking about, Patty.
I'm talking about if there was a time, if there ever becomes a time that people have to separate, you would not be taken with the community. And you totally, white folks definitely ain't taking you.
Here's the problem with that, though. I'm not going to be the one looking for the taking.
No,
I'm
you
going to be the
don't
one
have to be
doing the
looking.
taking.
When it
I'm
comes
going to
to
be the one
protection,
doing
you
the taking.
don't have to be looking because nobody's
I'm going to be the one doing the taking.
Nobody's going to be looking for you.
In my community, they look for me on a
Nobody's
regular
taking
basis.
you with them. What
I don't need to be taken with anybody because I'm the one doing the taking.
Nobody's taking you with them. What are you
I'm
taking?
the one doing the
Your
taking.
fishing poles, your panties,
I'm the one that's taking
and
people
your
with me.
pearls. Is that what you're taking?
It's not about me being taken with anybody.
You're a wedding planner.
The
You
difference
think
is,
you own
the difference is that we don't need
Nobody needs a
to
nigga to make a
people
three-letter cake.
validation.
Nobody needs that. When the shit goes down, we're not
We
gonna
should
need
be a
you to
part
go
of a
to the
specific
courthouse.
community.
You just try to
I
be
don't need
contrary.
validation.
You are a big,
I'm
large
not
black
being
man from a black city.
whatever you guys want to be.
It's not calling. It's a
Problem is
description at this point. Yes,
Yes,
I mean, when you think your community is going to look to the local wedding planner for leadership, no, they're not. They're not. Nobody's going to look to the local wedding planner for leadership. What should we do? Let's call the guy who makes cakes and gets reservations in order. They're not going to do that. You do not represent a role of leadership, of manliness in the community. You know?
That's lucrative, isn't it, DC? That's got to be lucrative.
Did you just learn the word lucrative? Because you said it.
You know, it's funny to me that this guy thinks he knows what I do for a living. He doesn't know that I'm a tech entrepreneur, a successful one.
You're not. Well, okay, what type of tech? What type of tech? And what service do you have? What service do you have? What service do you have? Quickly, what service do you have? What service? What service? You just did though. You can't fully validate it because you know that I know this is service. So what service do you have? Tech entrepreneur. What service do you have? Quickly. No, shut up. What service do you have? Tell me everything I need to know. None? No certifications as a tech entrepreneur? You're lying. You're lying. You're lying. You're lying, my girl. You're lying.
Entrepreneur.
Liberty University graduate, and that's it.
Liberty University, is that a real university, bro?
Yeah.
Yes.
No college education that are tech entrepreneurs, you dumbass. But
You're neither.
You're not a business. You're not talking about that. What you are in, you're in name calling. You're in declaration. That's why nobody respects you. You're staying in the news. That's why you do you.
Someone does. There's nobody else who's get up here and say that I will. I'm always going to be here to chop you up, baby. Always, boo. Always. I'm always going to be here to clap you. When it's time to get the knees chopped off, it's going to be me with the deal.
Opinions are not validated by anybody.
It doesn't matter. It
Opinions are
doesn't
not
matter.
questioned
It
by
doesn't
anybody.
matter. I came here to cook. I came here to cook. And a motherfucking pot, bitch. I came here to cook you. I don't give a fuck about your opinion. You graduated from Liberty University.
You show up to get
Your school is
that's your contribution to society.
Your school is society. You have a biggest crowd. You took your motherfucking speaker. You come in here to online school. You're right. Busted bitch, in my opinion. That's what you are.
I want to be a tech entrepreneur when I grow up.
So is the TC.
Like I said, I was saying before, that must be lucrative. You must be making a good sum of money doing that.
He probably
I'm just saying, man. I heard weddings are expensive these days.
They probably are, but if day after tomorrow come, you gonna go looking for the nigga who did your wedding?
Coach me, bro. I know this, bro. If I was ever considering going to Liberty University, I'm not going now after you just smash that dude. I'm not going.
Liberty. I mean, get your education however you need to get it, but don't come up here being fancy after you like acting all entitled intellectual and shit. I mean, look.
I'm throwing my application for trash can. I ain't going to Liberty first. I'm going to be a real school down. Damn. Man. That's funny. Jamal, you got your mic, bro.
The thing about it is, was a lawyer. I've been in many rooms, and I always thought he was.
No, he went to school where that Jerry Falwell guy. Jerry Falwell, y'all know who he is.
So let me so Jamal, if you had a case, if you had 10 to 20, would you call TC to get you off?
I couldn't do it.
All right. So y'all don't even trust each other.
You know why he talked like that though to you culturally, like that? Because you know he went to Liberty University. That's one of the school that got sued, or they've been by the LGBTQ student, but they felt like yeah, that is.
I thought it was an online school. I know Trump did the eulogy.
Why you guys send me down to the glue and then turn the hand raising off to run away from the fade?
No, I
actually invited you back up.
Let's have a conversation. Let's not do this.
Everybody, TC.
we gotta move on, okay?
Let's establish some facts. I did go to
calm
Liberty.
down. Let's let it calm down, TC. If you're gonna stay up here, you gotta stay up here.
Well,
We're gonna let somebody else speak, and we're gonna.
you literally allowed everybody to malign my name on the stage while I was in the audience, and I couldn't come up, and that's fairness. I did go to Liberty University. I graduated from Liberty University. I'm not a wedding planner. I've never been a wedding planner. I have wedding planners, but I'm not a wedding planner. Okay, I am a venue owner, multiple venues, and I'm a tech entrepreneur. Anybody can look me up. I donate regularly to I've hosted governors. I've hosted
governors.
As a matter of fact, one of my venues was actually.
Stop! Come on! Do we have a stage without you?
Well, you guys were maligning my name, though. I had to be quiet. Now come defend my name, and now I gotta be
Let's talk about the subject. Okay, what were we just talking about? I was talking about your university.
Yeah, Liberty University. I graduated. Trump spoke at my graduation.
I know you did. And they've been like, they've had some, they had some shit.
For that one? Did you do the cake on that one too, TC?
Did I do the cake on that one? No, I didn't do the cake. You guys think this like it's this validates the efficacy of my positions in this room. You guys understand?
Okay, so obviously I was talking about your university. I wasn't talking about you. You're talking about my school. I don't give a damn. But your school created a culture of fear for LGBTQ students. They had to sue. Y'all got rid of Sunburn. Found out the guy was gay. Got rid of him. Yeah, they sued. Then y'all had Jerry Falwell. Everybody know what happened with Jerry Falwell and that photo on that damn boat. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Sounds like a prestigious university.
Yeah, the discrimination runs a marathon there.
Really? I just went to
That's probably why he panders. He's been taught well. He's been taught well. Now I'm talking about you.
He was an attorney. I always thought he was an attorney. Now that I know that he is just a wedding planner, that adjusts the level of respect, and I have a lot of respect for TC as an attorney at law. I thought he was an at law.
So I joke about the wedding planning thing. He has done well for himself. So the thing is, he's not gonna sit up here as a wedding planner trying to fucking make laws that don't exist. Or make up shit. I don't know what he be doing. Sometimes he be talking and I just be listening. I'm like, what the fuck is going on with this dude?
He's got a hell of a gift of gab.
mean, you sound like a used car salesman. Anybody with any type of information would not be scamming buckets.
Well, you can get the money out of your ass on the way.
Not from me.
Not from me. Not what we talking about. Now, I mean, the only thing that he charged us.
The dance hall and do
But I mean, I could see TC being paid for his antics because I'm honestly starting to think that all of these black niggas are paid. Y'all have the same script, the same cadence, same tone, and y'all say the same things. Like, it chills it ain't effective at it. With who, bro? Like, you arguing against people that's never going to change, and I guess you're not going to change. So I just don't really understand how you feel like you're effective, and if your investors, you know, are happy with the work. Like, you brought people back to them because this isn't working, though. Marty, why you mean you don't give for it?
I can hold my hand a little higher. I know a wedding planner, I can thrust my shoulders back a little more. I think.
Miss Jane, did you want to go back to what you were trying to say earlier about the ER?
No, I'm good. There's just so many mistakes. So, you got them. And I know as a white person, all these people that I know a lot about it, it doesn't mean I think I know what it's like to be a minority for Matt Cool. So I'm good, Matt.
Keith Rand brought up in the chat about Quentin. Yes, he did pass last night. So rest in peace to him and prayers for his family. So yeah. Everybody remember Quentin, he used to be a DTN. He was battling sickle cell for a while, but I don't know if that's the cause of it, but someone did bring up it had something to do with kidney failure. So I guess they'll find out later on. Somebody is supposed to be doing something on the app for him, and we'll let y'all know when they do decide to do it. So,
Do you know how old he was, Patty?
no, I don't. TC had a space last night for me. Who, TC? Mm-hmm. Oh, that's nice. I know last night, DTN did prayer for him. Right. On Chatter, yeah. Alex came in and Lisa announced it. TC came in here last night and told us that he had passed on around about 9 something. So. Maybe I shouldn't have brought that up because everybody wanted to know, but yeah, I just seen it going on in the chat. Like, did he? Yeah, but I just wanted to address it. So, no questions. Let's see what's going on with the community.
Working in the field, unfortunately, you see a lot, right? You see, people who are stricken with fatal conditions, and you know what's going to happen, or you assume what's going to happen. And there's people who say, okay, it's like another day, right? And for me, being in this industry for 13 years, I still have yet, 15 years, I still have yet to get used to it. Like, you just can't, like, especially when you speak with patients, and, when you're getting them set up to go to, MSK,
which is a cancer hospital, yo. And it's like, damn, hopefully, most people, they get past it, but the ones who don't, it's like, you know how far they are, and when they go to MSK, it's one of those shake your head moments, like, damn, bro. You just, it's so hard to fucking get used to, I'm telling you, because speaking with people, again, you don't know everything about them, you haven't seen them most of your life, I might have seen them like 1 or 2 days, or spoke with them for 1 or 2 days, but that 1 or 2 days is like every day, because you know that this person might be next. It's just a fucked up feeling to always feel. So when I hear people who pass away from conditions like Quentin, it's like, goddamn, bro.
Well, we don't know. I just said he was battling sickle cell, so. And then someone brought up it was I don't know. We'll find out more later.
Oh, I know. I think that the government should invest in, some type of research into things like cancers and, cell therapy, things like that. I mean, you should do that.
They do.
Oh, they do? Oh, okay.
That's the money. That's it. Remember when they were talking about
I'm kidding.
they were talking about getting federal funds from Harvard and
I'm kidding. I'm talking about the fact that it was pulled away.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Sorry. And a bad joke.
Okay, so news. Trump threatens to cut off aid to Nigeria. Possible military action over claims of killing Christians. So it says President Trump said he has instructed the Pentagon to prepare for possible action in Nigeria, saying the U.S. could go into a guns a-blazing halt aid if the government there continues to allow the killing of Christians. And this is a quote: if the Nigerian government continues to allow killing of Christians, the USA will immediately stop all aid and assistance to Nigeria and may very well go into that now disgraced country, guns a-blazing, to completely wipe out the Islamic terrorists who are committing these horrible atrocities. I'm going to go ahead and play this clip. It's only 1 minute and 42 seconds. Make sure I'm on music mode still. It's in the room. 1 second, they're a neighbor you like. The next, they're a neighbor you trust. 1 second, you're worried about your home. And then, thanks to ADT, there's a lot less to worry about. Feel secure enough to listen with a trusted neighbor from ADT. Hi there, and thank you so much for streaming with us this weekend. I'm Morgan Woolwood, and welcome to ABC News Live Weekend. Let's take a look at your top headlines. Authorities in Pennsylvania say they've identified the killer of a 9-year-old girl after more than 60 years. The Bucks County District Attorney says Carol Ann Doherty was on her way to the library when she was raped and murdered in a church. A grand jury investigation has now identified Carol Ann's killer as William Schrader. Died in 2002, but he is now definitively linked to the murder through the combination of decades-old evidence and recent investigative developments, that's according to authorities. Scientists have found dozens of new species at the bottom of the Southern Ocean. The Nippon Foundation Connected Ocean Census says a team of marine biologists collected nearly 2,000 species across 14 animal groups, discovering 30 new species. Among the never-before-seen marine life they found is a carnivorous death ball sponge and a new species of armored and iridescent scale worms. And they wrote the letter more than 100 years ago. Now we can read the message in a bottle from 2 Australian soldiers during World War I. The men were a few days into their voyage to France when they dropped the bottle off a ship on August 15, 1916. A family says they found it this
on at present. The granddaughter of one of the soldiers says it feels like her grandfather is reaching out from the grave.
Yeah, that was not the Trump.
To the healthcare wreckage that the Republicans caused, and then deal with the honor vote by Congress and the White House.
Okay, sorry y'all. Yeah, but yeah, he's talking about going into Nigeria and cutting off aid and then going into Nigeria.
Did he talk about going into China when they were killing Muslims? You know? That's the question I'm asking that again, because you're the best person to answer this. How much support are we going to get from other foreign nations for this military action?
In Nigeria?
Yeah, that's it.
Probably not much because Europe is trying to work with Nigeria on their oil dependency from Russia. So I don't know. Yeah. I mean, UK always jumps in and helps. I mean, these countries need help, and I don't know I don't know what it's gonna look like.
You talking about the Nigeria situation, Patty?
Yeah.
They're trying to get that oil.
And what he said they killing Christians.
Oh man, come on. Since when do we give a damn about anything that didn't actually financially enrich us?
So
They killing Christians all over the damn world. So he calls Nigeria of all places. Come on now.
yeah, it's an African shithole country, according to Trump.
He's going after places who do not have any nuclear weapons. And apparently, like the Wagner Group not owned, but they're like, they be killers in off of Nigeria themselves, like, you know, the mercenary group. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know where the Wagner Group, are they based out of Russia? I don't know where they come from. I don't know.
They're from Russia and it's Wagner. The Wagner's dead, so they're just a terrorist group now.
That's the guy that got killed by Putin. That's the guy shot by his plane. That dude?
He went in to hide, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
He hide with a group out.
Okay, we're talking about the same group. Yeah. So I know, I think he goes out, I mean, like, even with Venezuela, I mean, people who can't really defend themselves, I mean, that's what he's going to go after, right? I mean, it makes sense. What can Venezuela do? But appeal to the international community, yeah, ain't going to do shit. Huh?
Venezuela can defend themselves.
Come on, Patty. Yeah, they're going to get their ass mocked.
People be talking about how small Iraq is, Afghanistan is. We can never stabilize that country. We may have won the war, but we couldn't stabilize it.
I mean, I think maybe
Ghana is so small.
I'm not disagreeing with. I guess
All the people in Russia.
I'm at the fact that was not killing the American people, telling them, hey, please, this is fake. This is not what's going on. And then, you know, the Colombian president tried to jump in, say this is about the 36, how many billions of oil reserves that Venezuela has. So it was really more on those lines. I don't think Venezuela really want that smoke. No, they don't. With their million plus militia, with a bunch of old people with pitchforks. No.
Yeah, but you know what? There was an old man that shot Fox, famous pilot in Russia. This guy, an old farmer.
What's good, GA?
See, now I want to talk about the title Project 2025. Why did it?
What's good, Dale? Of course. We can talk about that.
Hey, I was just about to tell you guys, how do you guys see? There's Belchi over this weekend showed
it's actually the Project 2025 shutdown. And he lists everything from Project 2025 that's in this particular bill, especially the cutting and the revamping of SNAP. And that was everything, they took everything out of Project 2025. So we're living in a Project 2025 world right now.
But then you got these people that was on stage, like Anthony and Omari and TC, that's trying to say no. That's not it.
Well, we don't listen to those people. Damn folks.
Since you really don't know, so don't worry.
We know damn folks what they're about. We know who damn folks what they're about. You know the cool documentaries.
What's your point? What's your point? What's your point?
Omari, it's not about I don't listen to you. It's the fact that you guys try to double down on stupid shit. And you guys know you guys are playing a game where your black ass will lose in the end. But anyway, go ahead, play that game.
How about the game is, why don't you tell me what page Project 25, what you said is, what page that on? And we can look it up.
I gave you an example.
It's a PDF.
Right.
Sorry.
It's a PDF. Department of Education.
No, I'm trying to address what Dan now came on the stage.
Omari, it's a PDF. You could simply go into it and Google, but search SNAP benefits. You could simply go and search welfare programs and whatnot.
Okay, let me do that real quick. I'll be right back. Okay.
You don't even have to do that. So if you go to the actual website, right? There is something over there that has a PDF where you can actually click that PDF. That PDF each specific area, like it has transportation. It has you can actually go into that PDF.
You never read the body.
That's how you know these people really they're
anything about it.
It asks on the right hand side if it's been achieved or if they put it on. Shit, what's going on here?
I don't think he's ever read it.
You can't talk 2025 if you don't know the simple basics. Just because I can say I can understand why you didn't read it, right? Or then you can listen to it on YouTube because they got it on YouTube, and all you guys do is play it in your car every now and then. That's what I did the whole time. It took me about 40 days, about 2 months to listen to it. But I listened to it when I was in my car. I listened to it when I was taking a shower. There's a whole readout on YouTube of Project 2025. I don't know a lot of people got time to listen.
But so when it first came out, Project 25, there was an original version. I don't know what version it's about, so I just want to take a look at what Krishanda, because I know, and I don't know if it was Krishanda Torres, she had sent the project to me a long time ago last year. So let me just take a look at it. Y'all finish our conversation.
What changes have been made to Project?
So Matt Cool, can you tell me what page that on? With the SNAP benefits that they were going to shut the government down purposely and then take away SNAPs. Can you tell me what page that on, Matt Cool?
They didn't say they were going to shut it down purposely. It said they were taking away SNAP benefits.
He said, man, got my hands equal. Mark.
Yeah, so.
Why are you asking Matt Cool? Because he a man?
No, because he said he's running
Okay,
now.
now why don't you ask one of us on stage when it talks? Because Matt ain't bringing his ass up here.
So I asked you.
Why you don't ask somebody on stage so we can find it for you? Since you don't know how to research. It's obvious you don't know how to research.
Hey, Omar, you know what I'm doing? I'm going on a nice leisurely stroll around the park right now. You think I got time?
I was up at 6 a.m.
Well, I already worked out at 5 a.m. in the morning. And this is my afternoon walk, enjoying the weather. Bro, come on now.
That's beautiful.
So, thank you, Janetta. Pages 299, 300, and for which you discuss proposal to restrict access to essential SNAP by imposing additional work requirements and reevaluating the thrifty food plan, which is underlying the benefit amount. We know that already. So taking it away, and the way that it's being stated, as dangerous as could be construed
Let
as.
me last thing.
He's trying to hurt.
So let me break it down for you. Because we already broke it down before. Let's look at the requirements, right? On how they're allowing you to maintain SNAP. They're going to take away the subsidies for child care if you make over $9.83 an hour. This is just one woman and one child. Add another child, that's an additional $5,000 a year. So when we broke it down, it was $9.83 an hour. If you make over $9.83, that additional subsidy that helps you with daycare so that you can fucking work and feed your goddamn family is going to be taken away. So what the fuck is somebody going to do with $9.83 an hour for daycare if they ain't got nobody to watch their child? Or the after-school programs?
Remember, they're not about solutions.
Right. You know, even on a cheap end, I pay $5 a freaking week. That's on a cheap end. For my daughter to go to freaking the youth center. $60. $60 goddamn dollars. What? How much is $9.83 an hour for 40? $9.83 an hour. Working.
It's about $10,000 a year.
Yeah, and this is 40 hours a month. You can make over $9.83 an hour for 40 hours a month. I ain't talking about a week. I'm struggling making $9.83 a week. Imagine you only can make $9.83 an hour for 40 hours a month.
Yeah, Omar and them, they live their lives and they think that everybody out there. And then I could see you being this. I hate white people because white people have a golden fucking ticket in this country. But going back in the history of what has happened to black people, and the fact that they continue to marginalize us, can continue to over-police us, over-prosecute us, and do all this shit. And then the way you guys come out, black people, is like, no, the playing field, America has equity, and you guys have the same needs and same everything, like Anthony said, to make it in this country. And you guys know that is not true. Because you all need to read J.D. Vance's book. And J.D. Vance's book, Hillbilly Eulogy, he talked the plight of poor, white, trash, and how the cyclical nature of their survival, why decade after decade, the family stays in poverty. And that's why he hates that side of his family now. That's why he changed his name a couple of times. Separate from his dad, which was a deadbeat. But the point here being is that you guys treat black people like that. You guys really do hate yourselves. And y'all hate black people, saying that black people are in this because of their own making. And there's no external factors contributing to the black people. That's how you guys think. And it's wild.
Sounds like you switched the subject. You were just talking about people. You went to black people, and was that what we call it?
That's how you view black people, Omari.
I haven't used the word black in this whole conversation.
Omari, we're not talking about
that's within our community. And you MAGA adjacent black people. Does he need to say that?
I don't think there's.
Or these self-hating black people.
That's not
y'all
true.
self-hating niggas.
What y'all is saying doesn't make it true. It's saying, bro, you have the right to say anything.
Okay, we are hating black people. We do know that your rhetoric is around the hate of your skin.
Yeah, black people. I've already made that conclusion. I've known Omari for years. Omari will tolerate us because, there's some uppity Negroes like me. They actually made something of themselves. But all black people, he looked at them with disdain.
I'd rather be black people than uppity black niggas.
But you were an uppity Negro, Omari. You were an uppity Negro. Omari, every picture you posted on the site is with you with a bunch of white people. I've never seen you post a picture of you and another black person. And tell me I'm lying.
I got pictures of black people in my phone.
No. Tell me I'm lying. Every picture you posted is you and a bunch of white people. Amari, I've known you for what, 5 years now? So I've known you, but
So this is where you're wrong. We're touching a lot. So there's a picture that
There's a picture.
took of me. There's a picture that I had for a long time where they put like a white face on it. They said my ears look funny. Guess what I went out? A bunch of black people. I was at the
They
front.
put a white face on you because of what you speak.
exactly that. You know, when you're up in there, all those black people doing.
Time out. So I just proved them wrong. You have
No,
to
you proved me wrong. You said one picture. And Omari,
That was my picture forever.
every picture Omari used to post. Say, okay, you know what Omari gets really excited? Hold on. Do you know when Omari gets really excited? Stop talking about white women, and Omari tells you how many white women he's dated, and he starts posting pictures of all the white women. This guy is so hilarious. I'm serious.
Maybe he is.
So good.
That's a lie.
Maybe
That's a
he
lie. I never have.
Omari, how do I know that? You posted them. You posted the pictures.
Those are people from events. So what you're doing now
Exactly.
is
You were showing us how fine they are. You know what you said? You said these are the honeys that are swarming all over me, and you can't talk about the pictures of you and white women. Oh, why you gonna lie, bro? Come on, it's Sunday.
So if the conversation
It's freaking Sunday. It's the day of the Lord. And you're lying like that. That is wild.
So today you are believing in Sabbath.
Okay, that's not what
Come on, Omari. No,
Listen.
he doesn't like slow bunnies. He actually had some good looking women in there, but he was bragging on the fact that these are bunnies that are all over there.
Wait. So I can't defend myself. So what you see is
Can you lie? Yes, go
no.
ahead.
What you have is
No, can you lie? Yes, go ahead.
people will say, oh, you know what? All white people that are Republican voters don't rock with you. They hate you in discussion. And then I will show like I can show where we're just having a bunch of black people chilling. Like I'm with all kind of black people. We chilling with white people who are Trump supporters. They're not even caring about our race. What we're talking about is mainly, regular topics about how you think Trump is doing. Can he do better? How can we support the administration better? Like, do we have enough people who are America first in their cabinet? You guys are doing this, not us. And I try to prove that. Like I told you, there was a time where they said, "Hey, if you're gonna come into town, you can stay on my couch. You don't have. You can stay in my extra bedroom." Like they treat us with respect and kindness.
Why do you sit in Lisa's room or in this room?
Because the Trump era is over now. We did what we had to do.
So why don't you fill their room up? Because their room usually has like 20 people.
I don't think
all of them sit. Yeah, they do have rooms.
Every time Matt Cook can speak to that. I go. They're not talking about politics. It seems to be talking about politics in the state. I don't hear conversations about really politics anymore.
They still have rooms, so why don't you
Because this is
He goes over there. He goes over there and kumbaya with them. And then he comes over here and then he talks. Because literally ETC and Anthony literally have room so they can strategize. So literally.
No, we don't.
You guys were in a room there a couple of weeks ago, and you guys were in a room together. And your room was private. Why you gotta lie like that, dude? God damn.
Bro, I put that on my life. I've never been in a room along with TC and Anthony, Mike P, or Notorious. We don't have
don't ask Mike P, and I was very specific. UTC and Anthony. So don't ask other people to do somebody around.
You don't have to say anything, but someone can just.
But you guys will not. All them will not. No, we're never in a room together. Strategize.
We would never in a private room together.
You guys will never lie. Yeah. You lie all the time, Omar. What are you talking about?
I got an idea for you, Omar. We'll make the space for you. Why don't you open your? It's the time that you open your room, and we'll we'll close our room so you can have your room.
I'm fair.
And then you and your homeboys can have a conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I like that. I mean, we like I said, I haven't yet had a chance. To Emma's point.
We do this for the Black Men's Wellness. Why don't y'all have a room anywhere on Sundays between 3 and 5 o'clock? Because when Lisa open her room, obviously it's gonna open. So why don't you have a room starting next Sunday between, what's a good time so we can rest, Lee? And
that's the thing. I have to. The one thing is very hard.
And we can close the room next week Sunday so he can open his room. I ain't going in there, but just so he can freaking have his room and there's no politics left on, because he said it's only room really with politics going on. Even though I see it all over the freaking waiting room still open, 40 acres in the middle. They sound like you.
But those are like clickbait titles.
Necessary.
Yeah, those are clickbait titles. They're not really talking.
Our title is clickbait. What's going on?
Yeah, but the conversation. The thing is what for sure. The thing is the conversations are not fruitful. And so, why would I go in a room where if I go in there, sitting there and listen, and the conversations
I don't like hanging around with those.
Okay, well then that's what I said. Create a fruitful conversation. A room that's full of fruitful conversation with you and your MAGA buddies, and have it led by Black MAGA. You, freaking TC, and Anthony. You three have
Manfinity.
Yeah, Manfinity.
Mike called me a lame broad in my back channel.
Oh yeah, Mike too. All of those MAGAs that's supposed to be so intelligent, and what we'll do is you give us that time that you have. What's a good time that we can rest and we can go like take care of business without having to be on mute and depending on other minds? What do you think?
You just said you're not going to go in there, so why would I do that if you don't plan to participate?
Because I'm trying to rest when y'all do that. Because we be time in this room or we be outside. She be at the mall. She be doing shit at work. And with my friends and they be laughing at y'all. I be freaking working half the time. Have to come off mute. Like, why don't you go ahead and do that so we can rest on Sunday? You think 3 o'clock's a good time? That's what time the men had their room that just fell apart.
I'll see what I can do.
Damn, he's throwing off. Girl, you is carrying the palm tree around the day. The shade is real. I'm loving it. Yeah, you know.
That's all right. I understand what Terry's coming from.
But they won't be able to do that until after football season. Okay, so because Sundays is men football day. So
Yeah, if they serious about their politics.
they are. They serious about it enough to come in, argue with us, go on mute for a couple hours, come back, fight again, go eat, come back, fight again. Where's the lie? Gemini, where's the lie?
They even have shifts.
Yeah, y'all can have shifts. That's what we do. Well, we don't really have shifts. We just wait, and then sometimes we might hear y'all yelling when we're doing something, and then we'll come out. So, go ahead. Play in that room. Y'all can have shifts. Y'all can talk about football if I care. 3 to 5. Have your MAGA, Black MAGA. Make a whole house called Black MAGA and see how and get Matt Cool and all them to support y'all. Cause they damn sure come up in here to be trying to support.
Phone a friend. And they go.
And I ask you a question, Patty. Is it annoying that do you feel like we're annoying? I mean, is there something that?
No, I just want to see. I want to see y'all do something successful.
Well, for me, I would say I don't think it's productive if you're constantly coming in to argue a point. You've already determined that what you believe is facts. So whatever I say, you're going to see it as alternative facts. Just like when you speak, I hear alternative facts. I hear you taking the truth and finding a way to twist it. So
piercing to pierce. I have planted enough seeds, and it doesn't seem to be growing. Well, I won't say that. I won't say that because I've definitely seen changes, and I appreciate it. I've seen changes from you as well as from Anthony, and sometimes when TC, but not all the time. TC gotta be right. TC gotta be right. He gotta be right. It's like when we were talking about white supremacy, not white supremacy, white nationalism versus black nationalism. And then him and freaking Omari turned it into black supremacy, which I that was Anthony. That was Anthony talking about that.
See, y'all been looking at everything. See?
And then TC started talking about DEI, and then you bring up quotas and just all kinds of shit that was like, it's like y'all just go into this, like you're going straight, then you make a left. Your talking points this way, and then as soon as somebody freaking try to debunk your talking points, you make a left. And then when somebody debunks that talking point, when you made that left, you go straight up again with a new talking point. Then you go right. It's like a whole zigzag where you could just go straight. Just understand what's being said, and if you want a new talking point, then we go to the next talking point. But never a yes or no first. It's, well, let me explain. No. Yeah. How do you gotta explain? It's yes or no. And a lot of these questions, you can't do that when if you were in court and the lawyer asks you a yes or no question, you have to answer yes or no. They have to propose it in a certain way that will allow you to expand. And a lot of times we purposely ask you questions so that it can be a yes or no, and you refuse to do that, which causes frustration because you're not being honest with the conversation.
That one.
Because if you can't say yes to it when you know it's a yes, but you just want to explain, it's because of the fact that you've done some kind of crazy math to get your answer.
I would just love to see this segregation. I would love to see it. Black matter rooms. I would love to see that because it gives me the autonomy to only hear them when I choose to, at television stations. When I want to watch football, I turn on. When I want to watch college football, I turn on the College Football Network. On soccer, I turn on soccer. I would love to see the segregation. They would have their own space. So when I want to hear them, I can go to their space, hear them, and turn them off. But it's almost like a cancer. They've infected in every space. It's like you need a vaccine to put them in one segment so they can stay there. I really would love that.
Thanks.
I'm here. You know, but
The reason why I have a problem with black
segregation.
I have more of a problem with black MAGA than I do with white MAGA. You know why? Because I don't understand, but I know with white folks, I know, and this is just, I gotta keep telling y'all, read Psychology Today, read these psychology magazines. When it comes to white people, a lot of them feel like they may have lost their place in America, right? So I kind of get it where they're like, shit, bring back.
There's snowflakes. They cry.
Right, it's like there's 3 black people that work with me now in a sea of 50. This ain't right. Ain't nobody hosing them. Ain't nobody sicking dogs on them. They can get jobs now.
Why they still mad? Why they still so mad?
Right.
There's no more DEI. There's no more affirmative action. You know, why are they still so mad? I don't get it. It's not like the percentage that increased so much. Like you said, my whole career, my whole life working in a predominantly white world, it was always like, man, how can we bring more black people? Because if I could get in there, why can't more black people get in here? And you realize they have a quota system. They don't tell you about it. but they could only so few many Negroes they could let in. So they always had a quota system, and that's what they're gonna reinstitute, a more severe quota system.
No,
You know the white folks have a quota system.
He's not talking in positivity. He's talking in negativity. What he's saying is,
it's like we can only have one
person work here because there's too many Negroes that's educated. Too many Negroes that's educated. There's too many that know how to read books outside of the fucking Bible. There's too many of y'all that know how to count. There's too many of y'all off the plantation and freaking getting your children are educated. Not only the parent, the child is educated. It's just too many of y'all Negroes. That's why he's with quotas, Omari.
I get that.
Hold on, hey man, so you were an officer in the military, right?
Yeah, I was in the Air Force.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Every time. But he earned that.
He did. I love it.
I get where I say you guys every time.
He has it.
All respect. No. I mean like that. I know what he's talking about.
I've been listening to y'all for a while. Like, people when I'm not in the room, I'll pull a burner up sometimes and just listen to whatever the fuck I'm doing. And I think what I've been hearing is MAGA fatigue, right? Like when you're on the stage, you don't hear the same way when you just listen to the overall conversation because you're involved, so you can't be objective, right?
Right.
I do think that they come in. There's a self-imposed coon quota that they're fulfilling on their own behalf because MAGA don't give a fuck about them, right? And while they're doing that, they like to come in here and try to spread the rhetoric. But what I think is they don't, what I know honestly, they don't come here to have a legitimate conversation and build on any level, right? They come in here to devalue whatever movement that you're pushing or whatever intelligence you're eliminating, right? So when you see that happen, right, that's the portion that I have a problem with. Like if they were legitimately coming in and having conversations that were rooted in truth, like, okay, shit, that makes sense. You know, if you ever heard a MAGA say that, give me a motherfucking $1 million and nothing on my way. But they're not doing that, right? They're coming in, even if you corner them with facts, they'll spin, redirect, and then ask a question about Biden or some stupid shit. And then off we go to a whole nother la-la lane down rabbit hole. So I think that's what the frustration is with y'all, because I know the intelligence of the minds in this room and overall audience that involves themselves in both rooms, honestly, which is why I like to be here. But I think they're playing on y'all top, to put it simply. They don't give a fuck, to put it simply. And that's why you can't have a true conversation, and that's why you got to leave.
Right on, I agree with you.
Derail, deflect, and that's all. Add nuance where they feel like every response they have to add an exception or they have to explain it away. But the manner in which they're explaining it away, all a yes or no answer is to say that, hey, I know this is saying it, but it's not really what it is, but this is that. It's like, and then you're like, you actually making no fucking sense. But you're trying to explain away something that shouldn't be explained away. It should just be a yes or no. And Omar, that's what you guys do, especially TC. TC's the boss of TC. Anthony's the boss of this. And lately, Omari, I don't know if you guys go to the same school, but you guys, all you guys use the same debate tactics. That doesn't work in a formalized debate environment, but it's like the debate. You guys are on a debate bro stage. And you guys try to pull all those fallacies out your asses and thinking that people on the stage are fucking idiots. And that's one that really begrudges me all the time is that you guys really think you guys are the smartest world, and you guys are fucking not. It just blows my fucking mind. I guys all the mind. How could they be that fucking idiotic, or they think that we're that stupid, trying to play in our face like that? And that's what you guys are all the fucking time.
But Emil, my point to that is this. Wouldn't it be conducive if they are convinced that they're the smartest people in the room? Would it make sense that they all go into a room by themselves? See, I believe that if they believe that they have it all right and Democrats have it all wrong, or people that aren't black MAGA have it all wrong across the board, would wouldn't you think that they would all go into a think tank and enjoy the spoils of all of their collective mental genius together? But my point, you guys laughing, because this is what I think it would prove. And I would love that to be the case. So we can have intelligent conversations about things that we care about without that interruption. But here's what I believe wholeheartedly, and I'll say this really quietly because I don't want them to hear. I don't think they even like each other. I don't even think they like each other. Truth be told, I don't think black men exist without liberals, Democrats, centrists, independents. They don't even exist because they would have zero to do because they don't like each other enough to spend time with each other. I think they would have nothing to do. Zero to do. But I would love, Amari, I need to trust you the whole time, bro.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
No one is talking to you, bro.
Let me pull out my notebook so you
No one is talking to you.
What are you showing how it's disrupting?
You show some impulsive control, bro. Okay, go on.
Take notes in silent on what I think.
I really would absolutely love. I would even facilitate them having their own space and room in the house, just to prove that theory. I would love it because I would think if I think that me and my people are all right, that's what think tanks are. Think tanks are people that believe that they have an upper hand on everything and they go off to themselves and develop strategies among that thought process. That's what think tanks are. You would think that they would do that. But that's not what I see. Am I the only person that's missing that?
I'll wait to respond to later. I want to hear from Omari, please, not the other.
Yeah, GA, Gemini, ML, I get it, right? You may have fatigue. Why? Because we have beaten you to a pulp, literally. You have been destroyed. Your lives have been crushed, as they should be, and therefore you want that 100% propaganda. When they say, the news, when they say your daily programming, that's what you want. You want to program everyone. And we come and we deprogram people. So I get why you're angry. I get why you're crying. And you're doing a little body whisper. Don't say that. I want to see this happening. Well, that's fine. I also want to, be a millionaire like you. I want to be all these great things that all you guys are. I want to be the smartest. I come here to learn. Actually, I don't come here to argue. I come here to learn. Okay, hold on. I didn't cut you off. I come here to learn. So,
I'm just interjecting right quick. I'm pretty sure you said what you.
Yeah, I come here to learn, and then I try. If I hear something, and it could just be a little thing. It could be just a mustard seed of some incorrect information. But what I hear is that y'all want to go ahead and spread even your own leftist misinformation, even if it's wrong. You don't want to be corrected, and when you get corrected, you get in your little flare-lines. All right?
I hear that, Amari. I think you have.
Let him land this recipe plane, please. Listen, let him
I
bullshit. I'm
He's more.
I'm in my Qatar playing $400 million worth, right? And I just landed on your little Burbank airport.
Okay, you landed. Because one thing I've noticed is when I'm a factual person, right? And if I'm inaccurate on the facts, I don't have a problem with saying that, right? But for the most part, I don't speak and I don't know. I always do research and then speak. With that being said, I don't hear that on your side of the fence. You guys are the key components to spreading misinformation in this room. And when that misinformation is highlighted, and we give you the facts, and we read you the facts, you say they're out of context or whatever, then you spin. You never ever acknowledge that everything you just said, you provided substantial facts that you can
can easily have found yourself and chose not to because it goes against the rhetoric that you like to spread. And that is the MAGA foundation, right? Just being a black MAGA by itself, right, is already, it's a contradiction, right? Like if you really read or listened, however you digested Project 2025, and you went to the DEI portion, and you see that they have the whole awakening. Are you familiar? Let me ask you this before I even start down this path. Are you familiar with the awakening inside of the Project 2025? Because it's a key theme that they keep going back over and alluding to. Are you familiar with that, Omar?
Talking about it, sorry.
Then you're not familiar with 2025 at all. That's a key component. It's the Great Awakening. Then there's different segments of that awakening, right? Well, culture warrior portion is what relates to the DEI portion, right? But there's other awakenings inside of 2025. That's why I can have a conversation with you. Like, you're not even well versed on your subject matter, and then you have an opinion on it. And then you make moves based on that opinion that's already, faded because it's not founded in truth, right? So when they talked about the DEI portion, they talked about being woke, right? Woke culture warriors, meaning they want to reinstate white culture, right? What Patty was alluding to earlier was 1,000% accurate. They feel, for whatever reason, displaced, disenfranchised. The minorities are taking over. We need to get them out. We need to reinstate white systemic power, right? That's what systemic racism is based on, right? It's them controlling the overall structure, right? So as a black man, black MAGA at that, if you were cat raped, which obviously you did, but if you were cat raped by 2025, you started understanding what the awakening is. How could you align yourself with somebody that is trying to be culturally awoke, a culture warrior, and it's not your culture? Man, for you, nigga. How the fuck could you align with that? That just shows the hypocrisy in the idiots that, unfortunately, the articulate idiots, because that's the dangerous portion, right? That's where TC got me initially. He's so articulate that you think he's intelligent. You listen to him like he's an idiot. I've never met an articulate idiot before him. I didn't even know that term existed, but now it does because I've met one, right? And that's where it gets dangerous. It's not rooted in fucking truth. Now I don't want to bring this up.
So I never once came when I talked about Project 2025. I'm more than welcome to learn. Like I mentioned,
Nobody never said you did.
Well, he said he can't have a conversation with me about Project 2025, and I never actually tried to have a conversation with him.
No, he said
You said you have the book. You said you bought the whole book. You said you bought the book. I'm listening.
I have the book, but look.
So then what do you mean? How can you say you have the book and say you don't know about it? What the fuck?
Because you must have a different version that talks about this replacement of minorities.
You saw that? You trying to figure out you have a different version. There's only one version, but he's telling you yours can't be the same as mine. So what you say, it's not in mine. The fact that he's never read it is going to tell you.
I talked to the chapters in the 420 chat. So I want to know, can you show me on your version where you have that replacement theory? What chapter is it? That's all we're at. You're talking about facts, right? You have a chance to prove that you're right now to everybody in this room, Gemini. So do it.
I was talking to somebody. Say that last point again. I was talking to somebody.
So you have a chance right now to point to this awakening theory and to the fact that they're going to replace people with white people in Project 2025. Show us exactly where that's at. I want to learn.
Okay, this is where it gets really interesting, right? If you have the book, why do you want me to read it for you? If you go to the DEI section, you can see them start to reference the woke culture warriors. And if you don't want to, let me finish. And if you want to take it a step further, you can just Google the woke culture warrior portion of the Project 2025 and it'll pull it up up for you. I mean, like,
Okay, hold
I'm
on.
not going to spoon feed you and wipe your mouth, though, bro. Like, what we
Yeah, that's fine. I don't need to do all that. I just said you know the information since you are the subject matter expert of Project 2025. I thought you
See,
knew.
I don't represent myself. Did you hear me say I was a subject matter expert? Did you hear me say that?
Maybe well, clearly you're not now. But let me find out some more information and get that to you. Like a proud boy, stand back and stand by.
See,
You just want to win. You want to win, and you want to win for the wrong team. You just want to win an argument. A proud boy.
Keyword boy.
My God.
If I was to start a space and start a foundation to pay Black MAGA to mod their own room, I wonder could I get them to go? If I was to put money into it. Would y'all do that?
If it's about winning, then they'll be there.
I'm just thinking, just a space for them. Just a space for them.
That's what I'm saying. If it's about winning, then they'll be there. They'll be there for about 5 or 10 minutes. They'll go. They might go up to 30, but after 45 minutes to an hour, they're done. They talk about everything they need to talk about.
It'll just be them. I'm actually considering constructing something where I can pay the Anthony's and the TC's and my good friend Mike P to go and Matt Cool and some of the others for your own space to discuss all your own topics and pay you just to stay there and have that conversation and build out that space. I'm sure there's other people, Clubhouse, that would appreciate that conversation. I wonder would they do it for money?
They won't do it.
Because if the bleed over, they feel they could come into our space and convince liberals.
We don't need your money.
Black folks. Hold on, because we're getting paid. Okay, shut up, Omar. And they're trying to convince people that they should vote against their own interest. Get up a Democratic plantation, so you could be as successful as I am. When majority of successful black people I know, a majority, like 90-something% are freaking Democrats. I don't know, and I live in a place where there's a lot of successful black people. I live around a lot of successful black people. And their votes are all Democrat. It's like an assessment. When we talk, it's all Democrat. Not one of them are conservative.
So what you say?
Apparently, Omari thinks that the smart, successful black people are all conservative, and I don't know where they get that talking point from.
So what you're saying, Jim, now, man?
I never said that. You made another lie. We just caught you on another lie. This is another lie.
You said very actually good.
We said something about projects that we know everything about projects on 10-5, and then now you just got caught in a lie saying that Omari said all conservatives are successful. I've never said those.
You said that.
You just got caught in a lie. This is what you said.
You said.
Hold on, Omar.
You said one time. You said no. Hold on. Hold on, Omari. You were in a room where you had I can't remember who the black guy was on stage with y'all, and you guys says that look at you guys are independent, you guys don't have rich for a handout, that all successful conservatives on your side are successful people. I know in my neighborhood.
2021, 2022? Yes, that's what you're talking about. You remember 3 years back.
Exactly, it's still you
saying that. I don't remember.
You were saying that.
3 years.
Because why do you think I would forget?
Why do you think I would forget? You call me propaganda?
Because we told Omari. Omari, we watch that far.
This is Omari.
Omari, you like TC. Omari, you could go. You like TC. You could like, if you don't have a tape of me saying it, I never said it. So you don't.
Okay, so you know what, let's look at this down. And I remember when you said you were once conservative in the room. And that you would support. And I remember you said you would support more Trump supporters.
No, I never said Trump supporters. I said when I was
you would support Trump supporters if they weren't racist. So you would do that. So there you go. You know, you used to come in our rooms too. Real River, all of them, they used to all be, and when we call them out,
Easy, I get him now.
what they say is they're studying us. They're studying us. When we start getting
between me and you,
we're just
I can
studying
acquiesce.
you were trying to be one of us.
Who, me?
Oh, yeah, we're trying to be one of us. So stop it. Now we're trying to be mad.
Omari,
We didn't accept
Omari,
you.
I said I left the Republican Party. Hold on, Omari. I said I left the Republican Party a long time ago. And I'm gonna vote Republican after. I used to work in the
We clap with us. All y'all. Including Moose.
You remember that?
Yes.
I remember Moose.
I never voted for in my life.
When he was there, all y'all just a booty clap. So now out of the blue, y'all want to because y'all got this ready.
And then this Sunday, I'm probably drinking a little too much of Mari's.
Now you have a space for
Omari, who's lying now? Omari, who's lying now?
Yeah. So now you got
Omari,
to the fun.
you used to hang out with Brad, Longdon,
See, they're not doing that.
We can do a snack.
We did know ML CEO, there's a lot of conservative people in here. Nikki, there's a whole bunch of people in here that are conservative. They just don't talk about it because that doesn't matter.
Hold on. The only thing that stood on 10 was a person that's no longer with us and Thurman, right? They were the only ones that stood on 10. Shit, I remember Jim and I went in the room. He got called out because he felt that his taxes were too high and immigration was a situation. And then he got, whoa. They called him out after the 420 room. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, when you got called out, then that's what I'm saying. We stand on 10, y'all up to the pressure. That's the difference.
Oh, my, you lying so much on this.
Why are you lying right now, bro?
I know. You just keep getting kicked out.
But if we got a thought, we'll say it. If people don't agree, they don't agree. That's the way that shit roll. Like, ain't nobody here to say what they think.
We don't have a lie. Omari,
That's
you
not
know
a lie
I
for
be
me.
going at my shop.
Jerry used to come to the room. You used to go to the room. You used to sound conservative too. Now he just farm money.
The funniest part to me is that you keep talking about how people are flipping. Hold up, don't respond yet. GA, don't respond yet. GA, hold up for 1 second. Your chief leader, your chief wedding planner that heads your little section, right? He used to be Democratic. He flipped. How can you talk to anybody about flipping when you don't over here sucking him off 24/7? He completely flipped. I used to be a Democratic dick in your mouth. Like, what are we doing?
You go back to 1960. You want white fellas and
Hold on for a minute.
I've never once, and I don't remember, and correct me if I'm wrong, I've never come for you, even in this conversation. I've never come for you. So why you feel the need to actually even bring up my stances in your bloviation, in your
They fight to win.
why do you bring me up? Wait a minute. Let me talk to Omar for a minute. Omar, I don't come for you, man. I never have. My stances have never changed. I've never challenged yours. I don't disagree with you, but I've never come for you. So why are you in this buffet of smacking people in the neck and accusing people of things? You need to leave me out of it, bro. Because I've never done anything to you or come for you. I disagree with you wholeheartedly, but I've never attacked you in any way, shape, or form that I can recall. And let me say emphatically, if I have attacked you personally, I apologize. No. Hear me clearly. If I've ever attacked you personally, I'm going to apologize because that's who I am. I disagree with your philosophy, and I disagree with how you're going. But if I have, I apologize. Now, I would appreciate if you don't come for me the way I haven't come for you. Can you do that for me?
We can do that. Look,
All right. We good.
Individuals. But what you're not hearing and what you forgot is
for the last 40 minutes, you've been advocating to basically do the whole Dark Knight thing, which you want us to walk onto the ice, and then you want us to either fall or drown, or what type of punishment do you want? And that's you including me in that. You don't have to say my name, but you're including me into that type of scenario. And I get it. You want us gone. That's fine. Look, I hear you loud, but I didn't realize we were that much of a problem, you know. I thought it was all good, but I clearly understand now that you guys feel like we are
disingenuous. This is
no, because another something. All we ask is that when we hear something that we disagree with, and I'm not speaking for Anthony, I'm not speaking for TC, I'm gonna speak for Omari. When Omari hears something that I post the facts, I post the articles, I post them in the chat, and I post them in the 420 chat so that they can actually they can be there, right? So people can see where it's coming from, the publication. That's all. I'm not doing anything that's outside the norm.
Hold up for 1 second. Omari, I have a really good memory, right? I don't forget shit. We were in the 420. You and I and others. We were having a little powwow and things got a little loose, a little lax. People may have had a sip or two, let their hair down, and y'all started twerking. When y'all started twerking, you started saying some shit that made a lot of sense. You know, Lisa was watching her pearls. If she was here, she'd remember. We said, we don't come in here to really have a conversation. We come here to troll y'all. Why do you let us troll y'all? We don't even mean the shit we're saying. You said those words, right? Those were your words. So after you say those words, you cannot retract those words and say, I'm here to learn, right? Because only one of those things can be, let me finish. Only one of those things can be true, right? Nobody's semi-pregnant. She's pregnant or she's not. You're trying to ride both sides of the fence. Oh, you do have a genuine conversation. I'm here to learn. But in the same breath, you're saying, I'm here to troll y'all. I don't understand how you guys let us trigger you. We know what buttons to push to get you guys off the mic. We know how to trigger you guys. We don't need half the shit we're saying. We just know what to say. That's what you said. So when somebody says that, I think maybe they have some integrity, and I'm going to take that to be factual, because I don't say shit that I don't believe to be factual. I say it because I believe it to be a fact. Now, if I'm wrong, see, but I still have that element of authenticity attached to what I say, right? And I would assume that you do too, right? So since you said those words, you can't retract in my ear.
Well, let me find a message to Lisa. Omari, because man, you got to get I let you know when I go. So let me go. Hold on.
I did cut off the email.
So, Omari, you know what I find so egregious about you guys? That when you hold on. Now, you can go after me. You ain't special. You don't get to pick the priority on it. So you know what I find so egregious? When you guys, Buddy, you said you only care about your opinion and you attribute everything you say to facts and you provide all solutions. Bullshit. But every time TC or Anthony do something, no matter how egregious something they say, you booty clap right there. You like the head cheerleading, booty clapping motherfucker, like making them chicks smack. That's what you do, bro, every time. So don't say that you're your own man. No, you literally are part of the cohort. That's your people. That's your ilk. And you booty clap for them. You agree everything they say. And there's nothing wrong in your eyes. So don't come here and say how you're an individual. No, bro. You're part of a group. And
that's not true. But hold on. So again, on September 27th, Gemini, that was the day, because I knew you always bring this up, and I have to correct you again for the 100th time, because I kept that information and I know the date. I actually, after that, because your team wouldn't let me complete my sentence, we come here to have fun, is what I said. We come here to have fun, right? It's fun, not troll. And so y'all didn't let me finish what I had, so I had to send Lisa a fucking whole novella to explain to her, since I can't get what I have to say, I'm just gonna tell you, I'm gonna leave it at that. And so I told her,
you mean you cleaned it up?
And listen, I didn't.
Yeah, he tried to get damage control afterwards. So so he does his damage control letter after he said it on stage.
Because you know what? People can't get everything out when you only give them 10 to 15 seconds.
You said a full sentence and we heard you loud and clear. At least two was trapped.
Next time you come here, have fun.
At our expense, and we know what is the push.
I've never, and then you said that over and over in each room. Other people have said it, and I've been consistent in saying I don't come here to troll you. Stop saying it.
That's literally what you said that day. You said it that day. Lisa was shocked when she heard it. I wasn't.
That was September 20th. So today's November 2nd, 2025. Omari is saying with 100%, I do not, NOT, voted, font 18, all red, highlighted yellows, do not come in here to troll nobody. So you can stop saying it. It's not true.
Like a woman saying that she cheated on you and then retracted me. That don't work, bro. You already said the truth. You can't take it back.
I was in the room that day also. Omari, I was in the room that day. And you did say you were coming in and troll us. You did say it on our
so why am I wasting
like I made it to
genuine conversation? Because then I even told you, I put more emphasis on, I cleared it up with Lisa after the fact.
Because you said her reaction. Her reaction was, Lisa was clutching. I don't know why you wrote that. Lisa was like, oh my God, really? I thought we were having genuine conversations. I can't believe all this time. She was shocked.
If we come here to joke, we don't
ask Lisa. If y'all don't believe me, ask Lisa. If you don't believe me, ask her.
So Mari, my answer is that I don't think I said troll. What the fuck is it?
You said troll. And then you said Gemini lied on you, but you literally said troll that day.
I said have fun. Fun. No, on the cleanup you said have fun. On the cleanup, but you said troll.
You said troll.
We come here to have fun. We come here to have fun. We come here because it's a fun. It's a 420 is a cool spot. What is so hard about that? You see, and the political correct is now a cool spot because they cleaned up some things. But like, you know what I'm saying? Like.
They let you
I mean, when y'all, that's what I'm saying, like when y'all don't have, when it's not inclusive, like we talk about DEI, y'all the definition of what the Trump administration has been doing. But now y'all kind of getting back to what the Biden administration is doing. You're allowing more diversity in the conversation. But you just heard GA say he will pay people, like with Argentina or some shit, the fucking be in our own space. Like we
have the right to revoke that privilege at any given time.
You do, but like if we're talking
about I'll contribute to your fund, like I'll have whatever you put out.
Diversity, then that's
fine.
And I'm being serious, G. I'll have whatever you put out.
So wait a minute, either you agree that it is changing on diversity or it isn't. Which one is it? Because I think you're sitting here proving a point that we've been trying to prove to you, and now all of a sudden you're agreeing that is how the administration is working.
It just sounds like, well, I'm saying that you sound like the Trump administration, and Trump administration is getting rid of DEI. We know that. That's something that's happening. Like, everybody has eyes. Everybody needs to see the paper. We want.
But you're okay with it, right? I'm just saying, but you're okay with it.
No, I never said I was okay with it. You see what it is. Because you were in the room when we were talking to the wrong people, right? So first lady, you saw the room when we were talking with you at Vermont last night, right? We were saying, no, it's not cool that they're getting rid of programs, especially with the Department of Education. So if you look at the chat, I put in,
you still don't vote for him.
So, see how he did that, First Lady? That's a DNC show moves. That's what Democrats do. That's what the shield is.
I'm like, shield. You guys are literally paid. You guys are deflecting now. You
just said we're paid. That's the fourth line you said in the show within an hour.
You guys are paid because especially
T for lunch and the L for lunch.
You guys say. Omari, just imagine you guys are not getting paid.
Me, Anthony, and TC have secret home. Thank you guys for being paid.
You guys are talking about strategy to go back into political correct.
And now
you guys are on stage.
All right, so okay. One second. So, hey Lisa, happy Sunday. How are you?
Sunday, everybody.
Hey, I need to phone a friend. I need to
Hey, what's up?
friend. Because I wasn't there back in September. But I've been informed that there was a conversation when you all were having a good old time. And, people had kind of let their hair down. And a specific person happened to mention that they come into a space to troll. That space just so happens to have been 420. And you were taken back because you
Wait, let me start over again. I just got here. What?
I
Take my jacket off. Here, you're the Gemini. Can you take the down? And my scarf? Can you take my scarf? Your gloves? Okay, thank you.
You got your gloves on?
It's 60, girl. I don't be playing around with the code. It's 60.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so what happened
Gemini, you got
tonight?
her stuff? Shit.
I just put up neatly.
Okay, when they take my purse, child, hide it.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so what happened in September?
There was, a little party at 420, so to speak. Not a party, but, just late night, you guys were talking. And a specific person mentioned that, I don't know about this part because that sounds a little fabricated, but the person did say that,
Who is the person?
I can't tell you because I want to be honest.
Don't leave out any part because every part I said was accurate. You can leave every part in.
Gemini was a person.
Why would you sit there and say this?
Look, you just said, don't leave out anything. Don't let me. Come on, Gemini, you just gave yourself up. So what happened? What happened, Gemini?
So the person said this. The person said, I'm getting real with y'all. I don't even know why y'all let us in here because we just come in here to troll.
You can check first,
Who
lady.
said that, Gemini?
You can check first, lady.
Now I gotta get my glasses on top of it. This is good. This is real.
It was Angela. I heard it too. It's not just me. It was people in that room. And this was said.
Funny things is.
That April was there too.
Am I supposed to read this?
No. Okay, I'll be more direct. And
Okay.
basically, we're referencing the time of Omari said that they come in.
I just want, wait hold on for a second, Gemini. I just wanted to be clear that I'm only listening to you. I'm not reading the chat. Because I trust you, so I'm not reading the chat. So go ahead.
Okay, yeah, April never was there. I forgot that. It wasn't just a small. But anyway, we're talking about when Omari came off mic and he said that they come here to troll and have fun at our expense and that they take it seriously and they know what buttons to push to make us mad and why do we take them seriously at all? Do you remember that?
Buttons to push. You see how you
you did say something about how to trigger us. You absolutely said that.
first time.
You know what? I'm gonna have this conversation without you, bro. So, Lisa, do you remember that? Yes or no? If you don't, just say no. If you do.
No, okay, so I do remember that because I had a conversation with, he's not in the room, but with Haitian, I can say his name clearly. I'm not trying to, off the app about that particular comment. So
Yeah, for Haitian was there too. I forgot.
Right, I do remember that. And I thought this person was just being a butt. I really didn't really take it seriously. You took it seriously?
When somebody tells you that we're coming here to troll you guys and have fun at your expense, I take it seriously because I expect right, and it's going to frame the conversation for me later. It's going to get the conversation when I see them respond to certain things and the manner that they respond. It's like irrefutable facts. They'll just laugh, or some egregious is said on the MAGA man's side, and they'll just laugh instead of actually looking into it as a true incident or looking for the facts of the matter. That gave me context. Like I already thought that, but just like to hear somebody articulate it, it's like, okay, well, that's what I already thought. Glad it's substantiated.
Well, it's same here.
Right.
Wait a minute. I don't know. I'm getting a back channel. But listen, let me tell you something. I don't know if you guys understood me, and I think most of you guys do, the ones who really know me that I communicate with off this app. With these people coming into 420, I don't know about politically correct. I know exactly who is who, even though I'm not always out waving the red flag. I know who's who. I know whose intentions are pure and whose intentions are not pure, regardless of how they present themselves, regardless of what they say. I know that. I work with people every day. So I just come in here and just let people be people because this is not my life. This is not people that are important to me. So when they do the stuff like that, when he said it, Gemini, it didn't shock me. It just reinforced what I already thought in the back of my head. So, I mean, what are we talking about? We come in here and talk about politics. These people are not real people to me. They don't pay my rent. If I drop dead today, they would just keep on moving. They'll open up a room and say thoughts and prayers and keep on moving. You know, nobody cares about me. So why would I be in here trying to pretend like whatever's being said by the opposition that I'm taking it to the point where it is affecting me? Is that what you guys are doing? Is that what's going on?
No.
Actually, GA has said, he would to pay them to run their own space.
Yeah, you never offered me money. What's going on here?
And so the conversation, kind of derived from that in regards to them not being serious. Earlier today, we had the Kamala book, and some people had to leave because of some of the stuff that was being written in the chat. And it feels like people, are constantly trolling. So that's how we got to this whole conversation.
I don't think it's trolling. I don't think it's trolling at all. I think the problem is people don't want to hear it.
I want to be clear.
Mike is getting ready to say people don't want to hear the truth. Is that what you're ready to say?
I think people don't want to hear objective conversation or have to their side. The same way that MAGA or the Republicans are not right about every single thing is the same way that Democrats are not right about every single thing. The difference is that the way that Democrats have been doing themselves here in this last year, your whole tactic is to deny, Trump or to be disrespectful or to say that everything he says.
I'm not doing it today. What's next?
I remember yesterday when I said, in regards to, I was right. Sometimes I'm wrong. I can see when I'm wrong. And that was laughed at by the maggots, which is cool. My ego doesn't exist on that.
Where's Mike?
But with that being said, like for y'all to say that, when I've seen people on Trump and see me being one of them for wrong, but I've very rarely seen a MAGA actually say, what, that makes sense. We can't have a real conversation. We can have a superficial conversation. We can have an animated conversation, but nothing much no substance because you come in with an agenda and you're not open to hearing any fact from the other side, right? And then we end up spiraling out and banging or having a debate or personal attack or whatever the fuck it leads to, instead of having a genuine conversation where somebody can get something to take away from it.
Definitely agree. I'll like to chime in real quick, and good afternoon to everyone. Happy Sunday. Hope everybody's doing well. And shout out to QRIP. I know we spoke about it last night, but I'm going to definitely keep his name alive. But I will say this. People come in here and tend to treat us as if we are sitting in the House or the Senate, right? And treat us as if we are actual. You can't just throw a blanket over everyone and call everyone in the room a liberal, call everyone in the stage a Democrat. And I think that's where the disconnect happens. And I definitely resonate with Gemini because we constantly want to hear what the left may be doing wrong. That does not necessarily that we as individuals are doing something wrong. And so, we have to, one, defend ourselves, and two, defend truth constantly, and deal with people that flip-flop and lie, and say things that are triggering. I say it all the time. People come in and they'll say something to stir up the conversation and go on mute and be laughing like, look what I just did. I sincerely believe that they come in here with ill intentions to get people riled up, get people yelling, divert us from actually having actual discourse about a topic. And sometimes we come in here and we actually have solutions and we want to help somebody in here because it's just like the devil, right?
To be honest, though, they do it on both sides, though. Because if the room, just say you don't have any MAGAs in the room at all, or anybody, I don't like saying MAGAs because to me they're all the same. If you're a Republican, you're a MAGA. If you're a MAGA, you're a Republican. But you have people, when you have rooms, and I do run rooms that have only Democrats in the rooms, we still have sometimes have the same outcomes. There are people on Clubhouse who are not, their intentions are not pure, regardless of what side they're on. So I don't want to just say, just because certain people are on the stage, try having a room with only Dems in it and see what kind of outcomes you have. They're not always 100% positive. You're not always community building. You're not always getting stuff done. So that would be a misnomer to say that. So I felt when having the MAGAs in the room, the discourse of what they're thinking and telling me what I can do better is not important to me. I was basically having the MAGAs in my space because I need to know what I don't like to say enemy. I have to think of a different word. What the other side is thinking. You just like with any war, you have to have people on the other side. You have to have people to decode and classify information. You just cannot be behind your wall and not know what's going on the other side of your wall. So that's why I do it. It's not for entertainment. It's not to have the room go, even though it does. It does more than not, but I just like to hear what they're thinking every once in a while. And if I take it seriously, yeah, sometimes depending on what the topic is, I do. And other times, most of the times, I do not. It's just in there to say, oh, well, like, for example, Manfinity came in one time, just recently. He came in the room and he said the most outrageous thing. He said that Donald Trump is going to be president in 2028. And so I was like, how is that possible? And so he said what they were planning to do is have J.D. Vance run, and then and I said this before, maybe you guys already heard it. This is what he's saying. J.D. Vance run, and then Donald Trump is going to be on the ticket as VP. So that started the conversation. So we dissected it from there. So I thought it was all poppycock, bullshit. And lo and behold, 2 days later, what's the unshaven guy? The fat guy, the unshaven guy. Come on, y'all. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Bannon went on two separate programs. And I know this, and we were laughing and calling him all kind of names or whatever, and basically said the exact thing as a plan. Right? Because
the unshaven fat guy was funny as hell, though.
Because I don't listen to Fox, because I'm not on AON, because I don't run in their circles over there on the other side. I hadn't heard that, but it was actually a thing. So I was like, okay, goddamn. So that's one of the reasons, as an example. I have many, many, many more examples, but that is the most recent one that I can give you guys. So I'll end with that. Take it if you will.
Let me ask you this question, and you said something that really struck me. That probably hits at the core of why I said what I said, where I would actually develop a foundation. How you doing, Lisa?
Great, babe.
It's the core of why I said I would develop a foundation to have MAGA, Black MAGA, have its own spaces. Gunther, you said even when you have Democratic spaces, just all Dems in spaces, they don't all agree. And the thing that I consistently see that turns in these rooms, we don't really ever have a chance to have a conversation because I think Democrats come in all flavors and shades. I think you have Democrats, you have independents, you have, like I've said a million times, you have liberal Republicans and liberal Democrats. You have conservative Republicans, conservative Democrats. The people that would all be Harris voters, we don't ever have an opportunity to have a conversation amongst us to get on the same page because you have, just like today when Patty actually literally read from the actual book, we couldn't have a conversation to talk about DEI because you had people over here that couldn't. You had the Black MAGAs coming in here disputing what the definition was. And this is the core of what I'm getting to. I fully respect the fact and what you said. Yeah, we need to know what they're thinking, but we can go over to their space to hear what they're thinking. We don't ever get to have a conversation so we can get on the same page and we can agree the messaging should be. We can't even have a conversation about what we think DEI is and what we think affirmative action because we don't all agree. And we can't ever have a constructive conversation amongst us because we always have MAGAs coming into space saying Donald Trump is sent from God and his shit don't stink. We don't even want to have that conversation. Can we just get on the same page and actually have a conversation about the returns? That's my own.
I have a suggestion.
Can I ask them? Do you want to just ban them? I don't know. For my space, I have to think about it. But do you just not want them on stage? They can be in the space, but they don't have to be on stage because we were talking about the midterms in my Facebook group, and I'm afraid, but we're not talking about it on Clubhouse. So moving forward, to be able to get where you want us, or you feel that we could be most valuable and create community and talking and getting things done. How do you see the rooms? Or how would you like to see the rooms?
Let me make a suggestion. Can we have building blocks, right? Like, let's say, and it doesn't need to be a long time, maybe an hour, what we call it, which is a building block, right? Where we exclusively hear from each other, solution-oriented conversation, right? And in the matter speak, president can be on stage. If they intervene, interrupt, then we shoot them. That's it. They can sit in the group, they can talk in the chat if they want. And then outside of that, we just have regular conversation because I think without their input, the room is going to get very dull with us just doing building blocks. I really believe that. I think we need to hear other voices. I think they contribute to the conversation in the weirdest way, but they do.
But you just said Gemini, they said that they were being disingenuous.
Absolutely. I just disregard it. That just doesn't impact me.
Okay, yeah. And you're right. I mean, whatever they say to me, I know the truth. I know the facts. And then somebody will say to me, oh, well, you got people in the room who hear this, and then they will be influenced to maybe go. I said, now, wait a minute now. All the people in the room, we've been talking about politics. This is a political room. If you've been coming in this room for any length of time, and you have any type of age or stability or education or whatever, you are that fragile at this point in the game when we've been talking about it for 2 years. Where have you been?
Right.
Every aspect of this political process and all of it. The 2020, 2025 and the what is it? Sorry, the age. I'm sorry, I haven't had food yet. Not the humanitarian. What is the other one? Come on, y'all. Why y'all send me okay, well anyway, the two organizations that are now running the White House, if you don't understand what's going on right now and you let somebody name Infinity
The Heritage Foundation.
Thank you, baby. It afflicts you, then we got a problem. We more fucked up than we thought we were at this point in time. So
if you're not mentally fragile, and I hate to do this, but I'm just gonna be real. Like, if you could be radicalized on Clubhouse, they're written. It's like Darwin theory. You know what I mean? Like, we don't need somebody that's that weak-minded. And if you're able to be somebody on stage can make you go towards MAGA, then please go. Please do that. That means that already resonated with you in a certain way. But you're just that fucking dumb. Like, why would we be concerned with that? It's more about interrupting conversation when we're trying to build and just throwing out bullshit conversation. I think that's what GA is referencing.
I'm all for people, believing in being positive and trying to see a different way of life. I'm all for that. But at the same time, I can't ignore history. Because I know that the moment that you take your eyes off of history, it repeats itself. We're saying this right now. There is a regression. There is no progression, but more of regression. And, when we're talking to the opposite side, you guys see progression because there are certain areas that you wanted to see eliminated. But even with looking at it through the vision that you provide, you don't even have the answers to the questions. And you know why you don't have the answers to the questions? Because they're not giving you that. They know the answers, but they can't tell you the full answers right now because it has to be unfolded. Just like how Project 2025 was unfolded for months. Oh, you guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. That's not happening. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. And now that we have a thing, you still want to make alternative facts about the thing.
Alternative facts.
You know what? Like, even in the chat, if we were a Democrat, no problem. I done cussed Democrats out up here. So I don't know what you're talking about. You say something stupid, you say something stupid, and like, okay, so we're not gonna call y'all stupid. If we're having a conversation and you can't add to the conversation and it's a bunch of bullshit, and even if you don't understand and you don't freaking, it's like, I don't know.
Yeah, but that's not what it is, because number one, and I have an issue with you, Patty, but the thing is that you guys have, because, you know, if you think that we're defending Donald Trump, then you guys already have an inherent or implicit bias. And there are people here, myself and Amari, and many of the other people that we can actually have an objective conversation. The problem is we never really get to that because you got people that are muting people that are throwing people down.
You should go somewhere else and start your own space and get it done. That's what you should do.
And so the thing is that, you know, I mean, for the Democrats, it just baffles me because it doesn't seem as if you guys want to get any sort of understanding of where things are on the other side. And so, you know, there you go. There you go.
But you know, for me, it's somewhere, I don't know if I'm pre-pro, every time I hear Maggot talk that weird shit, I hear like in the background of it. Like, that's just how I hear it. So it doesn't, there's no way I can take it seriously or it can impact me because I know it's just bullshit. It doesn't faze me.
Now, Omari,
others, but
Omari doesn't talk like that. Omari doesn't talk like like P does.
No, he doesn't.
Like P comes in with all this language that's just filled with,
He talks about nothing.
Yeah, ready to fight. Like, always looking for a fight. He's always looking to spark something. And it's like, why? Like, if you're so happy, then why doesn't that actually show? You always talking about somebody mistreating you, but instead of taking the mirror to see how we got there and how it progressed, you want to cause the other people for your downfalls, for your ignorance. But you can't take the moment to take a reflection and look at yourself.
I just say something like,
and don't nobody hate. I'm sorry. I may not say that. Not everybody hates Trump or thinks that you are just Trump supporters. It's just the fact that when facts are spoken, instead of you being able to see that, we see that you're constantly drawn to protecting him. So I don't want that to be confused as hate. There are some people that do hate him, but when people are having conversations, not everybody's coming from that mindset. Thank you.
So I just want to say something to Lisa. Again, I apologize if we felt like, hey, at that one time, I don't come here on patrol. I don't play with Patty. Again, I don't play with you, First Lady. Even John, I thought you were Christian of God, but then we made some statements. Maybe that's what you heard. But hey, that's
never felt judging just going off of your words when you say something. Like, if I was to say something, you was like, okay, well, when I said that, I'll take it seriously. If you say certain things, I'm on the same page. You don't hear me disrespecting you, calling you, belittling you. I don't move that way. That's always that person. I don't have a
we take a lot of punishment. We take a lot of punishment from you. It doesn't mean that we want to run away from the wrong. It doesn't mean that, you know what I'm saying, like, hey, I get it. There's people that come in your spaces that are on your side. Your goal is to try so hard to shame us where we don't ever want to step away. That's not going to work.
And I'm just
Who, when you say you're who you referencing?
I mean, there's people, not you guys on the stage, but there's people in the chat that will say lies, make up things, call you the worst things that you would think, shit, you know,
Omari, then you have to consider your sources. You know, I mean, people come in here just to belittle you and call you names. That goes on both sides. You just have to consider the source. Okay.
I just
Can you go?
Can I just a lot of times, yeah.
I just want to finish this, so if I can just get.
I'm sorry. I'm just up on you. Like, I'm already. You're starting to sound jittery. Relax. It's okay.
No, because it was like the 18th time that I've been accused of just coming here to derail, that I have an agenda, that I get paid by, I don't know, some group, and it's far from the truth. I enjoy these rooms. It's fun, like I said. But, you know, it is what it is. But it sounds like people want us out of here, and I think that's it's Patty and Lisa. I don't want us in the room there. Just talk like, yeah, it is what it is at this point.
Hey, Amari, you just gotta take things a certain way because, listen, if you're having a debate and it's a heavy debate and it has consequences with what's going on right now, you just gotta, you gotta just take it or just don't be around because if this is what hurts you, then I kind of feel sorry for you, brother, to be honest with you. Cause, I'll tell you a situation. You know, a couple of days ago, there was a statement made on Twitter, X, about Barack Obama. And it was laughable because it was like the statement that was made, right, was about like freedom of speech or whatever. And it kind of like a flip on his head because it, you know, what they accused Barack Obama of doing and saying exactly what Trump is saying, right? And then, so I said that on Twitter, and then of course when they posted the video, exactly what I said is exactly what he said inside the video. But you know, everybody just called me stupid. Even after posting the video, the person who posted the video called me stupid, and I'm a libtard and all this other stuff like that. I laugh and I chuckle. I'm just like, okay, you can't take everything serious. If you do, then bro, just have a heart attack. I'm just keeping it real. Just have a heart attack because you're not going to be able to live if this is going to get you upset. If this is what's going to get you down, maybe take what people are saying, think about it. If you change your mind about what you thought before, then change your mind. If you don't, keep it. That's all. Like, you don't have to like cry about it. To be honest with you, you don't.
I'm not crying, bro. That's not a serious conversation. That's all.
Hey, to that point, not to be insensitive, but like, I mean, with Charlie Kirk, man, like that dude got popped. Like you said, consequences. I'm agreeing with you, man. Like in real life, you gotta have to stand on your word. There are people that kill you on that MAGA shit. You come to the hood with that, man. And I think somebody made a comment earlier that if it went down, man, you ain't coming with us. So you just gotta be willing to stand 10 toes down on what you're talking about. Because it's real out here. People don't be playing that shit. You come in there as a black person talking that Donald Trump shit. Where I'm from, you get your ass killed with that stuff. Just like they're the worst on earth.
Don't say killed.
Where you from, Bill?
Dallas, Texas.
Okay. Listen, I'm in LA, right?
Okay, right on.
I can tell you right now, Omari is out here. You know good and well he can walk around in the MAGA hat. Ask him. Ask him how he can walk around LA in the MAGA hat. He is ass not clean the fuck out immediately.
All right, let me just put some truth to the matter. So last night, Omari, you know, we were having a conversation about January 6th. We weren't really even having a conversation about January 6th. Deborah made a comment about it, and then we started talking about it. But you tried to compare, you know, one event to the next. Then we had another person that came on stage that tried to prove a point. We found out, you know, that those facts were alternative, and it was twisted, and it was rooted in something that was completely different. And I'm trying to give an example or a pointed example as into where the frustration comes from. Do you remember that conversation last night?
Yeah, I remember clearly.
And, you weren't able to receive that. You still want to compare that event to the summer love?
Yeah.
The year before?
Marshall was on, that's when Marshall was talking. I remember that. He just popped in those.
Yeah. So, and so today you would still argue the same point. So it doesn't go anywhere. The conversation, because you're not receiving any additional information that actually challenges what you're saying. You still hold to what you believe. So for me, I'm just like, well, what's the use of us having a conversation if we never going to be able to see eye to eye?
Again, can I just rewind a little bit? So in that same conversation, I said it was absolutely wrong what happened January 6th, and everybody deserved what they got, right? The only thing I was trying to point out is there were people that I knew how they framed January 6th for them, and I was just trying to give you that other side of it. I think that was a missed conversation. Was you only hear what everybody was saying, but there are people on a completely different planet who say January 6th to them was different. Their worldview of January 6th. That's all. I wasn't trying to booty clap for anybody, so I hope that helped.
I'm not saying, did I say anything about clapping up as a booty?
No, but what I'm saying is I'm
that's the problem.
We were on the same page.
Right, but you bring it up. Right, but you brought it up to say, hey, listen, I thought that, or like you were making their argument, right? You said, well, I believe that perhaps because nobody really paid attention to what happened over here, they were going to make sure that they got this done, and they're going to kind of like, look the other way and say it was just a visit to the Capitol. And it's like, huh? Like, why would you even compare that? Why would you even make that an argument? If in fact you really understand how, crazy that was on January 6th. That's what I'm talking about. It's like you argue a point, and then people go down that rabbit hole when in fact it's just like, why are you comparing the two in the first place? Other than to just, make it about an argument. And then going back to what GA is saying, nothing comes out of that. It's nothing productive.
That's fair. We can go. That's a good call. I'll say that's fair. And I did take us down that rabbit hole, and maybe that was a point that was not needed to be stated at that time. So fair enough. I'll take that.
Do we ever need devil advocates? I just wonder a question.
It's my counter would be what's wrong with devil? Yeah, what's wrong with that devil advocate when you're in audio space like Clubhouse?
Yeah, I don't think anybody would know that. Okay. It's just a question. Okay.
I welcome other opinions. I welcome other perceptions. I mean, I've talked to people and I've heard some different things, and I'm like, okay. And I can take it. I've agreed. I'm like, okay, you know what? All right, let's say I agree here. And then I come back with another question. But when the other side here is just constant argument, for CEO to get frustrated with TC earlier today when, we were talking about DEI, he's giving him the actual definition. Patty's giving him the definition. And constantly, he's like, well, what about this? And what about this? What about this? And then CEO said, please, listen, I just want to have a conversation with you as if we were sitting at the table and just having lunch. And it still becomes like this whole debate. Not every conversation has to be a debate. And I think that's where people get frustrated, because it's just like, oh my God, we just can't have a conversation without having a debate. Does that make sense? Like you can not agree with me, but we go, put it into like this debate type situation. We can have a conversation about what we disagree about.
Fine, can I ask you a question? Or anyone on the stage, this question could be to anyone. As
time where you agree with Anthony or TC, where where they have made a statement, and you kind of said, you know what, I can see that, and you've actually given them their flowers.
Me and Anthony have agreed on a couple of things in different spaces, not in this room. We've agreed on a couple of things. I get along with Anthony. I talk to Anthony on the phone.
I've agreed with Anthony. I've agreed with you. Maybe I'm not the person you should be asking the question.
I can't say that I've ever agreed with TC about anything. I can't say that honestly.
TC says stupid shit though. One that we gotta be real clear how much money he's got. He said Erica Kirk is more qualified to be the president than Kamala. He said the vice president is elected. And he just says random stupid shit.
Once he get caught and backed into the corner, then he starts pivoting, and then, okay, I should do this. It's like, no, that's not what you said, but okay, go with it. But then the very next day you can go back. I guess that's the frustrating part.
That's why ML taped him when he said
Exactly.
that's the only way to pin him.
That's the awkward silence for me.
You answered the question. I would say I agree, and I've heard Anthony and TC agree with y'all, but I don't see that as being reciprocal in those situations where maybe not everything they say, not everything they say is they actually have stats and actually provided facts. But at the same time, people argue them down, or even myself, and try to back us into a different corner than the corner that we were originally in, to try to move it. So we have the same feelings, and it's not, and we're okay with it. It doesn't mean like, hey, we're not going to come in here. It's just like, okay, give us a chance to try to explain this and share our side. Maybe take yourself 30,000 feet up and look at it and not have any type of biases. Just be as neutral as you can be. Be Switzerland. And that's all we ask.
Who's that nigga on that man?
What?
You know what? Everybody can't agree. You are for that.
But you know what, Omar? Here's the other part to this. When somebody just gave facts, and then somebody comes off the mic and says, now let me tell you where you're wrong at. See, I got you now. This is where you're wrong. And I'm going to tell you where you're wrong right here. You see, don't anybody got time for all of that. Like, that boy is great.
Attack the point, not the person. And you're listening to the wrong people and you're ill-informed, and like all that is not necessary. But it is what it is. Conversation going. But I got a bit of breaking news. So I don't know if you guys saw. TMZ has obtained images of Diddy at, I think it's Fort Dix in New Jersey.
You went to the Dix of Hard Knocks. Go ahead.
Yeah, he got on his greens, and he got on a gray scully and a gray sweatsuit with the green jacket they issue you. He's surrounded by some other inmates. He's smiling. So maybe
he's with his own.
He's with his own. Yeah, he is with his own. I just found it interesting that images leaked of this man actually.
Devon, that important. He was with the all black community, and he was smiling like he looked like he was at ease. He didn't look stressed. He had it big, like you can see all his teeth. He was smiling.
Yeah. I feel maybe he might have some protection in there. This I don't know. Our community is weird. Some aspects of it, all communities, America in general. This fascination with guys that did time. I was in the feds, but he was in the feds for all the wrong reasons. I'll just land with that.
Let him have his Fort Dix and be happy.
TMZ did that, to show him his current situation. That was the only thing that was posted for. Now he's on the prison yard level to, a lot lower status than he was previously.
What up, bro? See, that's why we need the disruptors. It gets mad quiet. Ping them in the rooms, and let's have the discourse. We got Anthony. Anthony, how are you doing, sir? What's going on, brother?
Anthony, do we have a private room, you, myself, and TC, to discuss strategy? This shit was crazy. No, we're not gonna let that shit slide.
The qualifier is the qualifier. Look, the second you add the qualifier, it lets us know it was in existence. Now we don't know how current it is. So the most recent one was, but when you add the recently, like, did I have sex with you recently? Come on, brother. Recently. Come on, man.
So, and now, Simon Stage just said you, myself, and TC had a private room to come up with strategy. Have we ever done that ever? I couldn't believe the line. I couldn't tell.
Lying now. Hey, JD, I want to go to JD real quick. JD, come on, my JD.
Stop it.
Check this out. So if your girl told you, I never slept with him, and you're like, okay, call him. And she calls him, and she goes, have I ever had sex with you? Recently. Are you believe this shit?
It's all everything let's be real. So I believe
with TC and Omar. It's never happened. It's just y'all got it's never happened. Yeah.
Maybe it was more maggots than you three, but yeah, y'all had private meetings.
Y'all not even true. Look, it's honestly, it's not true. And I'll be happy to have meetings with
I know y'all know that came.
Hey, Omar, in real life, do you go to somebody's house over and over, and then when you go home, you call them? You know what? I don't like what's going on in your house. And then you go back the next time, you know what? I don't like what's going on in your house. That's what y'all do. You guys literally come back every day and complain about what's happening. Instead of using some common sense, you're in a room that mostly leans left. Of course you guys are gonna get jumped on more than everyone else, because guess what? Like right now, there's literally two of you on stage. So of course everyone wants a piece of that, right? Everyone wants to come off mic and go after you. You say, oh, I'm being talked over, I'm being this, I'm being that. It's just common sense. I mean, you guys will complain. No, I don't complain. So you weren't in here, you just got here. Okay. Cool. You just say I don't. But like Omar,
You just got here too.
Omar and Mike, they'll literally make it a daily thing on chat and come on here and then Omar will get in his feelings. Well, if you guys just don't want me here anymore, just say it. Like,
This the whole point. They're taking okay. Never mind. Go ahead.
It's weird, bro. It's weird for me.
I'm not complaining about the space. I never complain
In real
about
life,
space. I just don't like to be lied about. I gotta, whenever people lie, I gotta make it. Well, I just made an ML trying to make it seem like we had this whole, meet and greet to derail your rooms and shit. Like we over here, like, shit like some meetings like that. Shit actually not meetings.
I don't even think all three of y'all could get together and come up with something to derail this room. Sorry, bro. I just don't see that.
You got first lady and family in this room. How could we, like, derail
shut us down every time.
See that.
That's why I said, we're trying to do this. They have the bids, man. They control it.
I won't even let him win if I ran up in bottom.
Hey, but you see how Anthony can come here and just laugh about it? Omari, you and Mike, you guys will literally start a whole conversation about it. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, come on, this is blue out, bro. This is weak.
Anthony has a lot of practice. I've been around Anthony. He likes to play the antagonist in all the rooms, not just this room. That's just what the fuck he does. He goes into different rooms and has a whole room against him, and he's used to that shit. So he's just more battle tested, in my opinion, than the others. TC would be the next one in line. Like Anthony and TC neck and neck. TC goes in the lower spaces.
TC's gotta be right no matter what. At least Anthony.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
There's no bending.
See, Anthony can see. That's true. I'll give you that.
DC is just not smart. That's really what it is.
The dumbest one to me is, but he's still entertaining, is Manfinity. It's like there's no substance. This like when you ask him, have you looked this up or no? He post the link, or he doesn't have a clue. You know,
Hey, I want to tell you, Manfinity will cry harder than Omari. Manfinity will go on Lisa's back channel.
Lisa, you see what they're doing to me right now? He put on stage. He don't even do it in the back channel sometimes. He just do it live, baby.
No, but I like how to
control your mind, Lisa. Control your mind.
Kind of say he's an articulate dummy, something like that nature. Well, I was strong.
Articulate idiot. That's the word for TC. That's my word. Coin for TC. He is an articulate idiot.
And you get an honest conversation with TC because I still have never met someone who was a diehard, least left wing, Democrat or whatever the hell he was, and then in an instant I'm at it.
How can you trust that?
Where did that shit happen?
How you gonna?
Anthony is at that face value.
How can you? I'm about to say, how can you trust it? Once you see that, like you're not able to do anything. Like you're joining the next. You just gotta find what it is. You have no substance.
How much you ever say, well, yesterday you was just on the opposing side.
Right, like your core beliefs don't exist because you can swing from one side completely to the other.
That's why I said he's only there to argue the points. You know, I hate to make this analogy, but that's what the devil did. See, the devil knows the Bible. And that's how the devil can get you. Because he knows what is supposed to be right, but he knows how to argue against it. Hello? I ain't calling the man the devil, though. I'm not calling him that. Don't y'all say that. Oh, First Lady called TC the devil.
But there is a strong correlation. I
don't know. It kind of sounds like you was calling him Beelzebub.
Yeah. I got Beelzebub by body.
Yeah. Hold on.
Yeah.
It just sounded like there was a Beelzebub ring.
Beelzebub was there.
And this is the reason why the Dems lose, because of this right here. Y'all can't stick on my side for nothing.
On your side. On your side. We on your side.
I heard this. And I'm at time.
We were. Like, what is wrong?
Yeah, we at least agree on Metasopolis. Well, Gene, I heard you paying people to make their own room. I need some money, so I can make my own room.
I told GA, I'll say it again, I'm matching GA. Whatever you're paying them to do it, I'm matching them. Y'all heard me say it, y'all go hold me accountable.
I'll give you my Venmo. I'll send you my.
Well, why can I get paid for having them in my room?
Well, because you're not a black magnet, Lisa. That's why.
Well, she did convert. She did convert.
2 days ago, right, JD?
Yes, me, JD, and you. We all did it.
Alright, so how come I didn't get compensated?
No. See, we have a double agent don't count. And plus, you're not trying to shoot. You gotta go through, and you gotta cross the line.
You're not gonna support a damn that's MAGA grifting. You gotta support that.
I can't. See, there's an accomplishment purpose. I want them to have their own space so they don't feel
not disagree. I think they play a role in the conversation. I don't like an echo chamber, right? That's one of the reasons I frequent spaces I frequent. Because I can't hear alternative views, even if they're not listening to mine. That's fine. You know what I mean? But just having I agree with you and you agree with me and we agree together collectively, we all agree now what? That gets old, man.
What I think is important is I don't think that we all agree. That's the only. We can all agree.
No, but our differences are going to be so much more minute than if it's someone that's from the opposing party. Like there's always going to be nuance inside of the party. I get that. Or even if we're left leaning and not in the party, it's still going to be nuances, right? It's going to be some that are more progressive, some that are more conservative, even though they're all Dems, right? But when you have somebody that's completely on the other side of the spectrum, that's going to add a different aspect to the conversation. It's just that it's getting to be disruptive. I think that's the pushback. I'm not trying to speak for everybody. Y'all can correct me, but that's my viewpoint.
Well, here's my point. I think the minor differences and the nuances are the reason why we can't get collective respective messages. And until we fix that, it doesn't matter how many of them we prove wrong, we're still going to be woefully underneath the cliff. Until we have a space that actually talk about those nuanced things. And I think that we need to do that in a constructive space. Now, I'm not saying they should come in. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying when they want to get off this thing about their rhetoric, they need some representative to do that. I'm not saying Democrats will come into that space so they can have their role and their woo. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is, and I gotta say it for Sister Soldier because she's been saying it for forever. The irony of actually codifying DEI to be included into spaces that aren't theirs is hilarious to me. And I'm saying, hey, go have your own space so you can talk about all the things that are important. And when you want to come back and see what we're thinking, come back and see what we're thinking. But don't let this be your house when you get your mail out. Just come and visit. Let this be an Airbnb. But you don't have to live here. Let's give you another place to live. That's all I'm saying.
But from what I understand, and Patty, you can correct this, your room. I'm not trying to say this is the way that the room works, but this is my understanding of the room. I think that different viewpoints are welcome as long as they're not disruptive, and that's the purpose of the space. I don't think it's strictly a democratic space. I think it's open to different viewpoints, and that's what makes it pop. I think if it's strictly just Democrats, that's it. That's all. That's all we want to hear. I don't think it would be as successful as it is now, personally.
I agree. Gia, you want to give your money to MAGA when there's all these people about to go hungry?
And no one's.
Is that accurate enough here? I'm interested in the point. Is your room?
I mean, even Matt, even Mike D says he's Democratic. Because I say that it's only Democratic, but I hear your feelings, him and I just think that it's just like anything else.
I hear yours. I don't want you to think you already know I fuck with you, Jay. I'm not saying I don't hear your point.
Yeah.
That's why I suggested the damn building block, right? Where it's just space where that's all it is. If that's concern, then allocate a time period strictly to be a damn building block space. Then build. And then reopen the space to everybody collectively. As far as
I like that idea. I like that a lot. And respectfully, we're not trying to tell you what to do with your room. We just stood an idea.
Just let us know when we can join. If that's the idea, Patty, First Lady, Lisa. But I'm going to respect whatever decision y'all make. One, I have no choice, but two, because I respect y'all. If there's a spot where there's gonna be a room where y'all want us to come in and we're welcome, we'll be there. If there's a spot where y'all just want to talk amongst yourselves,
Hey, look at his leader.
we'll be there. Because we don't want to force our presence on
we Anthony, if you speak for you too, you keep saying we.
Anthony, I'm sure Anthony probably feels like we're not here. We don't get paid for throwing out.
I'm not here to be disruptive. I'm not here, I'm not. Listen, I'm happy to come in the room and stay in the audience. I'm cool, whatever. I like engaging with you guys. I think you guys, for the most part, are really smart. I don't even mind, the back and forth. Sometimes it goes a little too far. Sometimes it gets real hateful. I'd rather avoid that. But, besides that, if you'd rather, not hear our voices, I'm okay with that too.
Because we don't want to force. We ain't trying to force this shit. This is not a relationship we're trying to force on. Like I said, I guess I speak I respect y'all. I just don't like we're not trying to just don't drop. That's just a pet peeve of mine.
So weird. Who drops lies? Who drops a
Doesn't sound weird. What's weird is
drops a lie on Marty?
Somebody dropped a lie about his Richard.
Well, no, not that. I'm talking about we have secret meetings and all that. See, First Lady. What we've had is conversations about, and now saying we're derailing. I hear that so much. It's like we don't need to come derail. If it feels like I'm derailing, I apologize.
I agree. So that's where the derail came in earlier. We were talking about one subject, and then TC decides he wants to be a mod and tell us what the subject's gonna be. Or when we're talking about black nationalism, white nationalism, and you talking about black supremacy. And that's why everybody in the audience kept saying, hey, how do you define it? Because obviously you understand the difference. But instead you guys want to keep going down that rabbit hole. That's it. Just stay on topic. And I get it. We veer off topic too, and then Spy has to bring us back too. But y'all be straight up lying. Y'all just that shit kind of made me feel some type of way when y'all started talking about feminism. Like y'all don't know what the difference is between an ideology and supremacy. That shit was weird. Or liberation and domination. That's really weird, man. And y'all black.
And for the record, this space is shared between Patty, myself, and Reformed. So, at the end of the day, if you read the guidelines, they're there. We don't mind having the conversation. But, you know me, I'm not going to allow somebody to redirect me because it's going to be a problem. And so we're going to keep the conversation going and flowing. Is there something here going on? Oh, let me tell you, Trump said no negotiation. Okay? He said, get out my face. I'm not negotiating with y'all. Who's asking me a question?
That was GA. I was just asking you said no negotiation. Trump said no negotiations for who?
Yeah. With the Dems.
Oh, okay. All right.
We're going to impact him so he doesn't care. That's the narcissist point. It doesn't impact him immediately, so he does not give a damn.
So here's some quick percentages. Who will SNAP's stoppage hurt the most? Well, 42% adults ages 18 to 59, 28% children ages 5 to 18, 19% adults age 60 and above, and 11% children 5 and younger. This is something else new. I'm not sure if you heard about this, but what is a filibuster? So we know using the Senate to delay or block a vote on a bill. It requires 60 votes to end the debate and pass legislation. Minority can block a bill with 41 votes. Trump said today, was it today? Was it yesterday? It was November 1st. at 5:47 p.m. He says, Republicans, you will rue the day that you didn't terminate the filibuster. Be tough, be smart, and win. Y'all okay with that?
I don't know what to say.
I mean, y'all okay with him, saying, hey, listen, destroy that filibuster, get it out there. Let's veto it out. And then we can get this government back open.
But then that's what's gonna, when it's the Democrats' turn, it's gonna be bad because they don't want that. I don't think Republicans are gonna do that. That's why they haven't done it yet.
Yeah, that's why I'm laughing, because he acted as if, Republicans will stay in office forever, especially after this. I wonder, I really do wonder, honestly, does he understand the back and forthness of Congress, like how, when one party is in office, the opposing party usually comes into office in the next midterm election. Does he understand the concept? I don't think he does.
He hasn't been in politics long enough to understand it. He never served in Congress, so he doesn't understand. None of that. He's never operated in any of those places. So he doesn't conceptualize the organizational intricacies of how that works.
If he did, he wouldn't have suggested removing the filibuster.
But he's a whole grown-ass man, and I'm like, I don't know, 30 years younger than him, and if I can understand that, and has never been elected in office, and the president, how can you not understand? There's no excuse for this. This is ridiculous.
Well, what y'all don't understand is the temperament of this group. It's win by any means necessary. That's the reason why they're always talking about winning. That's why they're always talking about we won. Trump is a winner. It's all about winning. Trump said, listen, go do it, because the Democrats, they're going to do it to you anyway. Creating this, fear. They haven't done it all these years. Has it even been brought up before?
First, let me ask you a question, though. Like, do you have a problem with the win by any means necessary mentality, or the fact that we're not applying it as much on our side? Like what's your thoughts on?
Me personally, I play to win with honesty, integrity, and truth. That's me. So
I respect that, but when you face an opponent that doesn't have the same boundaries that you do, you're fighting with one hand tied behind your back. You might have a hell of a right, but you still gonna get hit with that left. You see what I'm saying?
I hear you. But I think that just requires you to fight harder in a different way and smarter. And not even harder, fight smarter. How do you fight smarter and finally doing it the legal way?
That's the thing. One thing I've noticed, right, is they're really like he has loophole lawyers, right, where they're not going through the traditional paths. They're looking for the outer perimeter of legal, right? Like they're trying to stay legal. It's changing legal-ish. Well, you know what? It don't really matter because I have immunity anyway. Fuck it.
Is that a real story?
We know. I'm making it up as I go.
That's an awesome phrase, though. That's just fucking awesome. I love that.
But if you follow my logic, I really think that if we have somebody, not if, we know that we have somebody that's moving in that manner, but we're still trying to stick to the traditional code. Like, I think you have to adjust for your opponent. You have to adapt at some point.
Gemini, there's still only one constitution, though, so there can be, just past the main things came with the two federal judges that said they have to pay off the stock debt on benefits, and they're gonna have to pay it out because they legally have to. So that they can try to do all the rigmarole they want. It's still only one constitution, man. The law is the law. You gotta follow the law. That's what's.
You don't follow what I'm saying.
There's only a couple of states that are going to get the money right now for SNAP.
Which ones?
I'll look it up. That's because they actually sued.
They actually become
Why would every state sue if they see it working for others?
They're probably waiting for their
Yeah, there are other states that sued. There's more than there's like 15, like 19 states that have sued.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, let me get it for you.
probably every single state sues if they went
Yeah,
there.
that should be like if a couple win, that should be the precedent, right?
Yeah, they filed an emergency.
That's what emergency funds are for. That's why it's kind of weird when that woman says it's not illegal. No, it's not illegal. The contingency funds are there for emergency purposes. All they got to do is go to the OMB. Now, when the funding runs out, then they're going to have to go through Congress. So I get it on the Congress piece, but
You talking about this OMB?
So let me just point out something. Somebody said in the chat. This is why black women can't lead. Well, no, I'm saying not black women. This is why women can't lead. None of these black maggots. Oh no, that's not one person. Just talking. You know, I'm not just talking. He asked me a question. I answered it to my honest ability. I'm not running for the United States of America. Let's be clear. I'm not looking to lead you. But clearly you want to be led because you're here and you're listening to my voice. So guess what? I am leading you right now. So either you're going to stay and listen to me lead, or you're going to leave because I done led your ass out. One or the other.
You know.
No more friends.
Lead you either way, like that's crazy.
Either way, you have been led.
That's 20. Damn,
I'm loving this. That's why right there.
damn.
I mean, but hold on, but what's sure that Jamal basically what she said that she believes in just following the law.
I don't need no explanation. I'm glad she did. I don't care.
That's what I'm saying. But then when I said the same thing, somebody like,
No, I don't think you understand. If she shoot, I'm shooting. I'm just asking questions afterwards. Like, why we shooting? I don't care. She shoots somebody, I'm shooting too.
right. So my thing is like, bro, to your point, because you said I didn't understand, but I was like, I think I was following it because you talked about the loophole lawyers, right? Like, because he had advisors that came back and told him, hey, this is how we go to war with Venezuela, or how we initiate or agitate Venezuela. He had lawyers that told him, hey, this is how we can do this, right? So, but it's still illegal. They're pushing the edges of the law. But
And then there's your lawyer that does trademarks on speed dial right now. You get that motherfucker on.
the hell are y'all talking about?
We were talking about him trademarking Newport Waters for that next TV show.
I'm not trying to trademark it. I'd like to be like a term, though. I just think it fits Trump. If you really watch the way he moves and what he's doing, like from the way he's done with his taxes to TCJ Act at 17, which made it legal for him, and then embedding that portion to Big Beautiful bullshit. Like, he's definitely a loophole person. He looks for loopholes and exploits.
bro, he is throwing, and got the wall and see what sticks, man. Like,
That's a fact.
definitely.
He should be like, I'm gonna go hunt for a rabbit with a Uzi. I'm gonna hit something. Like, that's how he's doing it.
Yeah, so, I mean, for those that are still on the stage that of mega dissent, I'd just like to know, are you okay with this filibuster removal? They call it the nuclear. That's number one. Number two.
I'm okay with that. No.
Okay. All right. See.
I think nuclear is stupid. The nuclear, getting rid of the nuclear option is stupid. They know that's stupid. If they do that, it's gonna come right back.
I think it would just change things tremendously. But they do it the wrong. So, Omari, if you're listening, Sounds like you're the voice of reason. I need you to, even though they might have been joking and maybe you never had one, but I think that it would be good if you had a private meeting with the people so that they don't constantly get upset for getting removed. But they need to check their behavior. Because I'm not going to put up with it.
That's fair. Yeah, I was watching the game. My son was watching the Broncos game. No, for sure. We can have a discussion. I think it's important. I think it's important to figure out how do we have discourse in a professional way as we're all adults. Again, it's a matter of just showing that we can be adults. We don't have to agree with y'all, but it's about having an adult conversation. And it seems like that's what we need to focus on. I think it was a divine who said the point, not the person, right? So we can do that.
I like that.
So I can come and visit, and you can say everything you want to say.
Yeah, we asked them that. We said, hey, since the men couldn't maintain a room on Sundays at 3 o'clock.
That was nasty work.
So when Man City started, he dropped your ass to the good.
I'm just saying that if they have their own room, they can say what they want to say, and then if they allow me to interject, then I can interject, but at least they can get their thoughts out uninterrupted. But you can work on Marvin.
I mean, when we talked about that, I mean,
But you can't name it the Coon Room, because I'm not coming in on that.
No, we're not going to talk to them.
Black MAGA.
Not even Black MAGA, because not everybody's MAGA. I think, Anthony, you can speak for yourself. I think, would you call yourself MAGA, Anthony?
Just call myself MAGA. They're Republican side.
Yeah, like,
You can say Black MAGA adjacent.
I'm black.
So, Patty and First Lady, will y'all support our room?
I don't know about all that. I love y'all, man, but I can't be in there with all the people. I'll crash the fuck out. I'll love for a little while, then when it's 10 of y'all, I gotta go.
And Man City had already tried it. Shit fell miserable.
Oh, he did try it.
You know,
audience.
and when Lisa came in there, he dropped her ass to the good.
You know what's crazy? Y'all MAGAs in the audience, y'all white MAGAs in the audience didn't even support them. You know, they have more support from freaking people in this room and in Lisa's room than white MAGA. Y'all wouldn't even near. Fucking Manfinity be fucking twerking like a motherfucker. He on the pole up and down. No powder. He go right behind each one of these MAGAs. Don't give a fuck what germs on the pole, and he be jumping up and down for y'all. And guess what? Y'all didn't even show up. He be in there talking to himself sometimes. What's going on?
So, listen, y'all.
They ain't really gonna support y'all, Anthony.
I think you're right, Patty, but, I'll be honest. I hope you guys do support us, but we take this off of Clubhouse and we form a little situation outside of Clubhouse. I think you guys would be surprised to see how well this thing goes outside of Clubhouse. I think we're actually gonna have a really strong alliance off the app that's gonna actually generate some money. Alright? So we'll I'll let you guys know once we launch it. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
I'm actually do something off Clubhouse. That's what
She's talking about making money.
Yeah, I'm saying, launching like a multi-platform pod, shorts the whole time, everything. And then just hit it up from a bunch of different angles, but the alliance will have been formed on Clubhouse. This will be, based on relationships that got established on Clubhouse.
Let me go back and chat.
I would still like to see a Black MAGA room on Clubhouse. But y'all said Manfinity tried it and he failed.
You were in there. You went and supported him a couple times.
Yeah, I did go in his room a couple times, but to Patty's point, she's correct. I never saw white MAGA people in there. I didn't see Pepper in there. I didn't see none of those people in there ever.
Yeah, you
But
don't
I'll be
see
with them.
Joe, like Joe, you don't see Matt,
Yeah, I never saw Joe there.
Nancy Cool.
Nancy Cool, none of them. Whatever it is that I
They just expect like Maggie to show up to their room.
So Matt Cole would go in there. He might not stay long, but he would show his face a little bit. He didn't go on stage and have a conversation. And I don't recall seeing. I don't know if Beaver went in there.
Honestly, I don't remember getting in there. I remember us getting in there and then some new maggots round him up. Remember he had that one retarded dude drinking with Lisa?
You ain't right.
The one that kicked you down to the goo and then he allowed that motherfucker to
Oh, that crazy mug. That crazy.
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about. That's the one I was talking about.
That's the one. He is a he was in the service. Dominique, that's his name.
Yeah, it wasn't. White maggot didn't come around like that. Cause they be like,
Dominique crazy as a mug.
But they be like, he's having a room, pop up in here. There'd be 4 people. And in the room.
One of us, was it Mel or you? I think it might have been Mel, was like, man, Finny got a room open. And when nobody in there, and then Lisa went in, and then everybody started coming in. And then he had the nerve to kick her down to the core. She even gave the boy a bean in her spaces. And he treated her, how he said he didn't want to be treated.
I'm crying because Eduardo called Pepper a mixed maggot. I didn't know that was a phrase.
He's not MAGA. He spells MAGA talking points, but I don't know that he's MAGA. I don't know if he voted for Trump. I don't know. I don't know what nobody is because I just don't know. So I'm thinking there's a field trip happening at 6 o'clock today.
Wanna know?
6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
They're gonna write an op-ed around that time.
All right, Newsom pushes measures to
At 7 o'clock, did anybody say what time the room's gonna be?
6. What you talking about?
Brooklyn, I guess Jonathan and Nelson are gonna have a room. Brooklyn.
Oh no, that was yesterday.
No, they're gonna have one today.
Oh, one today, right? You were supposed to tell us. I don't know.
Yeah, so his mom's supposed to come on that app at 7 o'clock today. I guess we're gonna share one of the rooms and see how we go over there.
Okay. All right. The hand raising was turned off by mistake. It is back open. Feel free to come on up if you like. I'm looking for you. I can't find you. Marshall, are you there? Oh, I see Matt. Look at this. It's like snow in California.
Can I share my opinion?
Is there another hurricane? Hey, Matt.
It's gonna snow in California. They're gonna get 12 inches of snow tonight. Hey, Matt. Happy Sunday. Go ahead.
Wait a minute. Y'all need to catch that last ticket. Y'all been in too long to be having pink tickets.
He turned that in.
I turned it in a couple months ago. I got angry all through a little baby because he fit like a little child.
You can't?
No, because somebody has been blocked. That's on the list.
Yeah.
That's on the leader list. Him and TC.
I ain't banned nobody. I don't ban nobody.
When we was shooting out, I think Georgia out. I don't know why. What you do about it?
I'm just kidding.
But go ahead, Sorry.
I hear no evil. I see no evil. I just pay attention. Listen. It's up there, bro.
Matt, say what you was gonna say.
I can't. Well, Anthony's here.
Yeah, big deal.
Hey, I got a question. I can't believe I'm going to ask this question. I don't know such an idiot. I thought I would have asked 2 months ago. Hey, Anthony, how many votes right now does the Senate have to open up the government? 55? Is that correct?
So you need 5 Democrats.
Yeah, so 55 will vote yes and 45 will vote no, correct?
Am I right to me?
Okay, got it. Okay, just making sure. All right, thank you. Go.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Mr. Orlando.
Good afternoon, Orlando.
Listen, what's going on? I got on this morning about 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. I thought I was at the after hour, Jordan.
I don't know what happened. I was asleep. To the. I'm gonna have. Hey, what you talking about?
I'm sorry, Crystal. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you, love. Orlando, you here, bro? Yes, sir. All right, it's a pleasure to see you, brother. Just for the record, I hope I never offended you. I just want the question is, did I offend you when we were talking the other day, and I didn't know the particulars of your situation, and one of the solutions I said was it would be a consideration of you selling your house. Did you find that offensive? I found it insensitive, but not offensive. I got you. All right. Well, that's what I was curious about. Like brother to brother. I think we're probably similarly aged. Do you find like men of our age category being very sensitive to other men when we communicate with each other? Do you think that's like pretty typical? Do you think like men of a certain age just just speak? I don't know if it's so much men of our age. I think we live in a time where insensitivity toward each other's issues and problems is at a heightened position, a heightened state. I just think that's the norm for society as a whole, where unless it's dealing with me and mine, we lose our sensitivity toward other people's circumstances and situations. When I heard more about your story, definitely kind of changed my outlook. But it's one of those things where my mind is always on solutions rather than problems. I think we focus too much on the problems, bro. Like incessantly talking about problems doesn't really help anything for my playbook. I like to try to come up with a way of fixing the issue. And part of it that came across as crass or insensitive or whatever. But I wish you nothing but the best this life has to offer. So. I appreciate it, no problem. And at the end of the day, we all can learn how to be better people, be better individuals, and learn how to be more sensitive to other people and other people's conditions. That's all we can ask of each other. Maybe we'll end up being in a better place, in a better world. That's fair, man. It's going to sound cynical, but I believe the vast majority of people, they have 2 emotions towards other people. And one is hate, a lot of haters, and then the second emotion is pity. A lot of times, and that pity doesn't really come from a good place. The pity is really what they're saying, thank God I'm not in that person's shoes. So,
I always said if I wrote an autobiography, the title would be I'd rather be hated than pitied. You know, so like I don't. For me, I prefer people to give me, you know, straight up no chaser. Like that's me, but I'm not pretending that that's everyone. You know, I don't mind like raw, straight up, just you know, say what you gotta say. That doesn't bother me, but I understand. You know, so for some people's point of view, you know, it's insensitive, and they have absolutely a right to feel that way. I'm not saying that my way is the only right way. I'm saying for me, and that's typically how I communicate. But I get where you're coming from.
And I used to be the same way, but life has a way of humbling us. Life has a way of humbling us to the point where we become more sensitive to others because of life circumstances that deal with us. You know, I used to. When you're a leader, you tend to be more aggressive in your stances. But when life humbles you, you realize that you're not in this by yourself, and you need others to survive and to make it.
I understand where you're coming from. I don't know, like, I guess. Thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah. I guess what you're saying is that through the, you know, humbling process, you kind of change your perspective in the way you communicate ideas, and that you know, that's a fair statement. You know, I I don't know. I don't know, like, well, I don't want to say anything that's going to get me in trouble, but it's it's a very it's an interesting perspective.
It's an interesting perspective to say, you know, I used to be one way, but then life humbled me, and now I'm able to see things differently. That's interesting.
Yeah, first lady, like I don't like have my core beliefs, and I could go through a difficult circumstance, but what's gonna see me through my is my core beliefs. Um, I'm not like I'm not going to go from being a conservative person because and you know believing that you know self sufficiency is key to life. Like you know, and then expecting you know like people to consider my circumstances. It would be great if people consider my circumstances, but I think the problem is the expectation. Like the I operate from the belief that no one's coming to save you. You have to save yourself.
Well, wait, I thought his answer to your question was in regards to what you originally asked him about whether you thought it was disrespectful or not. And his answer to your question was the fact that he used to be like that and he was humbled, so he's no longer like that. Now, what you're talking about is something completely different that I don't think that he said. Now, I could be wrong. I could have missed something.
Yeah, my perception of it was that we were talking about the communication style when he said he used to be like that, specifically to the communication style.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm saying is that I would not fundamentally change my communication style because of difficult times, because you know it's like it goes to the heart of my belief system. The self-sufficiency has to do with my communication style. If I, you know, like for me to be more sensitive, right, in my communication style, it would, you know, like I'm not, I don't, I don't think that my feeling sorry for someone is, you know, helps them. Like, you know, I don't think that it improves their circumstances. I think me giving them like, you know, some real like name or like some options on how they can change their circumstance That improves their life. Not
So you getting a happy ending? What's going on?
I'm at a bar.
Oh, okay.
But you know, but you know what happens, First Lady, is, and I understand where you're coming from. What happens is that when you live a life where you are self-sufficient, the humbling comes when you end up in a place in life where you are no longer able to be self-sufficient.
Exactly.
That's where the humbling comes in, and you have to depend on others
Right.
and their grace, and you have to depend on others and their ability to see you as an individual and to be willing to help you when you are no longer self-sufficient. That's where the humbling comes in.
Right. So, Anthony, before you respond, you know, during the pandemic, I had a lot of time to reflect on who I used to be. And I said 2014, 2015, 2016, I used to be a trainer. And like for my classroom, it started at 8 o'clock. If you didn't make it to my classroom, like I had a strict, guideline. At 8:01, I'm closing my door. If you're here, you're here. If you're not, you're not. No excuses. I want to hear it. And, I think I was like that because I was the type of person I had to get my son up, I had to get him ready for school, I had to get my daughter ready for school. I've always had to drop them off to daycare, pick them up from school, and everything had to be on time. I didn't have a chance to make excuses. So if I don't have the excuses, you're not getting the excuses. But during the pandemic, I don't know why God revealed this to me and showed me at this point in time. And I began to start to weep because the grace that God has given me throughout life, for me not to find a way to even be able to find a way to communicate it to the people in regards to just having just some type of kind of grace. You know what I mean? Like, because with my class, if in fact you missed a day, then you had to wait until the next training class started all over again before you could come back to class. So I was really hard ass. I'm like, I don't care. I don't want to hear no excuses. No, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. And that was so mean. That was so nasty. Yeah, it was a rule, but it wasn't a rule that I couldn't find a way to bend, like seriously 1 minute. But because I was so staunch and saying, listen, if I can do it, then everybody else can do it. But not understanding that, there are things that happen in life sometimes. And maybe they couldn't get there. Maybe it really was traffic. Maybe, their gas ran out. I don't know, whatever it is. But I look back at that and I'm just saying, the older I get, the wiser I become. Because I can actually look back at some of my, how I actually interacted with people and say, I want to do better. I want to change. And I don't think that your advice was necessarily the problem. Part of the problem is that he doesn't know you from Adam and Eve. This man don't know you. You don't even know him. You don't know his full background, right, at the time. So to make such a suggestion and not knowing all of those different things that he has going on, and even right now when you came back and you said, well, I think that's an odd way, blah, 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 blah. But then when he comes back and he says, I'm saying this because I was humbled, because I'm at a point where it's that I can't be self-sufficient. I have to depend on somebody. But in your mind, you couldn't think about it that way. But I hope that hearing him say that also opens your mind to be like, you know what I mean? Just a little bit.
First Lady, in light of what you said, right, from Anthony Edwards' perspective, I like the original First Lady. I like the one that held people to a standard. She closed the door at 8:01. You're late, you're out. I think that that's part of your standard for your class. And, people, excuses, they help no one. I can't be late to work. I'm never late to work. That's just, I have a standard set for myself. I'm not going to be late. This is unacceptable. I can make it, like I said, blame traffic, I can blame whatever.
this is not, like the standard that I hold myself to. And I think that, you have kids and you have responsibilities. And if you can make it there on time, anybody can make it there on time. I don't think just giving grace to people is like necessarily the best way to handle situations. Like, and I think it becomes like a slippery slope. Now, like in terms of my ultimate overarching advice, to me, if I can't afford something, I'm not going to love a physical item more than I love myself. I'm not going to go down into the muck because I'm trying to hold on to this physical item. I'm going to look at my situation, make an honest assessment, and I'm going to pivot if needed. And I don't think that's unreasonable. I was suggesting the pivot. If we keep insurance rates keep going up, we keep on having crazy hurricanes of Florida. Like honestly, I'm not mad at somebody that says, you know what, I'm gonna sell right now. There's this cat, I believe his YouTube channel is called Reventure. He talks about Florida incessantly. And there's people that have taken hits, hundreds of thousands of dollars selling their house in Florida. And it's like it's heartbreaking. Do I think they wanted to take the hit? No. But something, you gotta know when to hold them, when to fold them, when to walk away, when to run.
And Anthony, can I ask you a question?
Before you ask him a question, I just want to remind him about grace. So the next time that they start talking over you, next time they cut you off, don't ask me for grace. Don't call First Lady. Don't do it. The next time that you come off mic and you overtalk somebody and they shoot you out the space, don't ask for grace. Because a lot of times people ask for grace and don't even recognize they're asking for grace. And they're granted grace without having the gratitude and the being grateful for the grace that has been bestowed upon you. See, that's the difference with me now and versus the person that I used to be. I didn't understand how much grace and mercy I was actually living on until God had to humble me yet again to show me that if it was not for me, you wouldn't be where you are. So because of that, I'm going to treat his people with kindness. I'm going to be kind to them, and I'm going to give them the same grace that God has given me. I'm sorry, Orlando, go ahead.
Anthony, I want you to think about something. One of the greatest motivators that I believe, and I could be wrong, that drives you is fear. Fear of losing everything. Fear of not having anything. And because of that fear, it causes you to overcompensate to the point where you have no excuses. You have an attitude of no excuses for yourself and for no one else. And that's not always a great thing. Like I say, I've been there and done that. And because of life has humbled me. It has fine-tuned me to be more compassionate, not just for myself, but for others. To show compassion to others when they are at their low point. To understand that they may be in the circumstances that they never wanted to be in. But can I show compassion? Can I show empathy? One thing about it, people will never follow you and people will never take you at your word unless they know you care. If they don't think you care, they don't get what you have to say. But you got to know you care. We live in a time right now where we wonder who really care about me, who care about my family, who care about what I'm going through.
I hear everything you're saying, brother, right? So, first and foremost, I have failed more than I've succeeded in life, all right? I have learned far more from my failures than my successes. I feel that fundamentally, true change comes from difficult times. I think that's how people change and they grow. They grow through difficult circumstances.
So I get what you're saying, brother, but at the same time, it's like I don't think that the best teacher that I ever had in my life. It wasn't it wasn't her showing me that she cared about me. She imparted knowledge into me. And I went to, a corporal punishment type of school so that the teachers could dole out punishment as they saw fit in elementary school. And she would, handle her business if she had to. And that was also, a consideration. I'm not at that time thinking, oh, she's, doling out corporal punishment because she cares. You may in your adult mind think that, but at the time you're not thinking that at all. So like these ideas about you'll only deal with people or listen to people that you still care. Bro, I think that a lot of people have guilt and they have pity. And I think pity is detrimental. Feeling sorry for someone doesn't help. It really, if I give you fish versus teaching you how to fish. If I care, I'm going to teach you how to fish. I'm not giving you fish. It's two completely different mindsets. I'm not pitying you. I don't feel you're not a sorry person. You're a person that's capable of learning and improving your circumstances. And that's where it's at. And if you're at a point where you're not capable of improving your circumstances, and that's a different conversation, then I do feel, honestly, I do feel pity for it. I do think that that's good. There are people that have, like, forgive the, comparison, but like they may be disabled. They may have some kind of physical limitations. And that should be, accounted for. Then you can't, you're not going to teach that person how to fish. You're going to make sure that person eats consistently.
But what happens is, and that's the issue, because a lot of times what people do, people don't have an understanding, or they don't have a barometer of understanding. I'm not going to mention no names for somebody that's in charge of something. They had a brother that had a son that was sickly, and their compassion to their own brother. Why don't y'all just let him die? That is something I heard. That's documented. So when a person got a mindset like that, I understand that person doesn't care about me and care about other people that have disabilities. And it's shown every day. It's shown every day. Because what happens is you have to be able to find value in everybody. And if I can't find value in everybody, then I got a problem. I have a problem. I have to be able to find value. I have to be able to find worth in everybody. And a lot of times people figure, well, he on SSI, she's getting government assistance. I don't believe in giving nobody nothing. They should work for it. But you don't understand the circumstances of why they're on it. I'm not taking the time to figure out why they're on it. But I lump everybody into the same category, and that's the problem that we're experiencing, because people lump everybody in the same circumstance. And now realizing that
are you familiar with DNR or DNI?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So there's a lot of the mother has Alzheimer's, and they had a family meeting, and their siblings that work in the medical profession want to make the DNR DNI, and he was offended by the suggestion. He was very upset. The mother lives with him, and he thinks that that's reprehensible, and that's an indication that they don't care about them. And I think that that's an unfair assertion. Like, and that goes to the heart of what you were saying initially. There's a lot of medical professionals who themselves are DNR, DNI, because they've been in the room and watched, a medical emergency and what happens, and when, trying to run a code and trying to, resuscitate somebody. and they know what that is. And they say, you know, I wouldn't want that for me. I don't want that for mom. I don't want that for dad. It doesn't make them a bad person. You know, like before I got into the medical field, my aunt put herself up as DNR, and I was devastated. I couldn't believe she would do that. But, you know, afterwards, it made sense to me. I started to get it. So I don't think it's fair for us to, like, just make a blanket statement as to whether or not somebody cares about somebody or not. If they're willing to let that person die peacefully. I don't think that that's a positive judgment as to their care. I don't think that's fair.
And to some degree, I agree. You know, I've been there and done that with my mother. You know, when I had to make that choice, I'm the oldest. So I had to ask the doctor, what is her prognosis? And the doctor was very frank. You know, we can continue the treatment, but as we deal with one thing, something else is going to happen. Or you can allow your mother to pass away peacefully. It's up to you. You know, it's not something, and then that wasn't the part of that bothered me. The part that bothered me is that I live in a country that when I needed to put her, because she had Alzheimer's, when I needed to find a place that could adequately help her because I could no longer do it in my home, I'm blind. So I could no longer give her the assistance that she needed. They told me that as long as she got money in the bank, as long as she had property, you have to sell everything she has, pay for it out of her own pocket. When she has nothing, then Medicaid and Medicare will pick up and we'll take it from there. And my exact words to them was, so you're telling me my mother needs to be broke before all the years that she paid into Medicaid and Medicare through her employment, she can't get any assistance until she has been proven to be broke. And they tell me, yeah, that's basically what we're telling you. That's basically what we're telling you.
Yeah, who wrote that policy?
So on top of my mother progressively getting worse, I had to deal with that. That made it worse than her getting progressively worse. That's what made it worse. So for an individual not to care is one thing, but when you got a whole system that doesn't care, that's a whole different answer. It's a whole different answer. And that's something that each and every person that lives in this country eventually gonna have to come to grips with when they have a parent, or even a parent or wife or husband. They're gonna have to deal with it. If things stay the way they are, they're gonna have to deal with it. If things stay the way they are.
Yeah, I was just addressing somebody in the chat. You know, it was interesting because, like, when I mentioned the whole disabled thing, I said disabled people should get support. You know, unqualified support. They should be taken care of. Unqualified. You know, it shouldn't. You know, I have no problem with that. With that said, you know, like, people will disparage you and they'll make stuff up, man. So, you know, I don't like to bring stuff from the chat onto the stage, so I'm not going to make a comment directly about that. I addressed it in the chat. But, as it was, you know, Orlando, I don't want to be the dude that I thought one way and then life humbled me and it changed my perspective. I don't want to be that dude. I'm not knocking you. If you're that dude, God bless you. We all make our own decisions. But I don't want to be that dude.
Well, Anthony, unfortunately,
Hold on just a minute. Anthony, I think that we got the exchange in the chat.
I was referring to Trump. Trump apologized for that. I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about me. Sorry. I want to clarify this for the fact as well. People have misread that. Basically, Trump's brother wrote a book where his brother said that Trump told him to leave his son die.
Yes.
And that also people who work with Trump said he made disparaging remarks about the disabled. So that's the clarity.
Exactly.
So that's the point. I apologize profusely. My bad. I misunderstood. I thought you were referring to me. You know, I've been accused of egregious things, and I apologize to you. I should never like that.
It's all good.
So, I'm just, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm good.
You know, and that's the point I was bringing up earlier. That how can I expect for someone that told his own brother to let your son die, that he was a disgrace to the family because he was in that condition? How can I expect them to even care about me if that's how you feel about your own nephew? I'm not surprised by what I see. I'm not surprised by the politics that I hear and see going on coming from a certain place on Pennsylvania Avenue. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
Okay, now I'm going to actually take the time to put this situation out because I wasn't aware of it. You know, like, I know my relationship with my nephew, I know my relationship with my brother. And I know that anything I say to my brother related to my nephew in any circumstance is going to be from the heart. It's how I would approach a situation with my son. I wouldn't treat my nephew any different. As long as, if my brother, God forbid, wasn't around, and my nephew, niece, whatever, needed care, they're going to get the best of the best as though my brother was still around. And he knows that. And I know vice versa the same. So without having context for this particular situation, I don't know if Trump would have said the same thing about his own kids. I don't know. I really don't know.
Hi everyone. Can anyone hear me?
Hey, Sabina, I hope all this other things are good.
Hi Anthony.
No, we don't hear you.
No, I have to ask because my mic isn't working.
One second. It can be distorted, but thank you so much for joining us this evening. Thank you for the exchange, fellas. Now, this is what I'm talking about, having a conversation. We don't agree on the topics. Anthony was able to articulate, even though it may not have been palatable for others, it was done without cussing and fussing. Okay? So I appreciate that and I acknowledge that. So thank you. But some people might say I'm giving grace. Anyway, no, just kidding. Sabina, how are you, sis? How you feeling?
I'm fine. How are you? Always give grace, by the way. Always.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Yeah, I just wanted to ask, I do believe that Project 2025 and the whole MAGA is white identity politics, and I mean, I understand where they're coming from, but I don't know if the document that was going around was it debunked? Was that proven to be true, or was it falsified? Like there was an actual document called Project 2025.
Yeah, it's true.
Was it? Oh, it's true. Oh my goodness. Okay, yeah. So this is the thing. This is why I believe DEI was actually something that was actually successful, because imitation is the biggest form of flattery, right? And so if they want to imitate, DEI and what the left is doing, and then apply it to themselves, that means that DEI is actually, something that they want to emulate, but they just want to make sure that they're included. And I never understood why they felt excluded, because every time I was in DEI circles, they made it clear that white working class people were also disenfranchised, just like black people were, right? Or black working class, middle, whatever, right? Racially and so on, and women as well. For example, white women don't ever hesitate to include themselves. White men, for whatever reason, even if they're poor, I don't know if it's their pride or their own arrogance. It's like, include yourself. Don't exclude yourself and then get disgruntled because you're not included. Because white women totally took advantage of it, right? They took advantage of affirmative action, and why should they not?
that's what you should do. So don't exclude yourself and then get mad that you're isolated, because you should be included, because if you are a white working class person, you are marginalized, and so you should also be included in DEI. That's all. Thank you.
You said a white working class.
Yeah, white working class men. Yeah, that's usually the people that vote for Trump. Yeah.
They're marginalized.
If they're poor, yeah. Yeah. That's what like the DEI idea is. It does include class as part of it. That's what Kimberly Crenshaw, like, they always attack critical race theory, but she never excluded white working class people. She never did in any of her works. But for some reason,
they're talking about class. They're talking about protected classes.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Like, yeah, I don't think they're talking about. But white men are protected under DEI if they're a veteran. You know, they have veteran preference.
But even in that, the present regime wants to even get rid of those preferences, because suspended the program for disabled veterans, and the employment program that they have for disabled veterans qualifying for contracts. So that's been suspended also.
Continues. Beautiful day here in the desert. This will be the perfect day for them. It's like 100 and...
Yeah, I don't know anything about that.
Now, with that noise, happy Sunday, y'all. We're figuring out how
Alright, is that it? That's all you got? We have...
He's saying that he's talking about I haven't really seen anything that's suspended. VA contract.
Who's Lisa's not even here. Who's this Pro Ben Roy person? Been sitting on stage all day, ain't said a word. I got my eye on you, sir. What's going on? Wait a minute, Ultra, I'm handling business. Probiotics, are you there? Probiotics, are you there?
I don't think he's there. I think he's trying to listen and learn. This is learning English on one of his pictures. Ben. Yeah, he just up here.
How do you know? It could be a spy. Alright, go ahead, Ultra. Go ahead, do your little song and dance.
Happy Sunday, y'all.
Ain't that about a monkey?
Hey, tomorrow.
Hey everybody. So we forever day up there. I was like, why is hand raising turned off?
I ain't do it. Somebody brought it in.
It was me.
Did Jack tell me
But I forgot I did it.
I'm sorry about that. I ain't mean to cut it off.
It was definitely me. I forgot that I turned it on, and I didn't see nothing over in the chat. I wasn't even looking at the chat. I was engulfed in the conversation, so I apologize, guys. Thank you.
Okay. Did you guys talk about the Jay Vance Erica Kirk thing that's blowing up?
Oh, I heard he was banging up Erica Curry. He was banging.
Oh.
It
his podcast and took his woman down.
Oh my goodness. It's not even that. So you know how it started, Sandra? No. What happened?
I can't believe he said that.
Yeah. He said openly that he wished his wife Usha, who's Hindu, was Christian, and then now you see, Charles, who's passed, his wife all hugging up on him. I thought it was crazy. It's insane.
She was right. The picture was right.
I didn't say that because someone asked
It was very inappropriate.
Someone asked him how does he raise his children. He said his wife does go to church with him, and he said that he hopes that the word would move her. I never heard him say he wished his wife was Christian. I've heard him on the record because he was at
I did hear him say that.
Okay.
I don't think he meant it to come out that way, but yeah.
Yeah, he didn't mean it to come out that way, but he actually did say that. I've seen the video tape like three or four times. He did say that.
I also heard him on the record.
I think it came to mind.
I posted it. Yeah. I posted it in the chat. Yeah. And he didn't mean it. Sorry.
Yeah, I was still talking. I mean, I hear it. I hear what y'all are saying, but I'm just trying to say he has also said otherwise. That she goes to church with him. Their kids go to Catholic school. So yeah, I just I don't know.
Yeah, I think I know what you're saying. He didn't mean it in a malicious way, but he was trying to say that he wishes that her heart were to accept Christ. Because I know people in relationships where another person's a different religion, so I know he didn't mean it that way. But it's when he said along with the picture that I think everyone is going crazy about. But but anyways, yeah, he did say it though.
I know one thing. Ain't no black woman that I know on the planet would let some other woman hug their husband. I don't care whether it's honest. It'll be a fight. It'll be a fight. I don't care how proper the black woman I know, it'll be a straight up fight.
First lady will show criticism.
They would snatch her whole wig off, and they would snatch her up right there. If I'm wrong, ladies, correct me.
You are right. Imagine someone hugged Obama like that. Imagine
A lot of people have. Yeah, I ain't doing all that. I'll be joking and saying I would have knocked her ass the fuck out, but nah, for real, I ain't doing all that. I would have. I'm gonna be honest with you. If he would have at least not on camera, disrespected, we're not having a conversation. But if he think it's okay, I mean, I don't know.
I y'all refer to this.
He's a politician too.
I y'all refer to this like I'm looking at it right now. So it's either 1, 2. So you have for 2.5 seconds. Is that the one they were talking about?
That they're talking about?
4
seconds, goodness gracious.
That's great. 1. That's great. 2. I think it's just right at 2 seconds. Are y'all serious?
Hey, y'all, I just asked the people that were talking, that you guys had talked about it earlier. Don't say y'all, because I don't think
If you see a picture of the
Yeah, it was just a very 2-second hug.
I know. So they said that the guy. She put her hands in his hair and all this stuff, and I kept telling them I think that she's still mourning her husband, and
have her hands in his hair.
Yeah, and I seen it. I watched it. The thing for me is, in other communities, this is how they touch. They're touchy-feely type of people. So it may look different from another community, how somebody else embraces another, man's husband kind of thing.
So my wife agreed it was a lot. It was too much. It was a lot, right? But she also indicated that I believe she's on probably all kind of common things, and that she's mourning, and that maybe she's using J.D. Vance because she reminds her of her husband, and she's just going through that. Like right now, she's mourning. She's not herself. Yeah, I'm not saying that they're gonna get together or anything like that. I I've never alluded that. I know that's the talking point on Twitter and all that stuff. I would never say that because I don't know that lady and I don't know JD Vance. I don't know his marriage. All I know is she works at I am speaking for myself. If you would stop interrupting me. I literally think two things. One, that's the reason why I said the black woman I know that would be not okay with. I didn't say anything else. The black woman I know, they ain't gonna let no other woman run her fingers through no man's head. And when I say snatch her, hold on for a second, man. When I say snatch her up, I didn't mean physically snatch her up. It'll be a whole situation that maybe it'll be a conversation, anything like that. I didn't say that they was gonna throw down and fight, but it'll be a whole conversation. Now the other point that I said is this. When he said what he said, I'll say it again. I don't think he meant it to come out that way. I don't think he did. I don't think that man means anything negative about his wife. I don't think he did. But the way he said it got to his brain because it sounded like I really want her, the word to work on her heart and her leave her religion and come to mine. That's what I heard. No, I'm not trying to clean it up. I'm trying to help y'all listen through actually like normal people ears and not through those weird left wing kind of right wing or back wing or whatever wing it is y'all listen through.
Can I say something real quick? I just want to say this real quick. I think that it's a lot being made out of nothing. I think she's probably really appreciative of the money that he helped her get. Or whatever the fuck he did, that they helped her. They helped her out a lot. And I just think that there was more of an appreciative thing. That didn't look sexual in any way. You can almost freeze frame anything and make somebody look like, these days it's nothing to freeze frame and stop something and create something out of nothing. And I think that was really some bullshit. As far as him being with his wife, I don't think that was a good fit from the beginning. And he was lucky to be getting some Indian pussy. And I think I think he was lucky. And he's not a handsome man. He's an unattractive white motherfucker. And so he was very lucky to get something. But
Jamal, your wife gonna let some other woman put her hand in your hand? Jamal.
I think that was just
Jamal, is your wife gonna let another woman do that?
Y'all not right.
What?
I don't think it was too much.
Jamal, is your wife gonna let another woman get away with that? And I said that to you.
It was too much.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you, is your wife gonna let another woman rub her hands up your neck?
It may have been a conversation at home between the two of us.
Okay, she gonna say something, right?
Yeah, it might be something said. He might have to deal with something at home with his wife, but I don't think it was. I think it was no intent involved in it. I think people are just.
I wasn't intent. I just said your wife ain't gonna let that go down like that.
I think that there will probably be a conversation between the two of us. I believe there would be because she would, especially because he's moving in all types of different directions, and he might not even want the woman that he's with now because she's black. Even though she's Indian, she's black. And so he's with a black woman. I don't give a damn if she's Indian or whatever. She's black. And so that, she's darker than most of the sisters on this stage, and so she's a black woman, and as far as I'm concerned. And so, and as far as they're concerned, she's black.
What? Is that?
I mean, it is.
Her fingers through his head. Okay.
You had a hard time calling Kamala black, but you gonna call Usha black. That's insane. My God.
That's it's crazy.
She's darker than Kamala.
Divine, if you're trying to say something, what's going on?
Erica Kirk did not rub her hands through his head. She touched him. I just looked at it. She touched the back of his head. They hugged, and she walked away. And like, it was nothing. It's nothing.
Where were his hands? Where were his hands?
On the head. On the head.
Then his hands were on her waist.
That's supposed to
It wasn't. That's not a regular hug. That's not a regular hug.
Really?
I don't care. I'm just going.
Why are you defending it? We're talking about what
I'm not defending it. He shouldn't have had his hands on
you
her
said
waist.
that you don't care, but you.
No, I don't care.
I know, but we're just having a conversation. Okay, yeah, well, we're not saying that you care. We're having a conversation, that's all. That's it.
Yeah, any blog or media source that's saying it's more than it looks like. His hands were on his sides for like a millisecond. She patted the back of his head.
You told him to remember me.
Divine, I'm gonna ask you the same question. You mad, bro?
Yeah, probably upset.
You married to a black woman?
Sure, I'm a black Panamanian.
Okay, a black Panamanian. That's even better. This is my question, Divine. If your woman saw a picture, a still photo of a woman, got her fingers in your hair, like she had her fingers in his hair, not the video, but the still picture, is your woman not gonna have a conversation with you?
Okay. First of all, I'm not hugging another woman like that. You get a side hug.
Why not? It's nothing burger.
Hold on, ask me a question. You're not gonna have an opportunity. I'm gonna keep it above. You're not gonna have an opportunity to get an image of me looking like that hugging a woman. She gets a side hug like she's one of my students, and it's like barely touching. Right, like shoulder to shoulder, I'm gonna push. If she's trying to get up on me, I'm gonna push her hips back because you're not gonna disrespect my wife because my wife is not really gonna get mad at her, still get mad at me. Why are you so comfortable with this lady getting so close to you? See, I know how to move. I know. You heard me?
That's what I've been waiting to hear. That is what I've been waiting to hear.
When you're a politician, though.
Right.
There's different strokes and different folks. If your husband a politician, you're gonna expect him to hug, kiss babies, all this other extra shit, pat people on their back. That's why I said I was joking. When I said that earlier, I was joking. Like honestly, I don't know.
Patty, not different strokes.
It's a different, again, y'all keep, do you got a black wife? All these qualifiers. We're talking about a white woman and a brown woman.
Honestly, I don't even think it's that for me. I think it's his job. Like,
The job is unfettered, yes.
I work with a bunch of dudes, right? So if you see a bunch of dudes calling, it's usually about work. There's nothing else. It's just about work. But if I had a job, let's say, working the makeup counter at Sephora, a bunch of dudes call my phone, that's a whole different story. You know what I'm saying? So, we gotta look at his job.
I agree with you, Patty, and I agree with you, First Lady. The thing that I keep calling that out is, the reason why I keep saying that is because you hear people say, this is a nothing burger. But in their life, it'd be a huge burger. So I'm like, hold up, you ain't white, so you don't know what this is to them. Just like I said, I don't know whether Erica Kirk find that man attractive or not. I have no clue. I don't know nothing about her life. And I don't know nothing about J.D. Vance. He may not have they may hug like this all the time. From what I understand, they were really close friends with them anyway. I don't know that. But I'm just calling out the hypocrisy when people say, oh, this is nothing burger. People do that all the time. But I wouldn't do that because my wife would get on my case. That's what I'm calling out.
Yeah, for your situation, but if you was a politician, your wife is gonna have to suck it up and drive on.
Yeah, I agree.
Either that or you're gonna have to find another wife.
Time will tell.
Yeah, I think Patty's right about that.
I'm a fair politician myself, regardless of party. Like, there is that kind of hugging at events. It, like, nobody puts the hand on the back of the head kind of thing, but, people do hug.
See how they talk shit about Biden, how he always pats people on the back, shit like that.
Yeah, he's grabbing the Biden. They don't always do that. Biden is damn near filling up somebody's dress in his old ass. Fondling cheeks. Smelling scalps and
what does that have to do with what's going on today?
We do have a
that was nothing. That was absolutely nothing.
Biden ain't doing nothing but being a politician. He's just a nice guy.
We do have a former vice president who never would have let himself get that close to a woman who wasn't his wife. It was Mike Pence. Mike Pence.
Exactly.
Yeah, I shake hands.
Yeah, Mike Pence, I think, is the only president, right?
Say again, Mike?
Mike Pence is the only president that was really like that.
Oh, the vice president that was like that? No, who was about who he was?
We wouldn't be there without mother.
Mike Pence has had the rule that he'll only be in close situations with his wife since he got into the House.
Yeah, but he's always been that way.
But yeah, that's not normal for vice president. Usually a vice president would say that.
Well, he's the one that said it.
A young guy, he's only 30-some years old.
But Mike Pence has always been that way. He's been the most vocal about it. But there's historians that says there was other VPs that was notoriously like that as well. But I mean, of course, there's no reference. I literally have a file on my computer about that because I actually wrote a Substack. I wrote a Substack about it. I do. I wrote a Substack about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna subscribe to your Substack. I want to read it.
I don't know. You spend your time that way, man. You need to get some fishing. Start fishing or something.
It's good.
No.
A lot good.
Yes, you need to get a fishing rod and head out the fucking ocean.
Fishing rod doesn't make me any money. People read my stuff. Substack does. So.
It was all of this stuff.
I've been on Substack for the last 4 weeks, and that's why I haven't been able to run so much because I've been on Substack.
Yeah, it's all of this production. They want us to forget about it. What's Substack? We want to what's that?
Substack is essentially an app where you can go where people write short to semi-long form articles, and they're about every subject you could possibly think of. Like, I subscribe to a news one, but I also wrote a Substack about troops in Chicago, or National Guard Chicago.
And they gave the articles.
I'll subscribe to a Substack in which they were writing about massacres during the Civil War, like the massacre of Fort Pillow. And so it's a widely varied site. Don't get me wrong, it's just like every other app has. Right? All apps have their ilk, but it's a really good app.
Well, you can have free subscriptions and you can have paid subscriptions. It's how you set up your Substack. So I have some that are free and I have some that are paid. So paid articles are different to those subscribers than the free one.
Interesting. Okay. All right.
Jamal, you just met me. You know I make money whatever I'm doing.
As far as that, I won't speak to that. I can't speak to your money. I'm concentrating on my own. If that's what you're doing, that's what you're doing. I know you got some time to be fishing.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Go get you some worms.
No, I don't. You find me a way to make some money at it, I'll do it.
At least crabbing, where you at, you can do some crab thing. Get you some lobster tails, all that.
Just don't.
No, I'm good on that.
Man, look, see, never mind, I forget it. But Charlie Kirk will be turning over in his grave right now. If he knew his wife was blowing off and fondling the vice president.
He's looking up and seeing everything that she's doing.
You've been in the ground too much. Too much.
You know what? I caught that a little bit. That was funny. I'm not gonna hold you.
Nah, I feel sorry for Pence's. Not Pence. Vance's wife though. That's who I really feel sorry for. She should have never gave none of that good Indian up to that motherfucker. He's a slouch. Man, I'm just counting the days until they call it Fondle Gate. I'm just waiting. Somebody's gonna call it. It's gonna be in the news. Fondle Gate. Yeah, that's
if I was his wife. It's a little snide remarks about her.
Patty, have you seen all the different videos that are going viral with people acting like they're like, especially as Indian women that are doing this, and they're dressing up like trying to act like they're making themselves appealing for their husband again, but they're making it like a joke and they're going viral. Like, does this make me look like a couch? Have you seen those?
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I haven't seen those videos. That's crazy.
You have it, or you have it. I'll post a link if you have it.
Post a link. I had to see it too.
Oh man, that shit's going viral. I'll post a couple of links. Give me a sec.
I see some video. I ain't never ran across no Indian. Never ran across none.
What you mean?
What do you want?
The scan. I'm talking about some scans. There's some Indian food.
No Indian woman ever found you appealing. I got it.
You don't hear some Indian? You hear some Indian? You have some of that?
I refuse to get in this conversation.
I'm asking if you had some masala. Have you had any tea masala?
I don't disrespect people's voice like that.
Okay, so this is when I say, hey everybody, welcome to Politically Correct. One mic please, one mic. Welcome to Politically Correct. Project 2025, Equal White Identity Politics Exposed. Let's bring it back home and try to get back on the train tracks. Let's get our plane navigational system adjusted. Yeah, so many of us have read many portions of Project 2025, including myself. We spoke about this yesterday. You can look at policy that's being pushed and you can compare it to what's happening in the written documents. Heritage Foundation has been around for ages. They only changed their names. This is a think tank, right-leaning think tank that aims to guide the policies of the Republican Party, and in this case, MAGA. And so here we are today. We can look at the atrocities that have been taking place, case law that is being attempted to be rolled back, attacks on the Civil Rights Act of 1964. People are like, why you always want to go back there? Because that's the foundation right there, you know. There was a time when some of y'all mamas couldn't open a bank account without a husband, right? Of all races. Women could not do this, women could not do that, black people could not do this, could not do that. And so these rights have been afforded and now they're under attack. I believe there are individuals who feel we've come too far too fast, others who argue that we haven't gotten anywhere, but that is not a fact when it comes to education, when it comes to entrepreneurship, when it comes to a lot of things here in these Americas. Some people would think like we gotta slow these folks down, not just black folks, but all minorities. You have people coming to this country, opening up businesses. Did you know you cannot open one Dunkin' Donut? You had to open 3, right? So anybody you see those Dunkin' Donuts popping up and people pooling their money, they didn't open one Dunkin', they opened 3 Dunkin'. So things like that. You're here in New York, the the bodegas, that was a Latin term, a Spanish term. The bodegas are all owned by the Yemenis, right? How did we miss that boat, right? It went from the Spanish hands or the Latin hands, the Puerto Rican hands, straight to the Yemenis hands. And guess what? The Latinos, they are now venturing into supermarkets. If you go to a lot of supermarkets in New York, you'll see they are owned by Latins. So they leveled up, from bodegas, supermarkets, and things of that nature. And again, you have, if you look at here in New York, who owns the Dunkin' Donuts, who owns the gas station, right? And so people are threatened by this. The powers that be are threatened by this. We've made some advancements as well here in New York as far as Black people. We're opening bodegas. We're owning businesses. My own neighborhood, East Flatbush. Most of the businesses are Black owned. Your Jamaican restaurants, your little shishi bar and grills. People are leveling up. So I think someone's threatened by that. So it's like, in my opinion, we got to slow them down. That's what it looks like to me. I'll pass the mic. Let's keep the conversation going. And let's try to stay away from the sexual epithets.
Not to me here. May I ask two questions to ladies in this room?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. You were talking about a few minutes back about the hug, right? So, for men, it doesn't matter. So there is always the big spectrum, but it is always the modesty of a woman is a bit more difficult to understand. So, is it easy to differentiate between a good hug and a bad hug, or a good touch and a bad touch, from a woman's perspective? So, this is the question that I have.
A good bitch from a bad bitch? What do you say?
You talking about if a man was to hug me? If I could tell the difference between a good hug and a bad hug?
Yes.
I think it means if it's like somebody being genuine or somebody trying to grow.
You can tell if somebody's trying to grow you. I don't know. I don't understand that. Did any of y'all other ladies understand that?
Can you repeat it again?
Yeah.
Hey, doctor, good to see you again.
Yeah, thank you. This one, I have a daughter who is 20 years now, and from the she's of course growing in India. From the beginning, my wife made sure that she's sort of protected. But I was always asking my wife, she must be mingling with everyone. Of course, she does. But we have to make sure that she identifies with whom to move closely and with whom she should not. So this is always a eternal problem according to me, because it also depends on the persons, the way they look at it. But generally speaking, I want to, because my wife has a different perspective because of her cultural background, being an Indian. I just wanted to ask, because you are already openly discussing about these things, and also about the hug Charlie gets, right? So, wife and JD Vance thing that I saw that. So, in that sense, I wanted to ask a question. Is it easy or difficult for you to identify between a good touch and a bad touch, or a good hug and a bad hug? So, this is the question that I want.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
He was asking a lady.
Would you like to put your genitals to the side and answer?
Well, I can.
No thanks. No thanks. All right, so, doctor, growing up, my mother was very cautious. Telling me, don't sit on a man's lap, don't get close to, all these different things. So I think as I continuously grew up, it was something that became innate, if you will. And I can definitely feel energy. I can feel when when a person is being flirtatious, or genuine. So I definitely have the perception of those different attributes if someone was to hug me, if it was just like from a genuine space, or if it was something that was more on the sexual side of things. Why do you ask the question?
And honestly, I don't let men at work hug me. That's you're going too far now. It's a professional environment. What are we hugging for?
Correct.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, were you talking about at work?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and remember he just said something about his wife, the girl that works with him, his receptionist. Also, I don't know what the rules are in India, but the United States, they have this thing where sexual harassment is a big thing.
Yeah.
And you can hug somebody and not mean anything by it. It can just be you being like, hey, you okay? And they can actually press charges on you.
Mr. Patty, I got a question.
And wait a minute, hold up.
Yes, please, ma'am. I apologize.
No worries. As well as, sexual harassment, somebody else can identify it. And you could be offensive to someone else just watching you do it. So, sexual harassment in the United States is definitely something they take very seriously. I didn't get his, if he was saying it's something at work, I don't know that a woman, especially a secretary, should be hugging her boss.
But I don't know what the rules are in India either. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just saying, mentally in my mind, period. I don't give a darn what state, country, region you're in.
Yeah, but in the Middle East, it's like when I go to certain people's office, it's like a custom that we kiss on the cheek, like.
Yeah, side to side kind of. Yeah. So like the custom. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And I don't know what the rules are where you at, what y'all customs are.
Anything you want to close over?
Yeah. One small thing is this. See, there are multiple occasions where you, for example, you win a very important match. For example, your coach, for example, hugs you, and then it's actually much tighter because of that moment, right? So you're enjoying that moment. And the same thing, you can always differentiate depending on the situation and things like that, but you can never be able to really see inside a man's mind, right? So in that sense, some of the countries and cultures, they don't even allow women to touch other men, which that is basically taking to the extreme. And the other extreme is completely allowing, and they're not really teaching the kids, so that some of the things that I hear from UK is gullible, small teenagers getting trapped. So for me, it looks like an internal problem. I agree that it's a difficult thing to tell, but if there is some sort of a scale or some way of identifying it, then it would be really useful for the societies, right? So this is one comment. The second comment that I wanted to ask or tell you is that right wing or right wing or right side is always thought of as white man, right? Why not the black also part of the right wing, right? I see many people, but usually I don't, the majority are white, I agree. But why is that? In US, right wing means it is always white man. This is something that I want to learn from you. Thank you.
Go ahead, Matt.
May I speak, please? I'll listen. Sorry.
Can I get in on this? Is it okay?
Patty, what was the direction?
So we were trying to let Matt in because he kept trying to come in the conversation.
I was just going to ask if
I don't understand. What do you not understand about the right wing of government versus the left wing of government?
That was he said he didn't understand the white and the black thing. I was clear on this question. I wanted to say one or two things if I could.
Wait a minute, let us clarify that's what he said. Can you clarify again, Dr. B?
Yeah, what is your confusion?
Clarify, did you say left wing, right wing, or did you say black or white?
So,
What did you say?
right. Okay, let me. Sorry, because my accent may be a little.
No, it's okay. Go ahead, babe.
Yeah. So usually, what I see from U.S. politics and news, whatever that little that I see, is that whenever we say right wing politics or politicians or the right wing ideology, usually people connect right wing with white men or white men and women, and left is always connected with or much more closely associated with black men and women. Why is that? Why such a thing happens? Or if my understanding is not correct, then that's also fine. So I will correct myself.
I'd like to say something if I could.
Okay.
Yeah.
Please,
Please allow me, please.
Please allow me.
And Doctor, I appreciate the question because it is a really good question as far as I'm concerned. Historically, we have to go back just a little bit. I think it's more not right and left, it's more conservative and liberal are the terms or the classifications here in the country, the way they view it. And historically, African Americans or black indigenous people to this area of the planet were very conservative. And we were right. And we were on the right side. I believe a transition happened in the 70s and 60s. We started to kind of transition more on the liberal side of things. And excuse me, can I speak my piece?
Oh, wow.
Please, just asking. We've had a conservative way of viewing things is God, man, woman, and child. And that was the way we historically viewed things. Over the past 50 or so years, there's been a shift to the left to a liberal way of thinking, but it looks like things are starting to move back to the right. African American men almost at a 20% to 25% clip have started to vote more conservative now, and we're kind of shifting that way. We've seen in Chicago that even some of the black women have started to shift towards the right because it aligns better with our family values. I'll land right there.
So that's not true. For us, it's more of small government versus big government, right? So, like, when you look at what happened during Reconstruction, it was like big government that gave us protections so that we can come out of slavery, we can have the little bit of rights that they were given. That's why we have like politicians back then. And then when it went to small government, that's when Jim Crow laws. When they gave the power back to the states, that's when Jim Crow came around. So for us, it's more of like, we're not into this like preserving this like power structure where we're at the bottom of the food chain. Like, we're not doing slavery and segregation, Jim Crow. We're not doing none of that shit. And then what's going on right now with getting rid of Section 2, Voting Rights Act, the VRA, we're not with that either. So we still rely on the government to make rules and laws that give us some type of place in society, right? So, no, we may have conservative values in our home when you're talking about God and family, but then we also depend on the government heavily to make sure that things are in play. We've always been liberal. just because you have conservative values at home where you believe in God doesn't mean that you're not able to say, like, where are my rights? And we need these rights. And we're not depending on the small state, these states to fucking give it to us. We have to have the federal government come up with rules of law that ensures our protections. And that's why we've always been liberal. Or left.
No, you're right. The specific line is Andrew Johnston repealing Reconstruction, which led President Grant to have to reintroduce troops into the federal South in the 1870s, early 1870s, because of the birth of the Klan and other terrorist organizations who just went around lynching people at the time. And so you're absolutely right. The position of having a stronger government means protection versus having to rely on states has historically, for most of the country's history, meant exploitation.
And that's why we're easily left-leaning.
Yeah, but so the idea of the Civil Rights Act, it was supposed to bring equal rights to everyone. So that means you mean to say, because now it's almost more than 50 years now. You mean to say the law was not, all these years, law is not properly implemented in US? Because why I'm asking this question is that if that divide is still there, so there is also a term called white man's burden, right? And that is also causing much of a problem because you need to help those who really need help. And helping someone who doesn't deserve will eventually spoil the environment, the societies, as well as the person who is trying to help. So in that sense, if this law is properly implemented, then most of the left white men wouldn't have been there, right? This is something that I'm thinking. I don't know whether my sequence of thoughts are proper, but this is something that I'm always constantly think about the US.
Okay, so we can have the rights on paper, but people will roll it back in practice when you don't.
Yeah, I can understand that.
So, that's why we rely heavily on the federal government. Getting some of the things that Project 2025 or even what Trump has put in executive orders or he's trying to make legal is really, or using the office of the presidency to threaten companies or corporations. That shit affects us. It affects the minority.
Yeah, he just he goes too far to the point of it's not just talking about things. It's you know a lot of elected officials talk, right? But for the most part, they won't. In the federal government, they won't enact policy. This guy is not only enacting policies, but he's threatening Boston's on top of that to roll back protection. It's amazing the lawsuits like that. Okay.
Some of the Project 2025, I think in the pages of the 870s and in the 800s, in that area, they start talking about men and custodial rights and also tax benefits of children and being able to file for benefit of their children and also parental rights. I think line up really good for black men. Some of the things that they have thought out are interesting because it seems like the Democrats would have thought more about some of these legal things as far as black family is concerned, as far as black children are concerned, education and also custodial rights of the children. It's very interesting that they've made plans for these things specifically with black families in mind, and we haven't seen anything like this from the Democrats. And so it's very interesting that, and I think this is why we're starting to kind of drift a little bit more to the right because of the high push on the LGBT thing and pushing that on the family versus some of the structural things that is coming out of that Project 2025. I'll land right there.
What just happened?
You do know who the party is made up of, right? Like what they look like. You do know that, right?
I just want to point out that this fucking dumbass can't go 3 sentences without mentioning LGBT shit. So shut the fuck up, you dumbass.
Hey, Spirit, let me just tell you that Jamal has been hyper-focused on other men's penis ever since I met him. And in this very room, he's asked for us to PTR our penis so he can see who had the largest. That's a fact.
This is typical dumbass. Doesn't know anything about what the fuck he's talking about. But, you know, it's nice to be able to listen to him talk about gay shit since he's so obsessed with it. It's so predictable and sad.
In my knowledge, when somebody's hyper-focused on something, that means it's dominating their mind and they're trying to suppress it.
Free your mind, and the rest will follow. We will die. Don't be so shy.
Hey, these things that I'm
That's why you have a problem with that whole man holding his wife's hip thing.
None of that stuff matters. But I do see a shift. And if we start to visit some of the documents in the 800s of Project 2025, the custodial stuff that I was speaking about and the tax stuff that I was speaking about, that they were working through for the black families. It was chapters. It was a few chapters just focused totally on black families, and I haven't seen the Democrats put anything together on black families, not even put any thought into it. And I just found that very interesting. Yeah, I think it was in the 800s, those pages in that area.
Are you saying Democrats are not pro-family? I'm confused.
I'm just making up shit.
So did he say the 800s?
Yeah.
Not the 1800s, but the 800s.
Looking about this page, I think he's talking about the pages. But don't worry about that. They start back in the cabin. Them cabins attached to the plantation. That's when they gonna worry about the little black boys and girls.
So you said Democrats. So there's no civil rights, right?
No, what I'm saying is that I found it interesting in those particular pages that they had chapters that were focused on the black family and ways of uplifting the black family in the United States. And I was really surprised by that being in Project 25 when they kept saying how terrible of a document it was. In between those documents, they had stuff written about the black man and how he associated with his family and his children and tax laws. And it was very interesting. In the 800s, I think those pages in that area, they focused a lot on the black family, almost almost more than I've ever in my life heard the Democrats focus anything on the black family at all. And I just found that very interesting. And the reason why I brought it up, not from a homosexual perspective, but from the perspective of what the doctor was asking about. And so, I just laid it out. And I think that black people are starting to drift a little more to the right because they're at least prescribing things for the black family. I land there.
Yeah, but Jamal, to Spirit's point earlier.
Pookie and Ray Ray are not coming home. They said fuck them kids. Really?
Your main point, Jamal, that why you were saying the black community was shifting more to conservative to the right was because, and I quote, that LGBTQ stuff they're pushing on families. Thus, why is he being homophobic? Does that make sense?
I said that doesn't fit my jacket. But the reality of what I was saying was, and I'll say it again, in that project, in that whole project that we heard 3 times.
Yeah, so we heard about that. We heard you on that.
Restrictions the Democrats prescribe anything for the black family, and we vote for them at a very high clip. And I was speaking directly to what the doctor was asking, and I'm saying that that Republican document spoke directly to the black family and specifically to black men and them being able to receive tax benefits and write-offs and custodial rights over their children. This was stuff that was in that document, and I found it very interesting that the Republicans I think it was in the 800s.
Can you give me the page numbers?
I'm just coming up.
I'm getting ready to pull it up because I still have it on my computer.
Just control that for the word black family.
I think it was in the 800s.
I think it's in the 800s, y'all. The black card is saying, I think that he's talking about, was it around child support?
It was in the 870s. It could have been 20s. I don't remember.
Was it about child support?
It was about custodial rights. It was about the total black family. And I just was really surprised that they had thought about the black family enough to break down stuff that they wanted to do to make the black family stronger and black men stronger. And I haven't seen anything. I mean, this was in Project 2025. And I haven't
So
seen
you think eliminating child support is going to help the black family?
That didn't say anything about eliminating child support. It didn't say anything about that, but it did speak to custodial rights. It did speak to black men getting tax credit. It did speak to family structure. It did speak to education. It was very interesting that they had thought about the black family more than the Democrats have ever spoke about the black family. I land right there.
Crazy. If Biden alone tried to pass certain things that Kamala used in her own 90 cages when she was running, like that $25,000 down payment.
Jamal fucking lying. There's not a section in Project 2025 that talks about helping the black family, and I'll bet you on that. 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 There's not a section in there dedicated to helping the black family or promoting black family values at all. No, there's not. I don't like when people disseminate false information. I'm all for learning, but come on, you gotta be accurate. It's not fucking there. It's not there. It's not there. You're lying. You, sir, are a liar.
Can you read anything?
Okay, so somebody said that on page 481, it talks about black fathers. I do remember having a conversation. Now, I don't know whether they specified about black men or color, but I do remember that child support conversation.
It might have been the 40s.
It's showing that they're promoting the black family union, and they don't.
What I'm telling you is they thought about a structure for the black man, black women, and children more than I've ever heard anything that the Democrats have said. I've said that 4 or 5 times. I thought it was maybe it is the 4-7.
They do promote a family or nuclear unit, meaning the father, mom, child. But that has nothing to do with black. They don't
say black.
You say they okay. So, Gemini, that's where I think the crux of that is, and I think Jamal's right, but I could be wrong. Jamal, if you're sure, I better.
I'm not sure. I'll take his bet right now. I'll take his bet. The bet is still open.
Okay, so he's flying. Not anywhere in the all of the 900 and something pages. It might include anything about black folks, okay?
Exactly.
Person in Gemini, right? And I
And
hate
makes
to
it
say
harder
this.
for single parents to be able to get support. That's why it's also in there a lot about encouraging marriage.
So I read exactly, it talks about advancing American values, which is protecting religious freedom, upholding family values, and defending free speech is crucial to maintaining cultural and moral fabric of the nation. These pillars are also including promoting educational freedom and innovation and empowering parents and reforming higher education. That's all it says.
Yeah, exactly.
You
know, you want
There's nothing wrong with that.
There's a portion that talks about the nuclear family unit. There is, but they're not specifically talking about African Americans.
That doesn't make them gay. Don't have to do it for somebody.
Well, we can't find it. You find it for us.
I mean, hey, like I said, it could be in the 400s, please.
It could be. Take the time, since you hit the time to flip your gums, go flap your fingers and click on Control F through the document and tell us where you find it at.
I'm busy, but I'm just telling
you. If you're busy, then stop spreading misinformation on the stage.
Safety.
All right, I'm ready to shoot.
So something interesting it says in here, it talks about cultural shifts. It doesn't mention the word black. Without disparaging diverse family structures, that sounds kind of racist. I'm just trying to read. I'm not trying to read this whole thing.
Yeah, it's all about, having a nuclear family. And there are parts in there where they discourage the single, having a single parent or.
That's true.
And it's all about making the, quote unquote nuclear family situation.
Exactly. Yeah. That's accurate. Accurate information. Jamal would just be saying a whole bullshit with his chest, like, and y'all, not y'all, let me refer to it. There might be some people that will accept that.
I'm telling you, and the thing that I found so interesting about it was that I was like, why haven't the Democrats done anything like this or thought about it?
You are just dumb. You're just dumb. You're saying dumb shit. You're lying. You said a liar.
Hey, well, you can say whatever you want, but it doesn't bother me because I know
I'm saying facts. I'm not trying to bother you. You're lying.
It's the truth.
Show me the section. Quote the section. I'll concede and bow down right now and say you say I'm wrong. Show me the section.
I don't need you to bow down to anything, brother. It's there.
It's not. Never mind.
It's there. I heard it. I was reading about it. It was read to me. I heard it. I was in a room. We spent hours reading it. It was not just, it was a long room.
How many days?
It was a long room.
How many days?
It was hours. It was a whole night. It was a night of reading.
You can read the whole thing.
And that's why I remember that conversation. But Jamal, I remember, listen to me, because I remember you coming in here with the same argument. That's why I brought up the child support. And then we went to it and we found it and we found out that it did not.
Was that in the 470s? I don't know.
481. Implement a pro-fatherhood messaging campaign with nearly 41% of children born without a married father in the home and nearly 69% among Black Americans. Fatherhood problem is clear. Similar to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
Shut the hell up, Jamal. Let her read.
Let her read, because I don't think you're comprehending what she's saying.
Get off the goddamn pills.
Similar to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' 2022 Fatherhood Bill, HMRF funds should be used to support national messaging campaigns that affirm the role fathers play in the lives of their children, that recognize the financial hardship the fathers themselves face, and that seek. Somebody drop in. I can't do that.
I want to say from this, Jamal, don't come off the mic. I want you here. Do not leave, sir. Please keep reading, First Lady. Sorry for the interruption.
And that seek to provide relationship education to fathers who were raised without a father in the home.
Okay, so let me break this down into. Okay, Jamal, I want you to listen. Jamal, I want you to listen to my voice. I want you to calm down, sir. Right, and I want you to. I'm about to speak to you in your language. I'm speaking nigga. Right. What they're saying is, black families are the most fucked up and fatherless. So we need to put out national. Let me finish. Okay, I'm gonna have to drop you. You have to listen from the good. Black families are the most. Black families are the most fatherless and fucked up according to them, and that they have to put in work as far as raising awareness via campaigns about how the nuclear family is important in general. They're not exclusively trying to fund black families or make sure that black families have a nuclear family unit. They're trying to promote that nationally to the entire population, right? They're not hyper-focused on getting black fathers into black homes. They think the nuclear families is the nucleus of the American culture, and it needs to be reinstated and promoted. That's what they're saying. I don't know if I want to deep, but that's what they're saying. They're not promoting black family values.
It was just quoting a percentage.
Would you please allow me a chance to speak? Please, I'm asking nicely.
Go ahead, Amber.
All right. So here's what I have to say. What I just said is exactly what she just read. That they thought more about the black family than I ever have heard any Democrat say anything about a black father, about a black family structure, about anything that had to do with black family. What she just read right there is exactly what I heard. And
Jamal, they used our stats to quote us as the problem. They highlighted us as the issue.
Gemini, you don't
Anybody else understand what I'm saying right now?
That's why I was about to go back over the percentage. I was going to reread that. Maybe he didn't hear just because he heard black Americans. And that's
I'm saying you heard the Democrats haven't done any of that.
You have
They didn't do anything. This isn't doing something.
You don't think that they do research and they look at. You don't think they do research and look at percentages when they come up with
as much as you want. You can mute me as much as you want, and I guess they have nothing to do. Right.
So you cannot talk. How about that?
Should we ask him about didn't Obama have like my brother's keeper type initiative? Was that related in any way or am I wrong?
And you can't speak nothing shit. They just made lynching a federal hate crime freaking under Biden. So I don't know.
I think that Jamal actually won this round. I think he was right. And, it is what it is. I think they kind of twisted it, but that's up to you, bro.
I don't think it's twisted at all. This was for the masses. It's not for blacks. They use blacks as the example.
I think we're getting frustrated.
So here's the bold black letters. Implement a pro-fatherhood messaging campaign.
For blacks.
Exactly. If it would have said for blacks, then he would be absolutely 1,000% correct.
Exactly.
It does not say that. It says implement a pro-fatherhood messaging campaign.
a campaign for pro-fatherhood.
Right.
Didn't say black, didn't say white, didn't say purple, didn't say green. That's it.
That's it. And then the stat that they used, what they did was reference us as the problem. Like, look, in this community, these niggas ain't coming home. They're going out for milk and not coming back. What we're going to do is we're going to try to offset that fucked up shit they're doing and promote fatherhood campaigns to the entire nation. That does not mean that they're pro-black family. Like, what are we doing?
And then it gives the stats. It says with nearly 40, it's on page 481, with nearly 41% of children born without a married father in the home, and nearly 69% among Black Americans. It's just giving the stats. They're talking about men. They're not separating and saying, okay, we're going to do this for the Black family. And we're going to make sure that they, get it right and be good fathers. That's not what this is saying.
Not at all. But you know what's scary is when you put those kind of messages in front of remedial individuals, they don't comprehend and they'll take away whatever message you handed them, and then will come back and spew it on the stage as if it's facts to everybody and scream at the top of their lungs about how we're slow. It's crazy.
Anthony, have you had a chance to review the section that First Lady just
I can't find it right now, but if anybody has a link directly to that page, I would appreciate it beyond words. I'm looking for it, but I haven't found it yet. Additionally, I think the context, the way I'm interpreting it, has to do with Black families specifically. The context of it. But listen, that's why I wanted to read it myself and just draw my own conclusions. But that's the way I'm looking at it.
So instead of you just saying, I want to draw my own conclusion, you doubled down and said that he won. You see what I'm saying?
That's based on my perception of what that transpired. And what I wanted to, the ultimate arbitrator for me would have been me getting up. But based on my perception of what transpired on the stage, I think Jamal made a valid point. That's it. I think that, it comes down to one's interpretation. If they're talking about a problem in the Black community and coming up with solutions, I think that was what Jamal's overarching point was. It's not about being right or wrong. I'm cool with being wrong. It's okay.
What I'm saying is, what part of this part don't you understand? They're talking about fathers on children without fathers in the home as a whole, not separating it from Black to white, but just giving the percentages of how many families are with fathers. That's it.
Highlighting the issue.
Yeah.
First Lady,
using us as an example.
Well, not just us as an example. It is using 41 to 69%.
If they're using Black people as an example, they're giving Black people as a framing of reference.
I gave you two numbers. They didn't specify who the 41% was, but they politely specified the 69% as being Black. You don't see that being problematic? Oh, I'm going to tell you about the 41% that's without, but I'm not going to tell you the race of those people, but I'm going to tell you the race of the 69 people.
Niggas.
Those percentages make sense though, because that adds up to 110%.
Yeah, well,
no, you can't add on. It's men that never mind. I
just jumped in, but
I see what you're saying.
So then, to answer you, it would be the 31% is what he's talking about. But overall, as a whole, 41% of families are without dads. 69% of that 41 is Black.
There you go.
Oh, exactly. That makes sense.
And so, Anthony, if you couldn't find what the First Lady is referring to, if you scroll in the chat or look in the audience, Bella, has taken a picture and shared it with everybody on her PTR. That is reiterates what First Lady is saying. So again, it just 100% refutes Jamal's point. There it is. But Jamal, did you read the whole paragraph?
All night. And what I'm saying to you is without being interrupted, without just getting some respect on the stage. If I can't get any respect on the stage, you call me a faggot, you said I'm an undercover, you just
Who called you a faggot? What are we talking about?
You said I wanted to see men's dicks.
You asked that.
I was in the room when you did that. That's true.
You said everybody put a picture in your PTR of your dick.
You did say that.
PTR your dick.
That is what he said.
I never said I wanted to see another man's dick because I never said that. That's a But here's the reality of it. Here's the reality of it. You disrespected me here on the stage tonight, and the point that I was making stands for what it is. I told you in the article or in the Project 2025, they referenced black men and black families, and they were concerned about fathers. I didn't read it.
They referenced us in a negative light, Jamal.
You have to read it verbatim. That's the key point.
You're interrupting me, and you're not allowing me to speak. You're disrespectful.
You're not allowing me to speak. Well, Trump ain't gonna allow you to speak either.
Okay. Well, here's the reality of it. The reality of it is I've never heard any document that the Democrats have ever put together in concern about black fathers, black fatherhood, motherhood, or children. Hold on, excuse me. If they were speaking about the whole United States, and they specifically said black people, well, they had black people in mind. And I've never heard anything that the Democrats have put together where they had black people in mind to do anything for us. And so, hold on, excuse me, hold on. They also said that they wanted black men to retain custody of their kids. If you go deeper into it, they also said that they wanted men, fathers, to receive benefit for having the kids as a tax credit. This is shit that they have thought out. And so what I'm saying is, as a black man, I am, and a father, I am, even though my children are all old, graduated from college, and on with their lives, I'm still a black man and a father. I felt like that was a very respectable thing for them to even do. As far as the numbers, I'm not concerned about the numbers, whether they were disrespectful or not. Just the fact that you would even think to even put black people into an
shoot it down.
Here's the reality of it. And this is how I see it. If you're in a room, and I'm in a room, and it's Democrats in the room, and you're in the room, and I bring this up, you should expect whatever you get. So I land here.
You know, no matter who has, if you have custody of the child, no matter what, you're going to get tax credits if you're the primary caregiver.
That's a fact. I got it from
So that's how you're not in your children's lives. I land.
Custodial parent.
That's a fact. JD, I'm glad you. JD, mute up, Jamal. You already. I'm talking to JD. JD, let me bring you up to speed because I need you to understand what's going on here, bro. So, Jamal said in Project 2025 that they are very concerned about the black family and the black family unit, and they're promoting the black family unit, and he's read a portion where they're saying how much they would like to promote the black family unit. Now, we found the page, we found the portion where they're referencing black families, but what they said was that 69, was that the right percentage? 69% of black children are born.
fathers.
Hold up, Jamal. Hold up. I did. So we let you land your right, yes, right. So they quoted a stat about 69% of black families having children born without the father being in the household, right? And then they said they wanted to go out and utilize funding. Let me finish what I'm saying, Jamal. Thank you. I'm talking to JD, not you. That's why I chose JD, because I don't want to be interrupted. So we found a section, and they're saying they want to promote the family unit as a whole, and then they quoted the stat about blacks being the problem, having 69% of children being born without the father being in the household. Do you see that as promoting the black family, JD?
No, it's pinpointing out the most fucked up group. Because we talked about this before. Well, we've talked about this specifically before. Why doesn't it mention all? Why doesn't it mention all the races? Why is it pinpointing out one single group?
Exactly.
It does mention all the races. It actually does.
Right, I'm gonna help you out here. Okay,
no, one second.
Hold up, let them finish what they're saying.
I'm not gonna hold. I'm just explaining. The percentage is 41%, JD.
The percentage for Hispanics, according to that document.
Okay.
What the percentage for Asians? What the percentage for Indians? Where is that at?
One second. Can I respond to that?
No, he wasn't finished. That's the problem.
No problem.
Yeah, so you came off Mike and said, Anthony, so you should be able to tell us in that document what percentages of Hispanic families are like percentage of Asian families according to the same section that it mentions about the black.
You said, stop for 1 second, man. Just stop for 1 second. So JD, according to what you said was, where does it give the overall percentage? That was the question you asked. You didn't say Hispanic. No. You said you were on percentage. No, JD. Okay, you said, of course,
hold on, Anthony. Of course, you conveniently heard it. What I said to try to match your narrative. You came off mic and said it does mention other races and ethnicities. So
I said the overall, not other.
I didn't say overall. I did not say overall. I said it mentioned overall and black. And black.
Indian, it doesn't go into Asian. We are the only highlighted group in a negative manner.
Okay. So Gemini, right? Without the totality of the document, it could make perfect sense why it does that, brother. If they mention blacks specifically in other portions, this further reinforces Jamal's point, and that is his assertion. He's not saying that this is the only place where they reference black people. So if there are other references to
others.
Okay, Gemini, this is not my argument. This is Jamal's argument.
Then you should insert yourself, because this is where I know you're too intelligent to say this stupid shit that you're saying right now. You're defending the undefendable in this moment.
Is Jamal's defense
Most like, listen, man. You see, this is the thing, right? You got people that's addicted to being right. I don't care about that. I just want to effectively communicate. And I think that Jamal may actually have a point. If there are, you said there's no references in the document. That's what I heard you say.
That's not what you heard me say. Okay. I'm going to tell you what I said, because I don't want to be misquoted.
Okay, go ahead.
I found no location where they promoted the black family unit.
Okay.
That's what I said.
Gemini, respectfully, you and I have different recollections. I could be wrong. I just...
That's the rest of the stage then. That's everybody else that's here. It's not just us.
Gemini, listen, man. This is a cult of personality. They're going to say whatever you say that you say. That's what's going on. That is not...
It's not true. I don't have a problem with you. Trust me.
Gemini, man, listen. Okay, no problem, man. Anyhow, right, what I'm saying is if there are other references to black families, then Jamal's point would be reinforced. If they're saying, yo, look, we need to help the black family, and they're citing a specific number that, shows how dire the situation is.
Say that. It doesn't say that.
The operative word is if. If there are other references to the black family, then Jamal's point makes sense. And he has consistently said there are other references to the black family. And I don't think that just by them pointing out how dire the circumstances are in the so-called black community, I think it actually bolsters his point.
Anthony,
logically, it bolsters his point. It supports his point.
Anthony, this is where you disappoint me tremendously, right? Because I know the intelligence level you have, and sometimes you just choose to do this shit that you're doing right now. We read the section multiple times. There's no point in reading it again, First Lady. That would be redundant. We heard what it said. We have someone with it in their PTR. It does not say anything about exclusively helping the black family unit. We know this is a conservative document, so it's going to promote the nuclear family unit, right? Overall, for everyone, right? And there's no denial in that portion. But to say that they're exclusively promoting the black family, they don't. They highlight largest portion of the problem, and we're the only ethnic group highlighted in this document on this page, right? They don't highlight anybody else and isolate them and say, look at this bullshit. They don't do that to any other group, right?
So, Gemini, here's the problem with what you're saying, Gemini. The fundamental problem is this. If the document was chock full of negative black stats,
look at God.
Your point. But it's not chock full of negative black stats. I might be in the matrix. I had the red bar. Anyway, look, man.
I just want y'all to think about this. This is the same gentleman that said he would cook anybody on this stage, and y'all hear the discourse right now.
Gemini, how about this, right? How about you and I have a debate? We're going to be in a neutral room. It'll be Anthony versus Gemini. How about that, Gemini? Since you brought it up.
About what?
About what? You pick the topic.
I might waste my time to do that. My man.
It'll be a conservative versus, liberal point of view.
I may oblige you wasting my time.
This is why I did that little mag experiment the other day.
We put up the magnets.
We get into the room. They literally, no matter what bullshit came out of my mouth, they went along with it. And this is exactly what Anthony just did right now with the law.
No matter what.
He wanted to read it for himself so he could come up with a conclusion. Yet, without reading it himself, he came up with a conclusion.
Right.
This is the same shit they always fucking do.
Exactly. JD, I can have said it better.
JD said that Supreme Court decisions are just local. He said that on Lisa's stage. He literally said that.
I heard you say all kinds of crazy shit, Anthony. I just heard you say the craziest shit in defense.
Give me an example.
I give me that specific case of something I had to look into. Anthony wants to go and drag that shit out. Anthony, the bottom line is, you're the idiot who just came on stage in front of everyone.
Local Supreme Court.
And it's really truly back into ball from a document that you said you wanted to read and interpret yourself. Yet, the
But right now, Anthony, what JD is saying is accurate, right? Like, when you have the information, I've seen you when you have the information. You're actually really good at delegating the information and utilizing it to support your point, for sure. But this is your weakness, right? And I'm gonna highlight this, so if we do debate, you can strengthen your argument, right? You tend to go off emotion and you will blindly judge something that you haven't vetted and try to support it without having the facts there to substantiate your point. And you're doing it in this moment, like right now. That's what you're doing. The facts dictate completely the opposite of what you're saying, and you're clinging to alternative facts that don't exist. Saying what aboutism, what ifism, what if in the entire document it says this? What I'm giving you the verbatim, hard and fast facts of what we're reading within the PTR that belong right now. And you're trying to refute something in black and white, and you can't. They isolated us and highlighted us as the problem. That's it.
Gemini, I'm a fallible person. Maybe I have the flaws that you describe. Maybe I don't. Whatever. We could debate that. That's all good. What I'm saying to you is that I don't read it the way you read it. I actually sat down and read it. I thanked Bello. I said, thanks, Bello, in the chat. I read it multiple times. And if there's something that doesn't make sense, if the goal of Project 2025 was to denigrate black people, it would be chock full of negative stats.
It's not. If the goal is to strengthen white culture, not to put down black culture, the goal is to strengthen white culture.
This is a report that Anthony said didn't fucking exist a few months ago.
And by the way, Bannon went on a podcast, JD, and he said,
doesn't exist?
Yes,
you're gonna say no, JD. You're gonna say anything, bro. You and your whole crew. Don't do that, JD. JD, you said it.
They were saying that Trump wasn't on the board with it, JD. I think that's what you meant. They were saying that Trump wasn't in line with it.
Exactly.
That's what they were saying. I know what you're talking about.
Because during his campaign, you didn't have any difference or free-thinking opinion about Trump during his campaign. You paid for that man 100%. 100% of anything that came out of Trump. You agree with it, even to the point of deportations where you said you didn't even think he was going to go to this extreme blah, blah, blah. You believe everything that came out of that man's mouth.
But see, this is the one thing I know about Anthony from us having our back and forth in our friendship, because I do consider him a friend, even though I don't agree with a lot of the shit he agrees with, right? He tends to downplay racist events or perceive, like what we might perceive in one way. He'll like, no, there's no way that white person meant it that way. Like he tries to see it in all-encompassing way no matter what, right? An example would be our biggest argument we had was about Elon, whether he gave the Nazi salute at the inauguration, right? That was our biggest debate we had back and forth, because to me, that was 100% a Nazi salute, and he did it twice, if I remember correctly. It wasn't one time, I know. It was either 2 or 3 times. The number I don't remember exactly. But he went hard about how it wasn't until his commander-in-chief got into it with Elon, and then admitted, well, you actually did the Nazi salute on my stage. Then he conceded, right? But until that point where Trump said it himself, had Trump not gotten to that argument with Elon, he would have stood by that not being a Nazi salute. And this is that moment reincarnated right now, right? It's very clear that they only indicated the disparity in black families as far as us having 69% of children without the father in the home. Right?
Which one of y'all let him back on the stage?
I don't know, but he's gonna get. So it's clear that it doesn't indicate any other race. When you're highlighting one race as an issue, by default, you're making them the problem or the example of the problem. There's nothing positive about highlighting a problematic issue in your document about blacks and only using them as the problem indicator, right? You don't alienate any other race and say, but the whites have this percentage, the Spanish have this percentage, they highlighted blacks. That by default is racist.
Can I comment on what you said, bro? You said a lot.
Please do. I'm here.
Very cool.
Cool. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. So as it relates to the whole Elon situation, right? I said the ADL, no less than the ADL said it wasn't a Nazi salute. All right? Yo, what I conceded to was that in the heat of Trump, Elon saying that Trump's on the Epstein files, and that, Trump being mad at Elon, him saying that, that was a Nazi salute, I conceded that Trump said that. I gave that concession. That wasn't, so it doesn't change my mind. I think that the ADL, they are not scared of anybody. They're the most vehement supporters of Israel in the world. So, like, this idea that, they bow down to Elon would be nonsense. That's one thing out the way. Now, as it relates to what we're talking about, Gemini, again, when Jamal just came up on stage, I agree with him. You said that this document doesn't say anything about black. All right? And lastly, to JD.
That's not what I said. You keep misquoting me. I said it doesn't promote black families.
Gemini, out of my respect for you, I'm not going to repeat it again. I'm going to take you at face value that that's what you said, and I misheard you. I won't repeat it. I'm done with that. Now, what JD said is that I denied the existence of Project 2025. That is a lie from the pits of hell. What JD also said was he was referring to a specific Supreme Court decision as being local. That is idiotic on the face of it by itself.
You can say the way you referenced it, the way you referenced it, you made it appear that way. That's why I said I had to look into it. So you can keep bringing that shit back all you want. The bottom line is you will cape for any MAGA person that comes on the stage. You will side with them without any. You're just a typical Trump dick rider, and that's all there is to it, bro. There's no way around it. So we can go ahead and move on. You can keep bringing out your motherfucking mouth. The bottom line is, bro, you do this shit all the time. And you definitely deny Project 2025. You all fucking did, including. So we can go ahead and move on, bro. We don't need to reload.
Just want to say, God specializes. God.
You see how they try to silence you? You see how they freaking silence you, and then on top of which, they start talking about dick riding and stuff. You've not disrespected anybody on the stage. You haven't said anything ill about anybody on the stage. It's been completely respectful communication. And then it's
Who said dick riding? What are you talking about?
You didn't hear JD just talk about me dick riding?
Can you tell me what?
No, I didn't hear it, but maybe I love it.
You just said,
I didn't hear it either.
I didn't hear it. I got my MAGA ears on.
y'all ain't shit, man. Y'all ain't shit. I hate both of y'all. Terrible human beings. I hate y'all.
Yeah, but see, I'm glad we can let it go. We can't have that conversation like that with other people. But yeah, I think really this has everything to do with, like I said, with definitions. We've had this conversation earlier. There was a fundamental crack there, and how, you define one thing. And as we read this, for me, I'm looking at this, I see in bold letters, this is the topic, this is what they're talking about, and then out of nowhere, you just get the statistic and stats on Black American men. Like, what? Like, but I get it, because you don't find it offensive because you go around touting that stuff, to be honest with you. That's what I'm thinking is the who's that trying on stage? The crux. Oh, thanks a lot.
Let me show you the inside. Go ahead. No, come on, let her go, bro.
But yeah, Anthony, that's where I see this, where we keep crossing the lines. Like it's right there because of the fact that we just don't see and read and comprehend things the same way. And
there was somebody in the audience on stage that said oh, it doesn't make sense because if you add 41 plus 69, it equals 110. Like, I'm embarrassed, man. Like,
let's get past that.
And the basic misunderstanding about statistics. And then this idea that I'm the person that's touting these statistics, it's laughable at best. There's a whole other, set of statistics that I tout, and these are not those statistics. I'm guilty if you're talking about something else. You got me all day. I'm not going to bring it up. But these statistics are not the ones that I tout.
No, I'm talking about, you be saying stuff like that. What you talking about?
It's a nuanced thing that I talk about, First Lady, and I'm not telling on myself. I ain't jumping into the freaking fire, but the statistics that I talk about. This ain't it. This is not my religion. I'm not
saying. Okay. Again, let me clarify. I'm saying that you go around speaking statistics that, go against the black community.
The black community and the negative black.
Yes.
It's a full statement. If you want to make that general statement, that's a fair statement, First Lady. I quote, because I'm saying, right, we've been doing the same thing for the last 60 years, and there's a lot of statistics that are not in our favor. So I will quote statistics that paint it in a bad light, black people in a bad light, because I feel that we're capable of so much more. I don't think that we're well represented by today's statistics. I think we can do so much better. So yeah, I'll quote negative statistics.
And that's why I think when you read this, you see this as something being good. That's what I get from it. I think that you.
I think that Jamal was right. If that's something good, I think then that's something good. And it's funny how Goat lives to just snipe at me in the chat. That's his. He comes into rooms to just address me. The other day I said, there are 5 votes. 5 votes. Goat, man, you're another one I would love to see in a new place.
He doesn't discriminate, though. He does it to everyone.
All says that I talk too much. Imagine God.
Have you seen the stuff that he says about me?
Imagine Goat saying somebody talks too much. Who loves the sound of their voice more than Goat?
And when's the last time you heard it? When's the last time you heard it?
I don't miss it one bit. I don't even at all. I thank God he doesn't come up on these stages. I don't miss it that
nice. Yes, you did.
No, let me say that. Do you think Goat is intelligent or not? Do you think Goat is intelligent?
He's one of the smartest dudes on Clubhouse.
That's why you don't like him on the stage. MAGAs don't like smart people.
Hey, I would tell you the funniest shit.
I'm down to go toe-to-toe with Goat 8 days a week. I ain't scared of Goat.
Hold on, Jay. Hey, Gemini, I was skipping for the local.
Hold up. Go ahead, JD.
So I was coming home from a party, right? Drinking, whatever. So when I got home, I was a little lit. Anthony was going on stage debating with not Goat. What's his name? Oh shit. Young dude. Dr. Articulate. Bro, this motherfucker told Anthony, you know what? I pray. I wish that Harry Tubman should have shot your ancestors, bro. I was going crazy. Bro, he man. He's not really shot your ancestors. That's funny as hell.
The delivery on that joke, impeccable.
It was, but I had to crack it up. And he cooked you, Andy.
That's funny as hell.
But Anthony, you phony, because you would be up here kicking with go to region and you still be laughing at him. That was the one person that you would constant to.
Listen, I said Goat is one of the most intelligent people in the app. I'm not the.
You said you don't want to hear this no more.
I'm just talking shit, man.
Trump actually literally said, smart people don't like me. He said that. That's a direct quote. I'm not making that up.
They actually mean it like in a literal sense. You know, like, yo, gold is a hell of a
No, he didn't mean it like that. I know.
Gold saying somebody talks too much. I want you to imagine gold saying somebody talks too much. Really? Make that stop.
I'm just saying, listen, don't think you are special. He talks about everyone. He makes fun of everybody in the chat. Are you kidding me? Like, he doesn't discriminate. It's not just...
There'll be like 4 people in the room and go come in there if I'm in there and start talking shit to me. Like, I'm talking about the most obscure rooms. The most obscure rooms. You'll see go in there. Like, yo, literally, this is what I'm talking about. Yo, like, he's my clubhouse stalker, amongst some others, but he's one.
Calling him a stalker is crazy.
Crazy word.
Email type shit.
And MAGA means I'm gonna tell you shouldn't say you enjoy listening to idiots because by proximity you start to hear something enough that it actually starts to program you. So if you really feel that this stage is dumb, it wouldn't be a smart thing to sit around in the goo and digest this because you're everything you do is you have a mental diet and you have a physical diet. This is a part of your mental diet right now. So if you don't feel like this is nourishing your intelligence, then I would be here because that's what it's doing right now, one way or another.
Lead us to think he's, whatever. But, he's just an academic type of dude. You listen to Go Talk. Like, he's one of those textbook dudes that ain't doing it in real life, Gemini. I'm sure you compare your personal financial statement to Gold's personal financial statement. You blow it out the water. But it is what it is.
That reminds me of debate, though. Let me ask the stage this. Let me ask this to the stage in general. I'm not on a specified person, but do you think the more intelligent person generates a larger salary for the most part, right? This is not an all-inclusive statement. Or do you think there are a lot of intelligent people that just haven't been able to monetize? The latter.
All right, before you start talking about money, I just got a real quick quote from Trump. Trump on ICE tactics. I think they haven't gone far enough. Go ahead, okay?
But anyway, what do you think, Anthony? Like, do you think the person that's generating the highest salary is the most intelligent person? Or do you think that there's a lot of people that are underpaid and overeducated?
I think there's a high correlation between salary and income. I think that, there's definitely a high correlation.
Salary and income.
Salary and income?
Yeah, salary and education level. Between salary and intelligence level, I think there's a high correlation.
So Stephen Hawkins, Anthony, you think Stephen Hawkins is a smart individual?
Yeah, I think he was.
Do you think, correlatively speaking, how smart he was? Do you think the value, do you think monetarily he made the same as how smart he was? They compared to Jeff Bezos?
The correlation, brother. I think that, Jeff Bezos is brilliant. I think that Elon Musk is brilliant. And are they the smartest people that ever lived? I don't think so. But I think that there is definitely a correlation, not causation, but a correlation. Do you disagree with the statement, Arthur? Is there something that you, I don't even know if you disagree. You're asking me questions. Are you saying, well, I disagree, and this is why I disagree?
Anthony,
do you disagree?
I agree with you on this level, right? I think the smartest people are generating the largest incomes, but that doesn't mean they're the smartest. I don't know what I mean by that. I know that sounds kind of dumb, but they are surrounding themselves with people that are competent and capable, and probably more competent and capable than themselves in various areas, right? They're smart enough to know what areas they need supplementation in, and they supplement it with people that are of super high value, and that by default makes them the more intelligent person in the room because they're hiring the person that's more intelligent than them to work for them and to benefit fit their overall agenda, which leads to their salary. Does that make sense?
It's a lot of sense, man. But all right, so what is your take? Do you think that there's a correlation between intelligence and salary?
1,000%.
Okay, cool. So yeah, we agree.
Are you eating Doritos?
Lisa?
What are you saying going on with Mike?
That sounds kind of crazy.
It's raining where I'm at, and I'm talking in my car's Bluetooth.
You can't get out of your car?
It's raining. He driving.
No, he said I'm sitting in my car. So.
Your wife ain't gonna understand how to about you walk into the house.
I won't speak again tonight.
He's sleeping in the car again tonight.
He's not sleeping. Listen, he has to read because the BAR is where he just came from.
Oh, so you have to SOBER before you go in the house?
Correct.
And use some DROPS in your mouth?
Correct.
I got you. Go ahead, Anthony. We'll wait it out with you.
I only drink water at the bar. I the natural. I don't drink all.
Dehydrated at the bar.
I only have water. I'm drinking water in town. That's what we're in town.
We're not the one pulling you over. You don't got a lot of that. It's just like, what's going on? But then again, don't admit that. I would say that on the app also. So I agree with you. He only had water.
I mean, he might have only had water. He might have went to that bar that has a little bit extra there, with the food. So.
Oh, AKA strip club.
He does live in that manner.
Hello.
And it's okay if he's supporting single mothers. It's okay.
But my thing is, why go to a bar to drink water when you can get water in so many other places?
He ate food there. He went to eat food.
Oh, the food.
And if First Lady's accurate, they're not going to have titties here. So.
Okay. Yeah.
Today, I was at a restaurant that had a bar in it.
Oh, now it's a restaurant with a bar attached.
Stories changing in the interrogation.
The evolution of the story is crazy.
That's insane. Remember, I asked you, I said, are you getting a happy ending? What's going on? I said, you're at the massage parlor? And you said, no, I'm at the bar. You didn't say I was
at the bar. I'm sitting at the bar. That's what I meant. But they were closing there.
You said
were no
at
titties
the
there.
bar. Okay.
Okay, so not a single titty. I don't believe you.
Not a single
You didn't have a waitress? You had a waiter? You didn't have a waitress?
Yeah,
waiters have titties.
They had a bartender.
So
what do you think that's an only male space or?
But men have titties.
Jesus, man, y'all are hilarious.
It's an interrogation crew.
There were covered titties there.
See, now he was on the scene. You done fucked up, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Now you done fucked up. Now he plays titties on the scene with covered. Before there were no titties.
Well. So we have the candidates, Madonna and Cuomo. They're going back and forth. Tuesday is the final day. I guess we'll find out what happens there. Lisa, did you have any topics that you want to talk about today at 7? Oh, I'm sorry, 7:11.
Yes, sweetie, I want to talk.
7:11.
No, I'm going to open up my room later. I'm eating right now.
Okay.
I'm gonna eat. So the chicken didn't turn out correctly the way I thought it was gonna turn out.
I wasn't gonna laugh on, okay, what happened?
I don't know if I'm understanding how this chicken El Pollo stuff is supposed to go. So the recipe called for the chicken to be baked or stewed, and then the last 15 minutes you put the chicken on the bed of rice with the juices, and you cover it up in the pot, and you let it cook till it's completely done. But that didn't work out right.
Well, what happened?
I don't know if I did not. First of all, it's way too dry. It's way too dry.
What did you cover it with?
The actual fitted top.
No, I mean, did you put it in aluminum foil?
No, I did not put it in aluminum foil.
Did you cook it in a crock pot?
No, the chicken itself I baked in a rotisserie. Not rotisserie. What's the blue pan? I baked it in that, and then I made the rice separately. So then I put the rice and layered the bottom of the pan of the LaCroix pan, whatever the thing is. I layered the bottom with the rice, and then the chicken only needed like another 20, 25 minutes, right? And I put it on top. And that's what the recipe said. But then it was, maybe I should have put the juices from the chicken that was cooking in the other pot inside. I don't know, but nah. Way too dry. So I'll try another tomorrow. But I kept asking for recipes in 420 and somebody coming back with some dumb shit. Just, how do you do that? Roast the chicken, let it cook slow. Should I cook it in a roaster? And then you can't add the rice to the roaster because there's not enough water, so I made it separately. Didn't that sound right, everybody? That sound good? Because it didn't turn out right. Somebody said crock pot is the best. The crock pot. Okay, so you're cooking in the crock pot, and when am I putting in the rice? At what point?
You could just cook your rice separately and then put the rice on the plate and put the chicken over top. You don't have to cook the rice.
Eric is saying crock pot is the best. So,
because the thing about the rice, you don't want to overcook rice because then rice will get mushy.
Mushy, right? And that's what I was thinking.
So. Yeah, so you don't have to cook it in there with it, not unless you're gonna, mince it together to create, like a whole dish. But if you just want the chicken to have like a rotisserie kind of thing and the rice, you just cook the rice separately and then take the juices and pour it over top of the rice. And then put the
Yeah, I think that's where I went. That's where I went wrong. So I went to a Cuban restaurant and they served it like this. Okay, I know this is gonna be good. What else, Trey?
Be shredded chicken, not like full shredded chicken, not mixed chicken, like mixed food.
It wasn't shredded. It was parts. It was like the fresh tomato.
Oh, okay.
You know that place called Marcel? What's that place on La Cienega in what's the name of that Cuban place? Versailles. I know Jeremy though. Oh, she's there. Gemini.
No, she actually said Lisa.
Oh, okay, go ahead, babe. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, that place kind of cool.
Damn.
You want me to help you find her?
Yeah, just want to ask her which.
Oh, I'm not helping her. No, I'm talking to Ultra.
Oh.
You want to help find her?
You know,
Go send the search party. Ultra's gonna be the search party.
Thank you, Jesus.
Okay.
Look up at 3-1 Athens. Is it 3-1 Athens? Anyways, that's another topic. Anyways, back to y'all. Oh, Jesus.
Okay, Kathy wanted to talk to you about a different kind of rice. Long grain rice.
Long grain rice. Remember when we Abu Dhabi? It's good.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're moving forward. The section of the recipe is closed. I'm asking. Trump said, considering sending tomahawks to Ukraine. He says, not really. So he changed his mind again?
Did y'all talk about Putin land the plane in Venezuela? Y'all talk about that?
I think we mentioned it yesterday. There's supposed to be 3 planes heading there. And so,
what?
To Venezuela from Russia, these big old cargo planes that can hold like military equipment like helicopters and things like that.
What? Who's shipping that over there?
Putin.
For what?
Because the Mango Mussolini was like, I'm gonna go invade Venezuela. So Putin's doing to us what we're doing in Ukraine.
I thought they were invading another African country. Wasn't it, how you gonna do both?
Nigeria.
Right. I heard that in this room while I was still in Venezuela. And now,
Do we know if offloaded cargo or if they just touchdown?
Jermaine, hold on a second. Did you hear me ask you about that Cuban restaurant Versailles?
No.
Have you been there?
No, I haven't.
The one on La Cienega or the one on Pico?
No, I haven't been there.
Oh, okay.
The one off of, what's that street? You know that street right there on the, damn. It's by the Netflix building? Is that Fairfax? On the brand? No, Vine. It's off of Vine. They got a Versailles at Vine.
I don't know it that well. That's why I was asking you guys.
I'm sure be lit. He be lit. I'm sure be lit.
That is normal.
No, I'm sure be, yeah. Now, you have to cover your ears first, lady. Let me know when you cover your ears. Your ears covered, okay? I'm assuming they're covered. Lisa, y'all need to check out this place called Destination Smokehouse. Like, it's been going super viral. It's a barbecue spot out here that is going, like, you won't be in line forever. It's just, I'll post a link. It's just south of LA, but everybody from LA is going here, even though it's not technically in LA. Like, it's
South of LA.
Mm-hmm.
So what freeway are we talking about that I have to get on?
Let me look real quick. Give me 1 second.
South of LA. The 10?
Probably,
the
yeah.
107, 105? Damn, that area I really don't know that well.
Man, just map West it. Throw it into your GPS.
Yeah, I'll do it. I'll throw it into the GPS.
I'll post it in the chat. I just saw the fuse pulling. Is it off? Skin off the ball?
Tenderism, that's the word. The tenderism.
The upstairs bone didn't fall about that bitch.
Hey, that old man done got that place so, like, now the food critics got it lit, but he's the OG that got it lit. Destination Smokehouse.
Destination Smokehouse.
OG just dropped it in the chat.
Okay.
Oh, I want to go. That sounds good. There's food there. Where's that at?
Click it and look at it real quick.
You can get there from
Click the link in the chat.
Oh, damn. Wait a minute.
It looked like something you would get in Texas, honestly.
I know, right? Oh my God, this is for 2 or 3 people for one platter. Oh, that's just way too much food for me, but it looks good.
Jesus will be eating me and Jesus and angels.
Take me home. Oh, Destination Smokehouse.
The only thing is, the line is the worst. The food is bomb, but their line is crazy.
Ooh, I don't do line.
You don't want to be waiting in line.
Can you pre-order?
Yeah, you can. For me, at this point, I would rather just pre-order and pick up and bounce because that line.
Exactly. And pulled pork. Ooh, God, Jesus. That looks really good.
The oxtail is good. The food is good. It's really good.
Is this a black owner?
You know what? This is disappointing. Like no, it's not the artifacts, but the face is, which is he utilizes him to his product because he's really good and charismatic and he has that old black soul to him. So he's like he's in viral like because all the food critics like his videos have been duplicated by the food critics that come here because his format is just he's got a dope format. But the owner is not black, no.
Okay, I just want to see what city they're considering this in. Directions. Oh, it doesn't give me a direction.
It doesn't?
Wait. No, I'm just saying it doesn't give me an address.
It's Marietta.
Marietta. Mary freaking Etta. Where the hell is that? That's over there where Amari is, kind of like Chino Hill.
Oh, you're going to travel. Like, that's the craziest part about it, that people are traveling. Like, they have a whole segment where they keep asking people online in their long-ass line, where are you from? Because everybody comes from all over.
Where are you from? New York?
You'll be a highlight on the page for real, right? New York is crazy.
I would definitely say I'm from Manhattan. This is a lot of ass food. So what's the price range? Let me go here.
Yeah, they're not ridiculous, but
no, because their mac and cheese is $5.99.
Yeah, they're not ridiculous, but when you get the platters, you're gonna know it's gonna cost, but it's worth it.
Yeah.
For the restaurants I like, I don't want to sound bullshit. I don't care about the pricing too much of the food, right?
I don't either, but I'm just like sometimes I'm shocked. You know?
Oh yeah. What I don't like is the bougie restaurants that give you the small portions, but it's real empty in the middle of this plate, and they do all the little dressings around it. I'm like, man, I should have got a cheeseburger. Fucking
before I got here.
Right.
Lisa, and you hate them restaurants like you talking about. Man, I thought I was gonna get something very voluptuous, something very great.
Voluptuous.
Well,
I think like that all the time.
Voluptuous is a shame to me when they're voluptuous.
Well, the great's on the plate. That's where we're headed. I'm thinking I'm gonna get something really nice. No, the plate was small. I'm looking. I told the lady in the back, I said, hey, is there any way to choose this bigger? She said, no. I said, well, you know what I mean? So them fancy restaurants, yeah, you're paying for, I guess, the atmosphere and stuff, but you sure don't get a lot for $110, and you don't get a lot of food.
I hate that. It's not even the money I'm spending. I'll just be mad at the portion. Like, this is exquisite. I'm like, I don't care how exquisite it is. I cut that into 4 pieces. Like, what do we do? Like,
I said to one restaurant, I said, who is this for Barbie? I need to figure something.
Like, where's the food? Like, this is not the appetizer?
No, that's the food.
This is the food?
Yeah, I've been in many places like that.
Man, I hear that. Like I said, it's not the price, it's just the portion. Like, that's what kills me. I don't know what you want, but maybe give me a full plate.
That place, I said, excuse me, ma'am. To the waitress, I said, ma'am. I said, I don't know who can get you up in a small ass little bitty plate. Probably a Barbie doll, but can you please bring me some more food?
They can, but they will be charging you because in
restaurants that you can't substitute. It's like I don't like coleslaw.
Like it's an insult to the chef or something.
Exactly. They're like, well, not really. I could ask them if he can put corn instead of the coleslaw. I was like, I don't eat coleslaw. It's just like I got a lump of coleslaw on my plate for no reason. That they should have menu items that are, interchangeable. Because people might not want a lump of coleslaw.
That's a fact.
So,
I don't do that food trucks and stuff like that.
I love a food truck.
Lisa, and they're telling you that you pay over $100 to eat there, and they're gonna tell you, I ain't never been in no restaurant where a man gonna tell me I'm paying you over $100 a plate. I'm sorry. I can't, man, I'm paying you that kind of money. Plus tipping you, no, that's over $150 or more. No, you're going to, because I'm paying you a good price.
I'm a good tipper though. I always tip.
I do too. Even though when I shouldn't be tipping, I still tip.
Even if it's takeout, I tip.
Well, now you went too far.
I tip on takeout. Because I go back to the same restaurants all the time and they know me. Yeah. The same ones I do takeout, I eat there. Sometimes I just be on the run, so I don't want to sit down. And the waitresses and the hostess, they all know me, so I'm not going to skimp out on it. I'm going to make sure I double the tax.
Well, maybe that's why I get their worst work on the takeout menu or the takeout cartons or whatever they put them in. I think that's their worst work, throwing that shit into them cartons. They don't care. They're not giving you.
They might put it in there with some love. If you show some love,
yeah, maybe I should start checking the freaking the carton packers. I don't know, because it seems like it's totally different when you eat there versus when you're taking out them damn cartons. Don't seem the same.
Like yesterday, I went to grab some, and I asked for half a dozen rolls, on the takeaway. And when I got back, it was a dozen rolls. So I know what they got.
So look at you, Gemini.
It's Gemini. Give him like.
No, I'm serious. Tipping on waitresses, it's nothing wrong with it. I've never had nothing negative come from it. So.
Yeah, I agree with you.
No, if they give me a shitty service, I'm not just going to auto, it's got to be good service.
Yeah, I don't want you coming over every 30 minutes. You want me to tap that off? It's like, no, because now I'm ready to go. It's just coming over just to see how you're doing, even if you don't want anything. If I was a waitress, I would just like to make a little round thing. Hi, everything okay? You need anything else? You want some more water?
The best ones, they'll come and slide another cup right next to your half full cup.
That's true, without even asking. You're right. You're right. Absolutely. Didn't even think about that.
Ones that can bring me the most food. I told one lady, I said, hey, if you can bring me a good amount of food, I handed her a $50 bill under the table, man. She gave me, she said, don't tell nobody, but I'll give you the rest of the stuff the folks didn't order in the back. That lady hooked me up. I said, here's $50 under the table. That lady came back with so much food. I said, thank you, Mel. She said, no, thank you. So yeah, if you tip people, man, they may let you have the rest of the food, man. I get a lot of food when I tip or do it like that. I swear, y'all do it like that. Hey, you'll be able to clean them out. There you go. Tip them well, they'll give you a lot.
Yeah, actually, one of my exes was a waitress, and she started turning me on to how it worked. And that's probably one of the reasons why I tip so good, because she always explained the stuff to me and how it worked. She used to have me call up and order whatever she wanted for lunch, right? So let's say she wanted a certain pasta or something. Calling me, order it, and it's never come, and they give it to them. The person don't show that calls up for the food, then they give it to the staff because they already made the plate.
Yeah, and if the public comes in, like I told y'all, a lot of times that's $50, and to somebody that whatever they're getting paid an hour, that lady said, shoot, you right. I ain't made $50, you know what I'm saying? Whatever the case may be, it may be a slow day. They may not make, $50 in 3 hours or whatever that lady told me. She said she was thankful. I said, so was I. So I don't mind tipping at all. And if you do tip, they will hook you up and give you a lot of food. When I was at the Reunion Tower up in Dallas, I paid $110 in there, and that is a buffet. It's unlimited. You can also pay for a plate to take home. Lady hooked me up there. So yeah, as long as you tip people, hey, they'll bring you the rest of the food from the back. I'm telling you, anywhere I go, y'all won't go hungry with me, because you're going to eat. You may be full and wobbling out of there, but you won't be hungry coming out.
That's where food is Ashton's favorite topic.
Well, I know because the restaurants are I'm sorry, not the restaurants. I didn't think the waitresses had anything to do with plating the food. It's how much you get. Am I wrong? Because I'll be slipping money in there too if they have something to do with plating.
Most waitresses do not plate.
No, I don't think they do.
It's really crazy here because all the restaurants are closing here. All the restaurants.
Never.
They're shutting down. They are shutting down. Because ain't nobody going out to eat.
That is true. I haven't been out to eat in a minute. I've been picking up a lot of shit, but I haven't
It's
actually.
a lot of space when you go out to eat. Like I have my family here. When I say my family out, I flew my father and mother out this week before last. We went out to a few restaurants. And it wasn't empty, man.
Wow.
Not with a lot of people.
We went
That's sad. Because this is
one of the best seafood restaurants for my birthday on Thursday, and there was only 4 other tables occupied.
Mm-hmm. But then when I talk to some of the owners, they say a lot of it is a lot of their business now is DoorDash and other people that are getting their food delivered. So a lot of people, you might not see them there, but they're still doing numbers. So I'm like, how are y'all staying open? They're like, well, we get a lot of DoorDash, and you see what I mean?
Right. That's what I'm saying. Maybe it's COVID moves. People are just like, well, why are people not
DoorDashing? I don't see nobody DoorDashing a $200, $300 bill, and it's seafood. It's got to be hot when it comes to the table. I don't see nobody DoorDashing. I mean,
I didn't DoorDash some substantial amounts.
I'm talking about seafood, because seafood is supposed to be hot.
No, you want that? Yeah, that's when it's soft. Like you don't lose your crunch.
Right. Seafood, no. At the restaurant.
I'm asking people are not going out. I don't understand it. If they DoorDashing it, what takes the step away from you just actually putting on some fresh clothes and going out and sitting there?
I think COVID changed a lot of things for a lot of people as far as the way that they move and interacted, and
I don't blame them. I didn't have it been my birthday. I wouldn't went either. And my son made me go. My son forced me to go.
Wow.
So I wouldn't went either. Because I'm just over it.
I don't know, you guys. I was thinking about this 2 days ago, how we're not just I'm just saying we, I mean as a populace, but I think we need to start going back at some point and being more outside, because my house is like, it's nice and everything, but damn, every day, all day, I want to go outside and interact with people, talk, meet people at the coffee shop. Gentleman talked to me at the coffee shop the other day, and I didn't know how to act, because first of all, why are you talking to me? It's the first thing my brain went, and he was an older gentleman. And first thing I did was catch, what are you talking to me? And then it turned out to be a very delightful conversation, so I don't know.
We gotta get back out and enjoy these 70 and 80 degree temperatures right now by the pool right now. It ain't too bad swimming up through Halloween and throwing candy out. I saw one dude, hey, they running on the deck of a pool. They had so much candy around that pool, man. Let me get you nice. It was nice Halloween out here. We had a bunch of floaties and stuff in the water and a bunch of candy and stuff for the kids afterwards. Yeah, went swimming, so it really wasn't a bad experience for Halloween in the 70s.
Texas is at 70 still.
Yeah, it's nice out here. 1 degrees.
It was 31 here this morning. That shit keeps your face from cracking.
Repeat that again. You said what was cracking? I didn't hear you.
31 this morning, it's 6:30 this morning here. I said it keeps your Facebook cracking.
No, it was nice and toasty here. You know, plus it was heated. There were heaters and all that out there, but still, folks still wanted to swim and have a good time. And as long as the temperatures were able to do it, the water's heated, so you're not, freezing in there or anything. But it's a good time to, have a swim party around Halloween. How often you get to do that?
Never, unless you're inside. But I don't even have my house 70-something degrees. That's too hot for me.
People out there, people wasn't worried about no temperatures, man. We had them heaters out and all that candy, man. Man, it was a great time around Halloween and celebrate. Temperatures allow you to do that. Why not get outside and, like she said, be around people and have a good time? That's what I love, being outside by a pool. Why not? As long as the temperatures allow us to, we'll heat it up. Let's go.
Yeah. That's good. It ain't for everybody. I don't like being around. My mother made me take swimming lessons all the way up to lifeguard training. So I don't like being around a pool with a bunch of people acting stupid. It makes me very nervous. So I just, that's not my thing. But it sounds like fun for other people.
Well, I feel you. The kids and stuff that was in there mainly, some adults mainly, but kids for the most part wanted to have a good time. The adults, they was up there where the food was at. They really weren't trying to do no swimming, but yeah, we just wanted to have something for the kids to do when they wanted to swim, and so we, why not?
Who has been in a public pool? That's one thing I don't do. It's public pools, all the urination and shit going on in there, and I just don't. I mean, that's what you say. Come on, son, be real, because you know what I'm saying?
The same people that filled them in with concrete when they didn't want the black people swimming in the pools and they covered the pools over with concrete, they the same ones that didn't dig it up.
Yeah, I see you. It's just that, it took me one time to see somebody, release themselves in a pool, and that was just it for me. So I said, if that one person do it, and there's like about 50, 60 people in the pool, at some point, it's just not enough of that chloride, whatever they put in there for me.
You're swimming in the urine.
God will find the pool, Lisa. The best salt water pool. It's better for your parents.
DNA up in that pool. Some pools require you to shower before you even get in the pool. Other people, no, you can come sweaty, musty, just, dive in there with the clothes you probably got there, drove there. No, you need to take a shower, at least a water down, and then jump in the pool. A lot of places used to mandate that.
You had to take a shower before you got in the pool. That's so nasty. Oh my God.
Yeah,
my hot tub is salt water. My hot tub is salt water. But it's a lot of work. It's way more difficult than when I had a farming hot tub stuff.
Yeah, that's a lot of places that people go and pee.
Nobody in my hot tub with me, honey. I don't share.
Places are a lot better than public places, let me tell you. And some of the private facilities, they hook you up, man, for real. But a lot of public places, they don't maintain a lot of the maintenance like they should. Here in Arlington, a woman got sick from a brain-eating amoeba over in Arlington that they found over in the water a couple of summers ago. So it's a very serious thing, and for that reason, you just really have to be careful dealing with public areas and what do they call those splash pads and things like that, and making sure the maintenance is taking care of on those and getting the maintenance reports. And a lot of the public didn't get or either look up pool maintenance reports or water reports. And if the water report is bad, I'm not going to swim in a pool. I told the dude, I said, hey man, I don't think so. Look, I didn't swim in that pool because they had horrible state failures for maintenance and other issues with the pool. So yeah, no, you got to be careful with stuff. No, I can't take that chance.
Even following the testing of the restaurants in your area, but you know they publish it every week.
Health department, I have with some of that kind of some restaurants have had some failing grades.
Yeah, ma'am.
All over the place, and I don't know if that is a shortage of inspectors. Some folks brought that up. It's interesting that you mentioned that one of the cooks for our church brought that up. Somebody who was out there with the health department brought up some things about restaurants and failing grades and asking that they can hire more staff, or asking if it is possible to get more inspection staff, or whatever you call the people who do restaurant inspections, and they are woefully short-staffed. Is that the reason that all these restaurants are having failing, these grades? Because they are being, essentially just randomly inspected, but we need more of those staff, is what they're saying. They're seeing more failing restaurants.
They cut the staff during COVID, and I mean, we're talking about not just restaurants. We're talking about salon, everything. I've been a licensed nail tech for 30 years. Never had my license checked. Not one time. 37 years I've been licensed.
So
they ain't doing nothing. As long as you keep your license up, you did. It's really sad, but restaurants too. Restaurants, they're getting out bad. They're getting horrible scores. We ain't gonna have no restaurants around here in a while. They're always young.
The F ratings do not help restaurants and things like that, but the restaurants and anything that sells consumables, they need to be inspected quite frequently, because there was a restaurant, man, they found mice in there running around, you know what I mean, at night. You could see them on the camera or whatever they had up there for security. That's horrible, you know what I mean? On your own cameras, you see mice running around. So yeah, you got to be careful with a lot of these restaurants and things like that, because I don't just eat anywhere either. There's certain, like some restaurants don't have soaps in the bathrooms. I told the lady, I said, ma'am, how in the world are y'all washing your hands? Hand sanitizer, that ain't gonna work. The health department requires you guys to have soap. And the lady got mad at me. I said, some customers in there was like, yeah, how are y'all washing your hands? And so these are questions that, you walk into a bathroom, yeah, I'm asking because your staff cooking our food. Man, I left out of there. I said, I'm not eating here because they had no way to wash their hands except for hand sanitizer. No, y'all need to wash your hand with soap and water. Girl, no.
That's why I cook and I stay home. That's gross. Oh, I gotta go get my dog, y'all. Y'all have a good night.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out what I'm gonna eat real quick because it's getting late.
You order you a nice steak or rice, some chicken or something like that. You got some blue shrimp, man. You can order that. You got at least 30 things you can order.
I don't eat seafood at all, so that's not one of them.
Again, I hear you.
I do not eat seafood, so that's not going to be one of them. I'm not a seafood eater.
Seafood, you like steak, chicken?
Yeah, I'm gonna order something really quick. It's not gonna be nothing elaborate. Just something quick. Probably a monster salad with chicken or steak on top, and that'd be good for me for tonight. And like Anthony, some water.
Recently, steak I see here, dog.
Yeah, really quick steak. You know the thin steak. You saute it on both sides, and then you cut it up really, really thin, and you place it on top of a monster salad, and you're good to go with some what is that salad dressing? Parmesan salad dressing. I'm good. I'll be good for the night. It's gonna take me a long time to chew it, but it's gonna be good. And some water, courtesy of Anthony. Trent, it's not 25 million illegals in the country. He just pulled that out of his butt.
That's a high number, man.
And it was something else. And he's supposedly wait. Yeah, Maya, I'm trying to get something to eat first because I haven't eaten all day. Literally have not eaten all day. So I'm trying to get something in my body. And first of all, I just saw on somewhere that he got rid of 500,000 illegals. Let me turn my turn the LG down. You got links. Oh, he's on 60 Minutes. Oh, okay. I don't have 60 Minutes. Who's on 60 Minutes?
So what's on 60 Minutes?
Trent, I'm not gonna keep trying to bring you up. Every time I bring you up, it says I brought you up, and you can't come up. Move so you wait, because I cannot bring up Trent. I did it. I know, right?
And I think he said he was going to come up on that.
There's the World Series champ.
Thank you, man. We appreciate that. We appreciate it. It was a beautiful game. But Trump is on 60 Minutes. And he just said that he thinks that there's 25 million illegals in the country, and it's not 10 million. And his intention is to deport a majority of those people. And they have just hired 10,000 more ICE agents. It's while the number I think it's probably between 15, whatever. But if the intention is to deport that amount of people, anywhere close to that amount of people, it will completely wreck the economy. And I mean, it's for me. I don't understand what the intention here, because I think this will be detrimental to the Republican Party. I think they will lose in 2026 if they continue on at this rate.
What if 25 million people
Republicans on the stage, so I'm like, that's fine, but all of us, if they ruin themselves, then they ruin themselves, right? I mean,
that's
That sounds crazy for 20. If you're trying to get rid of 25 million people, so 25 million people are just sitting around on the dole.
Yeah, that's the reason. Yeah, to Beaver in the chat, let me be clear. Okay? I don't think you understand the precariousness of the economy right now. So if you're talking about interdicting, the reason why so many of these subprime banks are having problems is because we're deporting people that were paying loans with ETI, in the push. And so if this is not just like the beginning. This is like we're going to integrate more into society. Not only there are a lot of people who voted for Trump that are disgusted by this because it's not going after criminal organizations. It's nannies and landscapers and waitresses and people who have been here for years peacefully. But what you have to understand, Beaver, is especially in the area that I live in, all along South Texas, where you have millions of people, it would completely flip our economy. It would affect on our tax base now. And so there are a lot of people who, even though maybe for strong border controls, do not want to see people forcibly removed that are peaceful from this country because of what it causes. There has to be some sort of amnesty clause with this for people who have been here for some time and working and contributing to society.
About the Beaver either. I mean, I don't know how you can.
I've chasing the Beaver and Matt for a while. Look, this is, if you continue on this path, you will have more. Because there's so many people that know somebody or know a family that is affected. And if you can, and it's already going off certain parts of the economy. So that's why I'm saying, people, there is a certain point where you go overboard and too many people see, people, being dragged away from courtrooms or broken into cars or they just keep seeing or 16-year-olds thrown to the ground and arrested. And now you're going to have 10,000 more agents to go after predominantly Hispanic families. I don't see how you think that's going to work out in your favor in the long run. I don't think, even though I support strong borders, I don't think this is a good idea at all. What I just heard from Trump was, and he's still going, I'm going to listen to it, is in a different realm than I think most people are. But we'll see.
Right, I actually agree. I guess, did he do the mic drop again? But anyway, your brother, hang on, Matt. Your brother MAGA is Matt Cool and Beaver. Like Dark put in the chat, they don't care about the economy. Like, it's the identity politics. It's get those Mexicans out of here. If they're all rapists, like Trump claimed, never mind the impact on the economy. And I kind of wish, I don't know, Dark or if anyone else, listen to the interview. I'm assuming Trump is referring in that these 35 million illegals are undocumented, are all from Mexico. Like, never mind all the undocumented folks that are here from Europe and South America and other countries. I'm assuming he's interested in referring to.
Like, for real, like, Trump needs to get it together. You feel me? Ain't that about a bitch?
Y'all performers today. I've been listening. Y'all been super performers.
My readers been performers today. Excuse me, Lord.
Isn't 25 million more than what he claimed during the campaign?
Yeah.
So somehow,
Nothing that he said.
somehow illegal immigration has actually increased while Trump's been in office?
And how is this calculable? Where are these numbers coming from? Did they have like one of those things at the border when you go through the turnstile? Or at the airport? You know, I don't understand how these numbers are calculated. 25 million. He said so far he is caught and exported, or whatever you guys are calling it, 500,000. So you guys got a long way to go.
No, it's interesting. I just looked it up there. So using AI, Trump repeatedly claimed that 21 million people had crossed the U.S. border illegally under Biden-Harris administration. Which means that under the Trump administration, if these numbers are to be believed, 4 million more illegal immigrants have come into this country since Trump has taken office.
So those are additional people he was talking about. It doesn't include the already 11 million that has been predicted to be here for the last decade. That people are using. So that's actually 30. If you take his 21 million under the Biden administration, add that to 11, then you're looking at 31 million people here. Even his own math is off by 5 million.
Yeah, so somehow during the Trump administration, even with all of this increased spending on border patrol or immigration stuff, somehow Trump has let in millions more people into this country.
That's not what he's saying.
No, that's definitely not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying. But based on, that's not what he's saying. But based on the number he claimed before, based on the number he claimed while he was campaigning, and the number he's claiming now, there's been millions more people coming in.
I just want to make sure I get that again. What you stated that Trump indicated that Biden, which was only president for 4 years, allowed 21 million people across the border, which is a lie. They're saying between 10 million people crossed under the Biden administration. And that doesn't, and I'm assuming if he's talking about the millions of other people who actually took asylum, then that doesn't count. So he's saying under Biden, he's trying to say he's going after the entire population. The ones that were here under his administration, the first one, and previous. He said he's going after the entire population.
Why does this sound crazy?
It's impossible. It's impossible. You cannot in a million years, even with 10,000 agents, get 25 million people out of this country. It's impossible in any way possible. I don't care if you're the best project manager on this planet, you couldn't do this. Like, I don't care if you're the best general, whatever, in the military. How would they be able to get 25 million people going neighborhood to neighborhood in all the counties in the United States? That's impossible.
You know less, man. You kept on saying that immigration was your top issue, even though you lied to your family about where you voted. You said that immigration was your top issue. So you tell us where the hope is at, because you ostensibly care about all this stupid shit.
Well, I do care about angel moms, angel dads, angel families. I mean, I don't think you are each person that's insensitive to those as well. I'm talking, when I say get rid of folks, I know my brother Beaver and that who they want to say all, but for me, I'm looking at the criminal gangs, the people who are breaking laws, even if it's driving while under influence, they gotta go. So when you're here the guest, and then you're gonna go out and break the law on top of that. I mean, uninvited guests like that. That's all. Make our community safe. I mean, shit, we have enough to live in our own rights as American, that we don't need to fucking focus on other people groups. Like, that's just not cool.
But even if they're here as an uninvited guest, it is crazy that we are going to put this type of money. I don't know. Let me just be quiet because when the government reopens, I want to see where the focus is actually going to be. Are we still going to be cutting and chopping and eliminating? Are we going to be building new schools, building new hospitals, building new insurances, building new communities? Is this just going to be the presidency of destruction, retribution, wars, blowing up ships, firing black generals? It's all fucking negative in my viewpoint.
Man, mine's not hard. Can you give our ETA when you open up your room?
Oh, so I was sitting over here chewing. Okay, Maya, hold on.
Can Maya come up for once?
Anyway, she wants to. Maya's always welcome up on the stage, anytime, any place, any day, any hour, anytime. I'm missing mods, Maya, so it's gonna be hard for me to open up without mods because I can't run a room without mods.
I mean, yeah, Moose.
My fave, yes. So it'll be
once you get Moose, but once you get Moose, others will follow. They just,
What I do? The person who won't open up you open up a room and we follow you.
I know. I heard y'all scheming today.
You didn't hear me doing anything. I've been busy. I haven't been doing anything today.
Scheming on your boy. That was wild beans right there, man. That was sitting back over here.
A word about you.
I heard you mention my name. What's the going on?
Anthony, can you believe that?
What I'm not going to do is gang up on Lisa. That's what you know.
I'm not jumping on Lisa. It ain't okay. I'm asking her something. I didn't know if it was she was asking me a question.
I heard, no, Omari, your name didn't come up.
Lisa mentioned my name multiple times. I wasn't near my phone.
Said your name, not one.
Okay, then you must have been talking about a different Anthony, Lisa, but you mentioned my name multiple times.
Did I say Anthony's name? Omari, if you even...
I know your voice, and I know Anthony's name. Lisa's now for 3 days.
I was watching the Raiders game for the most part.
See, Omari, you are such a liar. That's why I don't trust you, because you're like,
no, you can't say it.
I got Lisa's back. See how far he had my back? From another fucking county. I have never said Anthony's name. Have I done?
If you didn't want to, you would have never.
You didn't say something about Anthony and Ward. You didn't say that.
No, you didn't. Wow. Lisa,
even the white guy mad at saying it that
Guys, I did say I'm having chicken, rice, and water like Anthony.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right.
Oh, the white man have the floor. There it goes. My name was mentioned, and one was mentioned as well. No, I didn't know if you were asking me a question. It wasn't. Okay, Lisa, I didn't think you were saying. You and I get along well, Lisa. We never have any issue.
What you were talking about, because you
I heard my name.
She mentioned my name several times.
Did you say my name? I didn't know if you were asking a question or something.
Everybody's checking melatonin and Z-Quil to go to sleep. I think everybody remembers
Who's taking Z-Quil? What's going on? Go ahead, man. Get in there. I said go ahead.
Y'all, Lisa, will you be our first guest on the Black and White podcast for April?
Why me? What? Okay, I'd be honored to be the black in between the black and the white.
Yeah, be like, look out the Oreo podcast. Anthony, that's perfect.
What's going on?
I'm scared.
It's fucking brilliant. The Oreo clown is crazy.
I think so.
And they wonder why they don't have friends. Okay, go ahead.
So when we first have our first room, you're all welcome. Just your seat, you know, like what CNN used to be called fair and balanced, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you're engaged, right? You're seeing a true definition of fair and balanced.
Okay. I'll take that. All right, I'm gonna go open my room. I don't know what you guys want.
Okay, I'll have it in library, and that can be our theme song, our intro theme song. We're living in a college society in 2025, and we do not fall on the Trump administration rules.
She left me.
They first made that, did that again. See, that's how I did that one time. I knew that would kind of bring a rabbit hole in. So that was an instant that I did that on purpose.
Yeah, I think we do it on purpose all the time. We just don't recognize you're doing it on purpose. Yes, Anthony.
What kind of trainer are you?
I was actually, funny you asked, for the state of, for the Affordable Care Act, I trained the people to be able to.
Okay.
That's not do you speak sign language? How do you do sign language?
I'm sorry, do I do what?
Do you do sign language?
No. I mean, I know sign language, but that wasn't what I was teaching them. What are you talking about?
Anything else? Imagine, Anthony.
But I work on systems to make sure that they're 508 compliant testing.
Ooh, okay. You do SOX controls too?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nigga, my nigga.
No, but we're not gonna have that conversation because I don't talk about what I did.
Nah, me either. Yeah, we're listening.
The only reason why I had that conversation earlier today was because, I was just saying about how much of a, it's just acting like I was. You never pay attention to a lust. You have to close your eyes when the person's face. Do you understand me? You have to close your eyes and don't look at the lust. I'm looking at it because you told me to look at it. And everybody else is probably looking at it. He's crazy.
Yeah, that's that booty line I saw about dark reading.
See,
that's how you get the booty line.
That's the alternative facts for me.
Yeah, you said that earlier, and we didn't get a chance to dive into it because everybody was being hella emotional.
I got a good example. I'm glad you asked.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so this was just a few seconds ago when Anthony said, "You mentioned my name, Anthony Water." Now, immediately, we all thought that he was talking about two people, but not in the context of Anthony drinking water. You understand? Because he was saying that he made it, again, this is an assumption, he made it seem as though it was something negative that she was saying because you had just said, yeah, they got my boy. Who was you talking about when you said they got my boy? Who was you talking about? What was you talking about, Omar, when you first said it?
Being that I'm a queer first lady, I never have any negative interactions with Lisa.
It wasn't negative.
No, okay. So I thought I was.
Now you said she was talking about me. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so like I didn't think that Lisa was talking about me in a negative light. I was just wondering if she was asking the question, she wanted to know something. Lisa and I get along swell,
I know you did. No, so here's the thing. This is what I heard. This is how I rewound it in my mind. Omari was talking about somebody getting jumped. Next thing I know, you coming off like I still haven't understood what exactly or clarified what he was talking about. Only to then have you come off mic and then say, "Hey, Lisa, you said my name."
Okay, I remember. I was talking about when Gemini was talking, and GA was saying they want to get a space. I was like, no, that was to get rid of us. That's what I was talking about. And then that's when Anthony came on. And then I was trying to tell Anthony, and you gotta remember that this Anthony. And now said we go on rooms. He swore by it. I've never been in a private room with you, Anthony, ever.
That's absolutely true, man. And
ML said that 52% of black people arrested are exonerated. I'm not even sure if ML knows what the word I'm not sure if ML knows what the word exonerated means, yo. Like, this is like, like, I just don't understand it. Oh, Supreme Court decisions are local. Like, and then you got people in the chat. I'll never forget. Her name is Johnny's. Johnny is, agreeing. Supreme Court decisions are local.
They do have local Supreme Court decisions.
No, we're talking about the U.S. Supreme Court.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So you just made it qualify it.
The context was we were talking about the U.S. Supreme Court. We were talking about what happened in California. It had something to do with immigration, and JD is trying to suggest that the Supreme Court's ruling only dealt with California.
But just to bring it back, what you missed in that whole conversation was about our intentions, right? Our intentions in the space is like, I was just like tripping out because I was just being here. And so that's what I was saying. Like,
we were there too. I was trying to say, like, you were trying to come up with game plans to take over the world. Yeah, something like that.
So wait, so is Anthony admitting that he got a burner right now?
No, I came in the you see that plus sign next to my name? I could come in the room anonymous. I wasn't in the room anonymous. To be honest with you, First Lady, but I do go on spaces anonymous. And, I was in that's cool. Yes, but I was in the room and Omari asked me a question and he gave me context as to what was being said. So I'm just saying, like, and then you'll remember this, First Lady. I was like, in what universe are we going to be able to take over a room with Patty and First Lady? Remember me saying that?
You agree with yeah. Or any agreement. Right?
Particularly these two. You know what I'm saying? I don't want your smoke with them too. That's not what I'm lying. I'll go toe to toe with anybody, but I'm not going toe to toe with First Lady or Patty.
Tech Nines is crazy. Man, so the Tech Nines are y'all got the technology. When you get April, culturally, it's like it's quick.
Moose is a contortionist, Omari. Omari, I know you're cool with this dude, but I'm gonna tell you, Trent will stab you in your back, Omari. Trent is a snake. Trent ain't got no honor in him. He's a straight snake. Trent is one of the. Listen, that dude, that's a foul Negro. You don't ever want to have a dude like Trent in your circle, dog. That Benedict Arnold fake ass motherfucker. Trent is the fakest dude.
Here's the thing with Trent. Because Trent is such in the middle, people on the left say the same thing that you're saying. Like those that are far left, they can't see the middle, they say the same identical thing that you're saying, Anthony. It just means that you are far from him. You want him to always side with you, and that's not gonna be Trent. Trent pisses me off all the time. He come in here and be saying some crazy stuff, and then the next day he'll say something else crazy on the other side. So I think it's just because
he's a crazy person. Like he'll say the most off the wall shit, and he believes in extraterrestrials. That ass believes in extraterrestrials, and then listen.
He also believes in some of the mega points. So that's what I'm saying.
First Lady, Trent, when Trent is around his other group of friends, Trent, he's that dude. He's the dude that y'all be trying to act like I am. Trent is the dude that
Let's go over there and get the link from Lisa, please.
Yeah. Trent straight be bootlicking. Trent is a bootlicker. Trent is a shoe shine boy. Come shine my shoes, boy. That's Trent, and I say that to his face. Trent is the fakest Negro. You know what I'm saying? Like,
fake. I fucks with Omari. I fuck with TC. I do not fuck with Trent Cannon. Fuck that.
Oh my goodness. Like, man, I try to keep my distance from, clubhouse stuff, and a lot of people who met Ant Dog say he's a stand-up dude, like Fly, everybody. Anthony is one of those dudes that people definitely will sign by as stand-up. Like, he come through with the bottles, he come through with the gifts, he hooks up. Right. Well, and then he met the great man, he met Maddie, you know what I'm saying? So that was a good relationship right there. He got a chance to be, 99% of people want to be here. And I'm going to be able to, so, that's because everybody knows man, it's a good dude.
I just try to be consistent, and I know you're a solid dude, Omari. I look forward to meeting you in the future. I'm being director on Savannah. I'll start do some Savannah. I think Savannah next year. That's what's up, man. We'll definitely make something happen, man. And I know they give TC all kind of smoke. TC's one of the smartest cats on it, and I didn't until this weekend. I didn't know about his tech company, and I'm gonna definitely link him and my brother, and I think there could be some synergy there. My brother has a boutique investment bank, and if TC is interested in raising capital, I could see some synergy there. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, absolutely.
What happened? Did you try?
I'm trying to clean it to the top. It's not.
Clean it up?
Yeah. I'll just put it in the chat. Maybe you can grab it. I don't know maybe it's my phone. I don't know.
I don't know, like clicking on links, but I'm gonna copy this.
We don't have issues on my phones. Oh, there you go. You got the touch.
Look, they gone. They said Lisa open. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the hour. This is the time where we say goodbye to all our friends and family. MIC, I'll see you later. KUR, because I love you. MOUSC. Thank you for playing with Politically Skies. See you next time. Bye.
It doesn't have to be pejorative.
We don't believe in a magical God. It's science. All of it is science. You just call it magic because you don't understand it.
You know, like you said, obviously if someone says, oh my God, like,
It's circumcised. Based. My kids aren't dumb. Good for you.
So, who's the top Muslim in here? The bean, the green.
Like, you're not. I love jab. That's crazy. So, say, where are you going?
It's for a walk. Nowhere in particular.
Is walking into nothingness.
Yeah, to the board.
And with great compassion, as if you were attending a funeral. 32. Deliberately say we're not even going to talk to them is the center of the crux of the dysfunction that we're going to go.
It's all within nature of science.
It's something.
You know, and he's sitting there bitching and griping about how there's no money to be made on the internet and how, you know, they're losing everything. And I'm like, you just bought a fuck almost $800,000 house. You guys are so full of shit.
Yeah, I mean, I would even say my evolution was like weird. So I was somebody that would troll with like very far right offensive names. For example, so like when I went on Omegle, I was learning about National Socialists. I'm going to be very real. I was somebody who did not really give a fuck about offending anybody, including Jews. I was very, I was just offensive. And it was like, fuck anybody who had a problem with me or any of the beliefs that I have. But then, so I would end up, you could enter like Natsoc, Jews, like whatever. I didn't enter Jews, but like Natsoc, I would often put that on Omegle. There's a bunch of different, tags, Republican, conservative, whatever. And I was somebody that would like wear a Black Sun hat and like have a siege mask on, and I would do a fucking Roman salute all the time, and I was very I didn't care.
Why don't you just continue doing that on like platforms that actually pay? That's my question.
Well, sure, but I'm not really that same person, and so.
Well, yeah, now you're actually the masses.
Sure, but so just like when it comes to my evolution, like I ended up going onto the platforms, I would end up running into Jews. I talked to them. I didn't have bad experiences with Jews on Omegle. Then I go to Discord in the politics server. So I initially like started in the one-on-one rooms, and then like there was one guy I talked to. He was an Orthodox Jew, and he's like, "Oh, so you're Catholic?" And I said, I was honest with him. I was like, "Well, not really practicing." And then he's like, "Okay, well, tell me about your beliefs." And we were talking, and he had very similar ideology to myself. He was a fan of Jared Taylor. If anybody who don't know who Jared Taylor is, he's somebody who some might consider a white nationalist, but he's I would consider him more of a paleo-conservative that does see why you should preserve the demographics of, like, let's say, places like the United States.
he looks at Jews as not all of them are white, some of them are, and he would. They're fine. The white ones, they're perfectly welcome. He's somewhat.
So I just looked it up. Like Nick Fuentes, that fucking rat piece of shit, is estimated $350,000 to $900,000 a year. Estimated value, net worth at like between $1 and $2 million. Like that guy's a rat piece of shit who's like fucking an idiot. But I guess I'm just asking, like, would it be too hard to like follow in that kind of footsteps and like get your shit out there instead of just spending time with fucking 10 people in a room on Clubhouse?
Yeah, and this is where I've shot myself in the foot, and so anybody that was like on here, I don't know, a few years ago, like I was the guy who had the big rooms, and then people would be like, clap with me, make a room, and then like they would get like 400, 500 people in their fucking room. They're like, oh my god, thanks Pepe, like whatever. And then I don't know how else to put it. Like you get super bored with this shit, and then eventually it's just like, hey, there's the people that you're used to talking to, and then you just start doing that. You just start talking to the people that you like. I stopped. Like I was a performative person. Like a lot of the stuff that I would say, I was in a character, and I did not believe everything I was saying. I was putting on a fucking show. And in a lot of ways, it was like a way of being comedic, and I would have to really uphold these very negative stereotypes I had by playing into them. But then it's just like, in like the last 2.5 years, I'm just kind of like, okay, well, like, fuck this. I'm just like, I'll just talk to these people when I want to. I can have these debates with these people when I want to. One of the most eye-awakening things, though, that I noticed on like this app is that I'm somebody that even the people that were like strongly against me, there's this level of ass kissing because it's like, oh, here's this guy with a big platform. Like, oh, I'm scared of him, which I don't know why they'd be scared of me. But, they would, and just like, and I hate to say, this would not make you like an A, B, C, D list, a groupie. This would be like a Z minus like 100 list groupie. It's just like, oh wow, like seeing you dick suckers on an app, like it was just so, just seeing how people change, right? It kind of became more like, I'm no longer the person with large rooms or super controversial figure. You just want to, like, how people treat you differently. It kind of, what was, I guess, really awakened me was to, like, how fake people are. How they treat you differently because they think, how they perceive you as a threat or what they can gain from you in terms of, like, your status. And I just, it's just, like, really weird. Like, I get people talking shit to me that were, like, scared to death of me. Like, I would actually do, like, or like, I would actually do something. Yes, absolutely. They thought, like,
Say who the fuck is scared to death of you?
Because, there's a lot of people. And so, because of how much of a trash talker I was, and, like, how much I would...
Yeah, like, disrupting the room type shit.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. You too. There was a lot of people that were just like super, I don't know, they thought like I was gonna drag them across the app. Like I put maybe a few people's names in my titles. There was what's his name? Prince, AJ Prince, the Palestinian. He would make rooms.
AJ.
Yeah, he would make rooms at the same time as me, but he created a house called Black America. And so all of the haters would go in there. And so like I wasn't trying to like trash him, but you know, I was just like, I just thought it was funny, and I was like, oh hey, look at this picture. Oh, and I was giving different stories of you know, accounts people had of him on here. And you know, but afterwards I was like, no dude, I don't have a problem with you, like I'm just in fun. And there was a former moderator, he went by Hermes, I think now he goes by Hermes, but he went by Europa. Like he's a literal fucking sex offender.
Yeah, I know Europa. Yeah, he's a faggot.
Yeah, no, he's worse than a faggot. He's
in trouble.
Yeah, and so before even this was found out, like he had threatened Mon, said he was gonna chop off her head and fist down her throat, and you know that's how our breakup began. But and then there was JB. JB is actually like, I'm just gonna say this, like he's somebody who, like in real life, like when I was a teenager, you know, when I was like very much a miscreant, I would have, in real life, I would have assaulted him. Like that's how I would have put him, I would have made him submit. Like, because I realize he's that type of person with that type of personality that you can't reason with him. He's just going to play games, and so you put the fear of God in him and make him shut the fuck up. And, you know, he's a person where I just, you know, somebody in and out of, like, juvenile detention and hanging out with a lot of assholes, you always got these people like him, these persistent swindlers, these sociopaths, and they're very narcissistic. He's just such an abnormal individual that you realize there's nothing you can do to satisfy this person enough to be reasonable. And so how do you deal with something like that? Rabid dog. You know, he's just such a gross, contemptible piece of shit. Like, you just don't deal with him. But other than that, like, I'm not, you know, my whole MO is like, I don't hate any group of people. I don't understand. And like, when it came to me defending Jews, is, you know, I was in these far-right spaces for years. Of course, I would have to talk to all of these people that were National Socialists and people that believed in the JQ and be like, wait, why do you believe that? And then it's like, we go down the dialogue tree. And then, okay, what's your evidence? And then they say, well, look at this and that and that and that and that. Okay. Amazing. You notice things. Amazing. What's your evidence? And so they don't have any like strong evidence to like show that Jews are the cause of like all fucking everything that ails, you know, our society. And then what's really funny is they didn't start calling themselves noticers. But yourselves noticers, their pattern recognition is just like so fucking warped and fucked up that like you really aren't noticing anything. Like I'm somebody who would be 100%. Well, if I thought Jews were like the evil people that everybody, you know, the Nazi-ish, JQ-ish, far right likes to make them out to be, I would 100% call them out. They're not my people. I don't have a reason to stick up for them. But when I see like these fucking retards make the leaps and bounds that they do to somehow, I don't know, these they quote unquote notice some things, blame them for everything. Like okay, well, how can you fix anything when you can't even identify the fucking problem? And so a lot of people like me, I was definitely not the only one, we would talk to these people, and they would get really upset with us because they could not satisfy our answers for why we have to hate Jews so much. And then, they do their usual purity test bullshit, where it's like, well, if you're not willing to blend in, then you're not actually pro-white. It's just like, what do you mean? You have to prove that somehow wanting to be proud to be white or preserve white ethnicity, we have to hate Jews. Is it the cause of our issue? Like, it was just bullshit. Like, neo-Nazis and a lot of the JQers are some of the dumbest fucking people you've ever fucking spoken to. Like, I can't think of a more like pathetic group of people. Even within the last year, like when I did spaces with Richard Spencer, how even he would talk down to these people. What's funny is, like, in a way that stung way more than how Zionists would ever speak to them. He basically would put them in their place, like, you are, without saying these words, like, you are low IQ, white trash pieces of shit. White men like me with higher IQs rule over you fucking monkeys, and you need to shut the fuck up. And I'm not going to entertain your bullshit. And which, to be fair, he's largely correct. Like, these are such low IQ, dumb fucks that we should. I don't entertain them. Like, all of these National Socialists and these LARPers and all of these faggots that, are somehow warriors for the white race. These people are trash. They're absolute fucking trash. Like, what positions they hold in society? Basically none. They're trash. Anybody who is a fan of Nazis today are a bunch of faggots. I don't know how else to put it. Like, I've never met. I've never met any of them that I've respected.
Yeah, but that's still my question. It just, you seem like you have talent and stuff, and I think you could monetize that and also build a big following if you were to put on something like YouTube or Twitch or whatever platform that you decide, even Rumble or something that would allow you to be more abrasive in your personality and stuff. But I think you could get a lot of the 4chan, 8chan type guys that aren't necessarily like fucking Nick Fuentes, racist cuck faggots, but maybe just a troll group and stuff like that, kind of like the group that you hang out with here. I just think you can make a lot of money going. I mean, don't get me wrong. If I didn't have any kids and shit like that, I would definitely pursue something like that. I mean, there's a lot of money to be made there, and but just for the sake of my kids and shit, I don't put a lot of public shit.
No, I agree. I think it's partially why I'm so outspoken. I don't have any kids, and I think if I don't really give a shit. And personally, I think it'd be way worse if I had a family and young kids that would be like, oh my god, where's daddy? That would have such a different fucked up effect on me. Whereas I'm somebody okay, whatever. I don't really care.
Well, I mean, what I don't necessarily get that is the idea that your kids are gonna have to. I mean, if you're a cuckish fucking, simpish fucking progressive on social media and stuff like that, your kids aren't going to get as much flack. But if you're on there, like trolling and being like a fucking rage baiter and shit like that, then your kids would definitely get fucked with, and it would definitely you get fucking swatted, all that kind of shit. But I just think you have talent. I mean, in the sense that just rallying people up and shit, and you can also fit in like actual political facts and have like real debates and shit, and make a lot of money. I mean, there's a shit ton of money to be made.
Well, my biggest enemy is myself. I'm lazy. I'll tell myself, well, yeah, you can't do it. You don't want to do it, so just don't do it.
Yeah, but just like take the people that you have here on Clubhouse and invite those people onto your same type of online social media shit that you do, and have the same kind of fucking debates. I mean, get the fucking piece of shit Amirs on your fucking YouTube and shit, and pay assholes like that.
I don't think a piece of shit like that would ever debate where.
I don't think. Okay, let me rephrase that. I shouldn't have said Amir specifically, but his lackeys would definitely navigate over to your shit. I mean, they go over to John Kitover's to like cuss him out in the chat. So I mean, if you were running like an open, podcast type thing where you're like, discussing politics and also doing debates and shit, I mean, all of his little faggot friends will show up there. I mean, maybe not Amir and Faisal or whatever that faggot's name is, Fayez or whatever. Maybe they won't show up, but definitely everybody in his audience would migrate over there and follow you just to troll you. But at the same time, I mean, negative shit is still fucking publicity and still sell.
Well, I would say with the algorithm change on what do you call it?
YouTube.
No, TikTok. I could probably, make a large following just pissing off Arabs.
Oh, dude, I know guys that went over, during the fucking change and shit like that, and I know a couple guys personally, and they make a fucking shit ton of money. I mean, there's dumbasses in there. There's a Syrian and Chaldean guy that run a fucking TikTok, and they sit there and debate Muslims and shit about the Israel-Gaza shit. They're pro-Israel, and but they debate them and shit. And there's like random people that come in and they'll throw them like fucking, I can't remember what they're like, whales or lions or something. And I'm like, oh, what the fuck's everybody freaking out about this shit? And then I look it up and it's like $500. And the woman's in there and she's talking about she's some like Iranian ex-fucking Muslim, and she's in there throwing money and then fucking like she did like 5 of them. It was like $2,500. And I know TikTok takes a good percentage of that, but at the same time, she was just doing it because she wants to support the fucking shit. It's whatever the one that's worth like $500. She threw like 5 of them in the course of like a couple hours. But she's a super rich fucking husband.
I mean, Israel is absolutely a proxy. Whether, and this is like one of the things that like.
Oh, I'm totally cool with it being a proxy, and I'm okay with the United States being a proxy for Israel as well. Like people are like, well, it's just a proxy for the United States, and the United States is a proxy for Israel. I'm like, yeah, I'm okay with that.
But what I would say is like and it was really annoying after October 7th because like I was largely dying down on social media because I got really bored talking about the shit I was talking about, but the way is like how I said, like when it comes to the cancel Tucker bullshit, obviously highly orchestrated. I'm telling Zionists right now, like, hey guys, there's people you want to try to cancel and you don't. He's not one of them. You're just gonna make people resent you. But when it comes to Middle Eastern countries, anybody who's had to have a conversation with a lot of the pro-Palestinian Muslims, they you hear so many lies, denials, deflections. It just becomes super apparent that they don't want a serious conversation. And it's just like, I don't know, why don't you guys just focus on that shit? Of all things, how should we think about Israel? Instead of attacking Americans, instead of any of this bullshit, focus on the hypocrisy. Focus on how these people, and these are a lot of these same people would fucking kill Christians in a heartbeat. How dishonest they are.
What are you talking about?
Palestinians.
Sure about that?
Chase, I would ask you the same question I asked Pepe. I mean, have you thought about online?
Well, Pepe, I can tell you, I've been in Dubai the last 2 weeks, man. I'm having a great time. And
He's a faggot.
Well, okay, that was an intelligent comment. No, dude.
Just because you're there and they take in a lot of people with Western money does not mean you understand the Muslim world. I don't know how else to put this to you.
Yeah, that's not the worst example to proclaim that Muslims are very progressive and secular.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that my impressions while here, okay, just speaking to what I've experienced, these people are the fucking friendliest people in the universe, man. Really, 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 really nice people.
Yeah, but they're not
genuinely, sincerely nice people.
Sure, but they're not Gazans and they're not the Iranians that they're funding them.
Well,
my number one enemy is Iran.
Yeah. Okay. So you're talking about large-scale geopolitics. I'm talking about something bigger. I'm just talking about one-to-one interactions, right?
No, we're literally talking about 90% of the Muslims around the world that want to cut your fucking head off.
Dude, that's insane. Where have you been? Have you been have you lived around the Islamic world?
I'm glad that you took your ass to Damascus in the last year and spent time there.
I go to Damascus in a heartbeat.
You go to Kabul?
I would.
Do you know those? Yeah, I would. Do you know those hippie fucking lesbians? Those smelly armpit hair fucking lesbians who decided to prove that the Afghani people and Muslims are really fucking nice, and then they decided they were going to ride bicycles across Afghanistan. And then they got there, and within 24 hours, they were brutally gang raped and fucking had their heads cut off. Both of them.
Yeah, I just, you know what? I don't even believe that shit.
You don't believe the family members that said to the two women that it was a mistake and that they shouldn't go over there? And within 24 hours, they were gang raped by a bunch of Afghanis and they killed.
Okay, so
in a country that doesn't let women go to school, and a country that will literally drag you out in the street and cut your fucking head off if they find out that you're even dating somebody that you're not fucking married to. What the fuck you?
Right. So my point is
that you found the only fucking secular place, fucking the Emirates, where you can go and you found a secular place where women don't have to fucking wear full fucking burqas and shit and have their head up.
Yeah, the UAE. Okay, first of all, when it comes to the UAE. When I hear Americans say, Muslims are so great, they have rules for themselves and they have rules for the others. Now, if you're an other, how the rules are dictated. So let's say you're gay and you're caught having gay sex in let's say a UAE, and you did it with somebody that was a citizen of the UAE. Well, since the UAE is going to be harshly punished now. They're not gonna risk the diplomatic relations with the United States or anywhere in the West. They're just gonna deport you. That's it.
Right. So now, let me speak to that for a second, Pepe. So, and I can only talk about my experience here for the last week. And I got a couple 1.0. That's a understand what you're saying for sure. But so far as having spoken with Emiratis and stuff like that, it's basically a shame culture, right? So if you do stuff, whatever you like, as long as you're not like having gay sex or causing more of a problem out in the middle of public, it's kind of similar to Japan, right, where I lived for a decade there. You don't like bring attention to yourself. As in the UAE at least, people don't really fucking care, right? So they say like there are laws if you use a VPN or if you're watching porn or something like that in Dubai, you get like $500,000 fine. Well, that's like only if you're like trafficking or sending tons of porn to people all over the place and embarrassing the country. You know, some kind of bullshit like that.
Yeah, I get it. They have honor society. That's why they have honor.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, honor killings, that's more of a thing that they do in fucking, like,
honor shame societies are recommended. No, honor shame culture is what ends up getting you to do an honor killing. They shine shame upon the family in order for them to feel like it's you know, a good thing to do.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is that
do you know when they removed honor killing? Do you know when they removed honor killings from the UAE? November 2020.
Right. So, you know, like this whole history of like demonizing other people has been going on since the beginning of time. You know who's the biggest victims of this sort of like talking shit about other people and demonizing them? The Jews have been the worst victims. It's 100% true. If you go to the old ghettos there in Germany and Europe, there's a famous sign where where the Red Door family Rothschilds used to live, and above their ghetto they had a picture of a rabbi fucking a pig and like raping little children. This is a fact.
Well, he is correct. So he is correct. That when it comes,
yeah. So all I'm saying is, like, if you let me just end with this. All I'm saying, bro, is that if you keep an open mind and you go to places, you'll see that there are places you go and you see the real people for themselves, and you get away from like the stereotyping. Because at the end of the day, you can't. At the end of the day, we can like the reason that the government pushes all this negativity is because. Yeah, so the reason that they push all this negativity is because you can't go to war with and you can't kill people unless you hate them.
Like 1941, the Rothschilds got a picture of a rabbi fucking a pig. You know, 2020, United Arab Emirates, they finally stopped killing their family.
Hold on, Rich, hold on. So, we have to be fair here. Now,
I'm trying to be.
When it comes to your
trying to be realistic.
Yes. Okay. I'm trying to as well, but if you won't shut the fuck up and let me finish my point. So, the reality when it comes to Western Gentiles in Europe, we Jews had stretches of time where they did well, but we absolutely discriminated against you people. You guys had to suffer pogroms. We would punish you.
Human nature, that's what people do. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, yes, we absolutely.
And that's what I'm saying that the West does to the Muslims. It's the same fucking shit, man. It's the same shit.
No. To be fair.
Yeah, it is.
No, because when it comes to Muslims, first of all, there's a lot of. Okay, first of all, like I have enough of a nuanced view to understand, recognize myself or not myself, but like my people and with the history of Jews. And when it comes to Islam, yes, we can do that as well. The history of Islam was so different when it came to, particularly my people, your European Gentiles. It was like our history was one of they would conquer and then we would expel.
Yeah.
And so, like at the end of the day, you can't really say one is worse. But I will say that like how Islam has materialized, at least in the modern world, and I mean especially the last couple hundred fucking years.
Well, let's
And realistic. Like the last 1600 years, one is far more violent. But both Christians and Muslims are both they're proselytizing religions. You have this peace-loving character, Jesus, and then you have what I would consider a warlord.
Exactly.
And you do it in such different ways.
No. Let me disagree with that because the Christians have a peace-loving hippie Jesus, right? But when the Spanish went over to Mexico or to the New World, you had people doing the most horrific things.
I love how you bring up this part. So you had hold on. You had what 700, 800 years of Islamic rule in Spain, and then you're questioning why were they so much more like jihadi-like in comparison to the other Europeans that were colonizing. Golly goddamn gee, how the fuck did that happen? Well, where do I pinpoint that?
Yeah, I got into what's his name? Dan Carlin's Hardcore History.
I've never heard of it, but I'm just curious.
Dude, this guy's amazing. So he's a lovely self-taught historian, and this man, he basically talks about all the horrific things human beings have done to each other through the extent of time, right?
Yes,
and
I agree that all of us. I agree that all groups of people have done horrific things to each other and to themselves and to other people. But I would say, why is it? And I want you to put on your. I want you to answer this question. Why is it that the Spaniards, the people of the Iberian Peninsula, that were conquered by Muslims for centuries, had their rule? Where did all of this bullshit, like conversion by the sword, and adopt our names, and submit to us? Where did it come from? Was it not? And so, like, I cannot help but think that was because of having to endure centuries of Islamic rule. The Spanish Golden Age, after the Inquisition, like, that is when it happened.
I feel you.
I would get you evil, demonic piece of shit, pedophile-loving, faggot fucking Mohammedan. And you're kidding me, a faggot fucking prophet who died.
I believe he's a Canadian, he's not Muslim.
No, but he's a sympathizer or a fucking revert, so like.
No, this is not my point. My point is
hold on, Matthew, do you deny that Muhammad is a prophet?
For the Muslim people, they think so.
No, for you, because you deny that he's a prophet.
No, I'm not.
Okay, so you're not a revert, so you deny Muhammad. Okay, cool.
No.
You're just a simplified fuck, that's all. You have a cup chair.
No. What I'm saying is, dude, like, how long we got on this earth? We only got like a short time, right? My point is that the earth's an amazing place. There's good people everywhere. You go and travel, and you check out the other cultures. For me, like, that's the joy of life. Like, I want to.
Maybe we're in a Christian church.
Hold on.
You made a point, so I'm pushing back on it.
I didn't even get a coherent. I don't even know what. You don't even know you have to put a coherent thought out before you understand what you're doing.
You guys kick out on this 2.0.
I'm simply asking a question. We need to back on the side of the debate. So
thanks, guys. I just wanted to say, this is my point of view, right? Like, we all got like fucking maybe 80 years, 90 years on Earth, right? And if you look at history, right, you're gonna look and you're gonna see all these different groups of people demonizing one another. It's always happened, and it's always gonna happen. We have shit talkers. It happens in one form or the other. Go out and discover the world and meet people. And I think it's just I think that's the best thing to do with your time. Now that's my point of view, right? I'm not denying history. In fact, my father's a historian, right? And I'm not denying the fact that Islam was on a conquest in Europe, without a doubt, because my grandfather's from former Yugoslavia, right? So I know all this stuff.
Matthew, we agree on all of this. Sectarian violence exists in what today would be considered like extremely homogenous societies over the littlest things. Yes, I absolutely agree. No, I don't think anybody's trying to make the point that we wouldn't that people don't fight with each other. But I think if we look at the differences between groups of people, and I would say the proselytizing religions such as Christianity and Islam, there is I would say such an extreme difference, even to this day. You know, the use of violence to convert people. That's why I just don't. And like, okay, like me, you're not that religious, and so I do think that like when it comes to calling out, you know, Islam, and that they're extremists, I do think it's absolutely fair. Like yes, there are Christian extremists for sure, but we don't at this point in time. You don't see you don't see any denomination of Christianity or Jews that, or I should say, like a Jewish organization or sect of Judaism that would put a rubber stamp on the killing individuals because they're just part of an ethnic or religious group. And but I think you do see that. But you do see that. I think that I can get away with it. Okay, hold on. Okay, but you didn't let me finish my point. You didn't let me finish my point.
You let them just slide by.
No, you didn't let me finish my
point. Instead of pushing back and saying, hey, where in the Christian scripture does it actually justify this? And where in the Quran and the Hadith does it actually justify it?
Yes, it does justify it.
100% condones it, and Christianity condemns it, never fucking says anything like that other than Jesus saying, bring them at my feet and I will strike them down. And he's declared that he's God, so he's allowed to do that. He's not saying, hey, the rocks are going to come alive and the trees are going to say, oh, serpent, Satan, not serpent, the serpent of Allah, go kill the Jews. Like, that's clearly in their fucking scriptures, but you just allow them to get away with that.
Okay, you went on a tangent. What I was trying to say, hold on, he cut me off. What I was trying to say is that when it comes to the especially terrorism, extrajudicial murders and terrorizing people for terrorism. Okay, this is something that is completely condemned by Jews and Christians. But when it comes to Muslims, they come on, dude. They absolutely fucking they either are co-signing it or they're fucking silent about it. And so like I don't want to. Like, I'm just so goddamn sick of acting like there's not a difference between our religions.
Okay, Pepe, let me stop you there because I know you're not a stupid guy. If let's say, like, Harvard is the one who's actively consider something to be terrorism. because the United States, right? And
Terrorism is extrajudicial.
Is it-
Extrajudicial. If you want to see if the states commits war crimes, abuses, that's a,
Yes.
you can make that argument, but it's not technically terrorism.
Right.
If that's what it,
Okay.
it can be
So,
everything.